Chapter 1195, Lin Ming's Ranking. Chapter 1195, Lin Ming's Ranking. Everyone realized what was happening. That's right. According to how the competition was being held so far in the preliminaries, everyone had their own corresponding merit points. If so, this merit point ranking system could be expanded to the entire divine realm. The previous ranking had been held within each great world, but now there was a ranking that encompassed the entire divine realm. Of the 3,000 great worlds, there were only several 100,000 participants that were chosen to be on this ranking list. To put it more accurately, there were only 300,000 people on this list. On average, that meant that every great world had 100 people represented on this ranking list. As the martial artists searching the Divine Seal Decree rankings realized this, they were all startled. A deep feeling of awe swelled up from within their hearts. This ranking list was born from the 10 quadrillion geniuses of the entire divine realm. What sort of overwhelming momentum was this? No wonder it was called the Divine Seal Decree. In truth, these people had already passed the preliminaries ahead of time. This was because 10 million people would make it through at the end of the preliminaries, and yet there were only 300,000 geniuses ranked on the Divine Seal Decree. Moreover, these 300,000 were only chosen for the primaries. But even in the primaries, as long as one was listed on this ranking list, they would be considered a chosen pride of heaven amongst all chosen prides of heaven. In the future, they could become late holy lords, peak holy lands, and for those ranked near the top, they could even become half-step world kings. It had to be known that these were all top 100 ranked existences of a great world. Amazing, amazing. What amazing grandeur. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting held by Empyrean Divine Dream may be the most glorious occasion for the last several million years. There is even a total ranking list that includes all the participating geniuses of the divine realm. This is truly an unprecedented magnificence. There's nothing that can be done about it besides Empyrean Divine Dream. There is no other Empyrean that has such ability. In the last Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, 100 trillion geniuses were gathered together in a grand tournament, which cost an incalculable amount of resources. Wanting to create a total ranking list for 10 quadrillion people should be an impossible matter. Even 100 trillion people would be extremely difficult to fairly judge. The elders of the unbroken cult and other sects sighed with emotion. As it stood, it was impossible for Yu Ming to be ranked on such a list of participants. He was ranked between 250,000 and 400,000 of the good fortune great world. But if this were spread to the entire divine realm, he would likely be ranked from 800 million to a billion. At a ranking of a billion, how could he possibly be included in a ranking list of the top 300,000? Ah, what a pity. The unbroken cult great elder shook his head, secretly wondering why there wasn't a ranking list that included just the good fortune great world. As he sighed again, he suddenly heard a cry of alarm. Ah, Ammon, the great elder frowned. In front of so many elders from other sects, shouting out and making a fuss was extremely improper behavior. He turned around to see that the disciple who cried out in alarm was the inner court disciple Yufeng. The great elder had some impressions toward this disciple. Although her cultivation talent wasn't too good, she was skilled in handling interpersonal relationships and other miscellaneous matters. She was skilled in management and disciplined her subordinates severely. If she was given a chore or a mission, she would accomplish it in time without making a mistake. The great elder had originally had some thoughts about promoting her to an internal affairs manager, but how could she be so disrespectful today? Yufeng, what are you doing? The great elder grunted out, his complexion cold. Yufeng was so scared she jumped and forgot to immediately apologize, with one hand covering her mouth and another hand waving at the empty air. She haltingly said, "Great elder, Over there. I. She couldn't believe her eyes. She really couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't want to speak because it was something even she didn't dare to believe. However, at this time, the great elder's complexion became increasingly gloomy. What was she trying to hide? She was actually acting like this in front of so many honored guests. Acting like this would naturally leave a bad impression. And if she continued to hide whatever it was, she would only make things worse. What is it? Stop hesitating and being impolite. Hurry up and say what it is. This was already an extremely severe criticism. If it weren't for the guests present, Yufeng would have been directly punished by the great elder. Yufeng's face paled. She could only truthfully say, "Over there. The name on the divine seal decree is..." Yufeng pointed her finger in a direction of the divine seal decree. Everyone looked over, and even the great elder frowned and turned. The general direction that Yufeng pointed toward was very far away. Because of this distance, every character seemed to cover the heavens and earth, exuding a daring and indomitable spirit. There were many names grouped together, but a martial artist could easily identify them with their sharpened eyesight. An unbelievable name popped out in front of the great elder and the many disciples. Ancient Phoenix Clan, Lin Ming. Merit points, 9,918,670. Divine Seal Decree, ranked 29,876. Ancient Phoenix Clan, Lin Ming. How could it be this name? The great elder was stunned. Next to him, a disciple who had heard Mu Qinyu make her request in the past, and also many other elders stared with wide eyes, their mouths falling open, and not closing for a long time. For them, although they hadn't placed Lin Ming's name in their hearts from the start, a martial artist still had extraordinary memory. It was naturally impossible to forget a name they heard just a little while ago. What was going on here? If it were just the name by itself, there could be said to be duplicates. But when the ancient Phoenix Clan background was added on, it was nearly impossible for it to be a duplicate. Moreover, the most important factor was that the great elder had already searched for the ancient Phoenix Clan's Lin Ming and obtained only one result. This was undoubtedly Lin Ming. Lin Ming, Mu Qinyu, and Qin Xingxuan's husband. Mu Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan. The unbroken cult great elder looked at the two women and nearly bit on his tongue. As for Yufeng, who was in charge of Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan, her legs softened, wobbling. As she thought of her actions to them in the past, she trembled. This was the divine seal decree. Moreover, this ranking wasn't in the hundreds of thousands, but in the top 30,000. What sort of concept was that? That meant that Lin Ming should be someone ranked in the top 10 of a great world. This meant there were countless geniuses of world king holy lands that were trampled underneath his feet. If such a person grew up in the future, it was highly likely they would become a half-step world king, an existence that could cause an ordinary holy land to feel immense fear. They would become someone that a world king, holy land, would try everything for to win over. As for the unbroken cult, they were only an 8th grade sect. In their sect, the most powerful person was a divine Lord Powerhouse. They didn't even have a half-step holy lord. For such a top character, the entire unbroken cult was nothing more than a speck of dirt. The great elder blankly looked toward Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu. The other elders of the unbroken cult, the elders of the other sects, Yufeng, the unbroken cult core disciples, inner court disciples, outer court disciples, everyone looked at Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan. These two women had such a husband. At this time, Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan also recovered from their shock states. Lin Ming's name had appeared on the top 30,000 ranks of the Divine Seal Decree. This meant that he already passed the preliminaries ahead of time. It was more accurate to say that to Lin Ming, these preliminaries no longer mattered. All he had to focus on was just how high his final result would be in the first martial meeting. Our husband is actually ranked in the top 10 of a great world, Mu Qinyu murmured in disbelief. The Yu Ming that she thought was very strong was only ranked between 250,000 and 400,000 of a great world. The difference between him and Lin Ming could be seen from this. Although Mu Qinyu had always said she believed in Lin Ming and believed that he would establish his own fame in the divine realm, she never imagined his fame would be so great. Big Sister Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan couldn't find the words to speak. Her mood was incomparably complex and also incomparably excited. Although she said she didn't care about Lin Ming's result and only cared about his safety, with his true results being so extraordinary, she was actually extremely proud of him. This was her husband, the man most intimate to her, and also the most important man in her life. In particular for Qin Xingxuan, she could be said to have grown up with Lin Ming. For the unbroken cult, their elders were already smiling from ear to ear if one of their disciples reached the top several 100,000 rankings of a great world. But her husband actually ranked in the top 10. How could she not be proud of him? Little Sister Xingxuan, we can see him. We can definitely see him. Mu Qinyu couldn't help but weep. She was excited and thrilled, but her mind was still clear. A mother's honor rose with her son, and a wife's honor rose with her husband. With Lin Ming's status being so high now, it was likely the unbroken cult would send someone to escort them directly to see Lin Ming. Moreover, with Lin Ming's results being so prominent, even in the vast sea of people that was the first martial meeting, wanting to find him would be extremely easy. If so, all troubles they thought they would have in searching for him were no more. To see Lin Ming once more, how could Mu Qinyu not be sobbing with happiness? As Mu Qinyu realized this, she turned back to look at the unbroken cult great elder. At this time, as the great elder saw Mu Qinyu look at him, his expression was extremely wonderful. Chapter 1196, True Martial City. Chapter 1196, True Martial City. As the unbroken cult great elder was looked at by Mu Qinyu, he had no idea what expression to make or what words to say. He was in an extremely complex mood at this moment. For such a top-class character like Lin Ming, how could his wives be found in a little sect like his? This was simply inconceivable. Well, to Mrs. Yu, the great elder discovered that he didn't even know Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan's names. But calling his own disciples Mrs. was a bit strange. Luckily, Mu Qinyu was extremely understanding. She said, "Disciple's name is Mu Qinyu, and this is my sister, Qin Xingxuan." "Oh," the great elder awkwardly said, "you ascended from the lower realms." These words were spoken because the great elder had no idea what else to say. When a martial artist arrived from the lower realms, they still carried extremely obvious characteristics with them to the divine realm. Yes, Mu Qinyu nodded. Well, it isn't easy to ascend from the mortal realms. For you to be able to cultivate to an eightfold divine sea realm in a place barren of resources like the lower realms already proves you have excellent martial talent. In the blink of an eye, martial artists from the lower realms that were normally mocked and discriminated against were suddenly transformed into excellent talents. The other elders could only ruefully smile at each other as they heard this sort of transformation in tone. They soon understood the situation. It seemed that Lin Ming, Mu Qinyu, and Qin Xingxuan were all martial artists that originated from the lower realms. If true, everything was easily explainable. Lin Ming had ascended first, and then his wives had come to the divine realm to search for him. The result was that as the two women arrived at the divine realm, they realized that their strength was lacking, and they also didn't know that their husband was so powerful, so they had encountered many problems. And there was a portion of these problems that had been created by the unbroken cult. As the elders of the unbroken cult thought of this, all of them felt pained in their hearts. Although the unbroken cult's actions were understandable and not wrong, This was simply a stroke of bad luck. If they had known Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan's husband was so magnificent, then they would have assisted them as much as they could. That would have been a great favor that they would have earned. But now they could only ask that Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan didn't hold a grudge against them. Several elders glanced at each other. Finally, the great elder spoke up. He was very happy that he didn't refuse Mu Qinyu's request to look for Lin Ming. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. So, your husband also ascended from the lower realms? The great elder asked. Yes, after obtaining Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan's affirmation. The several elders glanced at each other in dismay. For a martial artist who ascended from the lower realms to increase their strength to such a degree, just what kind of monstrous genius was that? Lin Ming's future achievements would likely be even greater. To Mrs. Husband is truly worthy of praise. I fear that even in the 1 billion worlds of the lower realms, an extreme genius like your husband wouldn't appear even in 10,000 years. Really, this truly makes old me feel ashamed. In addition, well, as the great elder spoke to hear, his face revealed an embarrassed color. I know that 2 misses were wrong before this. While I am fully aware of the labors that are required of outer court disciples, that is also something that the vast majority of sects in the divine realm must do in order to survive. There is nothing else that can be done about it. If a white dragon were to become a fish, even they could be captured by fishermen and birds. I can only explain this to 2 misses in hopes that we can dissolve any past animosities between us. If a white dragon were to transform into a fish and delve into the water, it was possible that they would be caught by fishermen or hunted by birds. This wasn't to say that the fishermen or birds were in the wrong. In fact, 99% of sects in the divine realm required outer court disciples to do chores and other tasks. For instance, Carefree Island required outer court disciples to risk their lives in mining resources. Even the ancient Phoenix clan was the same. A sect was just like a trade association in the mortal world. There had to be workers that could produce wealth. Otherwise, where would resources come from? This was the rule of survival that one had to follow in the divine realm. Sects were not charities that helped whomever needed it. For a divine sea martial artist in the divine realm with mediocre talent, their life would be hard. Mu Qinyu was also very clear of this. She said, "Great Elder, there is no need to speak too seriously about this matter. I must thank the Unbroken Cult for attending to and assisting us for this last half year." Mu Qinyu didn't hate the Unbroken Cult. In fact, before Old Man Good Fortune brought them to the divine realm, he had already explained that his status in the Unbroken Cult wasn't high at all. After one was accepted into the Unbroken Cult, they would be given resources and tasks according to their talent. Also, Mu Qinyu still hadn't seen Lin Ming. Bluffing and boasting would be extremely stupid. After all, she still had to find Lin Ming, and she had to rely on the Unbroken Cult to do so. Good, good. The Unbroken Cult Great Elder breathed out in relief. Come then, I shall bring you to the honored guest palace so that you too can rest. Yufeng, you will be responsible for attending to the daily needs of the 2 misses. If there is even a single mistake, then I shall hold you responsible. The great elder's last few words were extremely harsh, enough that they scared Yufeng. Yufeng was also aware that such an arrangement was deliberate. By transforming her role into one who served Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan, that would help dissolve any resentment in their hearts. Although her status had suddenly turned from a master into a servant, Yufeng still brightly smiled and humbly bowed to the 2 women. The Unbroken Cult Great Elder took out a Transcendent Saint artifact level floating palace and indicated for Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan to enter. He said, "2 misses, rest assured, when the preliminaries for the first martial meeting end, I shall personally escort you to the semifinals to see your husband. I will make sure that you are absolutely safe the entire trip." The great elder bumped his chest in guarantee. After Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan heard him, they were both overjoyed, especially Qin Xingxuan. Her nose burned and tears nearly fell from her eyes. She had worked for this day and dreamed about it. Now, she would finally be able to see Lin Ming again. And at this time, within the divine dream world, the second round of the preliminaries was finally beginning. In his dwelling in immemorial imperial city, Lin Ming could hear the endless roars of nightmare beasts coming from outside the city. Lin Ming studied the divine dream law. With his understanding of it, he could feel that after the second round of eliminations began, the collective sounds of the nightmare beasts evolved. This meant that the merit points one obtained from hunting these nightmare beasts would be much higher. At the same time, the risks were that much greater. To these martial artists, higher merit points from nightmare beasts meant opportunity. But if they faced these more formidable nightmare beasts, that meant they could easily lose their lives. In general, the second round of eliminations in the preliminaries would be much harsher than the first. This was because the percentage of eliminations would increase by 10 times from the first round. Now 999 out of every 1,000 would be eliminated. Ho! Ho! The first group of souls flew through the skies, returning to immemorial imperial city, where they were reborn again. The image of these souls soaring through the skies fell into Lin Ming's eyes. Just a few hours after the second round began, large numbers of martial artists had already died. The savagery of these battles could be imagined. In these battles that were far more brutal than in the past, the number of merit points would also skyrocket. Those with more would obtain far more, and those with less would lose even more. At the same time, because there were nightmare beasts that killed more and more powerhouses, they would evolve to unimaginable degrees. All of this caused Lin Ming to burn with excitement. If he didn't find it more important to perceive the divine dream law, then he would have already rushed out of the city and joined in with the slaughter. After my divine dream law has formed 2 more soul marks, I can leave and battle. At the same time, I can plunder more dreamland energy to temper my soul even more. Thinking like this, Lin Ming constantly formed seals with his hands, the speed becoming increasingly fast. Rays of 7 colored lights constantly converged within Lin Ming's body. The seals carved into his soul, gradually forming the 3rd soul mark. And at this time, outside immemorial imperial city, 4 peak masters were gathered together. These 4 people were Zhong Wenshu as well as the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. Haha! Running into Brother Wenshu here is quite a coincidence. That's right, we've decided to change locations. Would Brother Wenshu like to join us? Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies bumped into Zhong Wenshu by chance. The 4 people had suffered together, and their backgrounds were also similar. Although they had all been killed by Lin Ming once, after another month of constant killing, they had managed to recover a portion of their merit points. Now, Zhong Wenshu was ranked 25th in the true martial great world, and the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion were ranked around 30. Zhong Wenshu's complexion was extremely poor. He knew that the reason Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies were changing locations was because they were afraid to bump into Lin Ming again during this second round of eliminations. You can go where you wish. I'm fine by myself. Zhong Wenshu said between clenched teeth. With his proud personality, he naturally wasn't willing to admit defeat like this, even though he knew that defeating Lin Ming was a near impossible wish. Heh, Brother Wenshu, don't be in such a rush to refuse. Listen to our plan first. We're planning on heading to True Martial City 100 million miles away. That is the supreme headquarters of the True Martial Holy Lands, as well as the greatest city of the true martial great world. There are far more geniuses there than there are in immemorial imperial city. Brother Wenshu, the 4 of us have to take care of each other. Otherwise we'll be hunted like small fry at true martial city. Zhong Wenshu remained silent. Immemorial imperial city was one of the largest cities of the true martial great world, but the magnificence of immemorial imperial city was mainly manifested in its bustling trade and commercial business. With more commercial development, that meant there would be a far larger city population. In terms of the number of masters, immemorial imperial city was far inferior to true martial city. True martial city was the martial heart of the true martial great world. This was because it was the city under the direct control of the true martial Holy Lands. But in the real world, there were extremely strict requirements that a martial artist had to meet in order to enter true martial city. Thus, the flow of trade there was restricted. But now, within this dreamland space, everything was different. Anyone could enter and leave true martial city as they wished. This meant that true martial city would undoubtedly become the city with the highest number of masters within the true martial great world. When Shu had just entered the divine dream world, he had seen two geniuses from the true martial Holy Lands at the Imperial City Auction House. This was because they had stayed to help govern Starbind Bank and decided to enter the first martial meeting from immemorial Imperial City. But once they truly entered the divine dream world, they didn't stay at immemorial Imperial City. Instead, they switched their battlefield to true martial city. Immemorial Imperial City could be called the second greatest city of the true martial great world, but the difference to true martial city was not minor at all. Besides Lin Ming, the other 19 of the top 20 ranked participants were all located at true martial city. Wen Shu grit his teeth. He finally said, "Fine, let's go to true martial city. This immemorial imperial city no longer holds a future for any of us. This city was fine for passing the first round of eliminations, but staying here will only hinder me from gaining more merit points in the second round." Haha, great. Let's get on our way now. Chapter 1197, Empyrean Descendant. Chapter 1197, Empyrean Descendant. The Divine Realm's 3,000 great worlds each had a corresponding great world in the divine dream world. Within these great worlds, endless slaughter was occurring every second. During the second round of eliminations, the rankings were pulled even further apart, and within that grand divine seal decree, the ranked 30,000 or so Lin Ming naturally wasn't the most noticeable. Rather, it was the 10 kings of the ranking list. The many spectators of the divine realm 3,000 great worlds were all staring at these magnificent names. To them, these names all represented legends, especially the first name. That was the most radiant of all. The writing style of this name was written exactly the same as the divine sea decree title, and the names of these characters were also of the same size. They were over twice the size of the other names. Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, Xiao Moxian. Merit points, 116,507,820. Divine Seal Decree ranking, 1. This was the only person whose merit points had surpassed 100 million. Moreover, it was a great deal more than the second place. The name of Xiao Moxian was very strange. It was a name that meant little demon fairy. In truth, this name seemed more like a nickname, and also the name of a woman. The prefix of Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace meant that this woman didn't originate from Divine Dream Palace. In fact, no one from Divine Dream Palace participated in the preliminaries. They directly passed through the preliminaries. At this time, within Lightmend World, for martial artists were violently battling a massive snake, weapons held in each of their arms. This snake had a body as thick as a tree as well as 3 giant heads. Each head spat out a different colored cloud of gas. When any plant life was touched by these gas clouds, it would immediately decay and wither into nothing. Even the swamp would melt away when touched by these gas clouds. If Lin Ming was here, he would estimate that after killing this python, he would be able to receive several thousand merit points. This was absolutely a vicious beast that would cause geniuses of ordinary holy lands to flee as far as they could. However, these four martial artists were able to battle this giant snake. It was clear that their strength was quite formidable. The snake and the four men had been in a brutal melee for some time already. A scholarly-looking man found an opening and chopped his blade deep into a weak point. The snake stiffened for a moment, and then the other martial artists closed in and finished it off. Ha ha! After the second round of eliminations began, the merit points of these nightmare beasts have increased so much. Yes, this big snake actually gave us 5,000 merit points. That means that each of us can receive over 1,000 merit points. Before this, the highest value nightmare beast only gave us 1,800 merit points. This also means that martial artists will accumulate an increasing amount of merit points. It's possible that the top 50 rankings can be completely changed too. This is our chance to rise. That's right. Us brothers must try harder and crash into the top 50 rankings to give our father some face. As the four martial artists were speaking, they were suddenly stunned. With a surprised expression, they all looked to the side and saw that in this swamp, a young woman wearing all black had appeared. She had the appearance of a 15 to 16-year-old girl, and her hair hung down past her shoulders like a waterfall of black ink. Her eyes were dark yet bright, and her forehead was crowned with neatly trimmed bangs. As she appeared here, she was like a fantastical night spirit. The young girl carefully patted down her skirt, as if she were afraid she would dirty herself with the mud of the swamp, and then began to slowly walk towards the four martial artists. The four men glanced at each other, a bit dumbfounded. Just who was this girl? If a martial artist was afraid of dirtying themselves in the swamp, they could fly in the air. A martial artist could fly at the Sciention realm. Was this girl not even a Sciention realm martial artist? The scholarly-looking youth of the four men was extremely suspicious. Then he discovered that this girl was stepping on small leaves that had fallen on the ground. She would rely on just these fallen leaves to support her body, briskly hopping over them. If she could accomplish this, then she could certainly fly. But why would she be using such a bothersome and tedious method to walk? She was like an innocent girl that was stirring up trouble, and thought it amusing to step on these fallen leaves to move forwards. Who is this girl? I've never seen her before. The location that the four men killed nightmare beasts at was the highest quality hunting grounds near their city. In order to hunt here, one needed a certain amount of skill. If this black-clothed girl had been able to come here before, they should have had some impression of her, especially since she had such a unique appearance. At this time, the black-clothed girl suddenly looked up at the four men. She brightly smiled, but that smile also seemed to have a faint taste of malicious playfulness. She had a beautiful and charmingly lovable face, but that smile of hers actually revealed a sharp pair of incisors just like a little devil. Little girl, what are you smiling at? Who are you? Did you come from some nearby city? A big fellow from the four martial artists suddenly asked, anger in his voice. If someone appeared here and they didn't recognize them, this likely meant that they came from some nearby city to harvest merit points. The black-clothed young girl seemed to not hear a word he said. She only chuckled, her voice like soft, tinkling silver bells. You bitch, what are you smiling for? Once I'm done with you, let's see how you'll still smile. The big fellow boorishly said. The scholarly youth frowned. Third brother, it might be a bad idea to provoke this girl. So what? She's just someone from a nearby city that I haven't seen before. What can a girl like her do to me? The big fellow indifferently said. But at this time, the black-clothed girl giggled and said, You stupid fool. I don't come from a nearby city, but a nearby great world. I come from Demon God World, and all the powerful people there have already been killed by me. I thought it was a bit boring, so I came here to play. How many merit points Can the lot of you give me points? Merit points? The big fellow's eyes widened. He immediately responded, "What did you say? You're from the nearby great world, demon god world?" But soon he reacted once more. Why would he believe someone just because they said something? He sneered and said, "What a boastful idiot. It's like you're not scared of having your lies seen through. And to think you said you came from a nearby great world, as if you're so amazing in this divine dream world. How could you possibly travel the vast distance between great worlds, looking at your soft and fair skin? You're nothing but a little baby. For a great man like me, you're not even enough for an appetizer." The big fellow laughed, his voice traveling for half a mile. But then he stopped. His entire body was paralyzed. With great effort, he bent his head down and saw that there was blood leaking out from his throat and chest. It was like something had pierced through his body and wormed its way in. With his wounds as the center, he could feel the meridians within his body suddenly go cold, freezing over. His consciousness gradually blurred, dimming down as his strength rapidly left his body. This was the feeling of death, and this wasn't the first time that this big fellow had experienced this. How did I die? This was the big fellow's last thought before he toppled over. The other three were all shocked, senseless. "Third brother," the scholarly youth cried out in alarm. But at this time, any sort of reasoning told him that wanting to take revenge for his third brother was impossible. This girl was simply terrifying to the point that those present couldn't even believe their eyes. She had to be a top-ranked martial artist of a great world. As for them, they were only martial artists ranked between 60 and 70. Just now they hadn't even seen how their third brother had died. "Scatter and escape." The scholarly youth decisively shouted this command. The other two also sensed the direness of the situation. They used their fastest movement techniques and escaped in different directions. The little girl was faintly startled. Then she chuckled and said, "Smart move. I'll give you all 5 breaths of time as a reward." The little girl shut her eyes and began to count without any nervousness at all. She was just like someone playing hide and seek. After counting to 5, the young girl suddenly opened her eyes. She smiled and said, "I'm going to chase you now." As she spoke, she vanished, her body disappearing into motes of light. In a moment, she seemed to have teleported 10 miles away. Then, with another flash, she flash-stepped another 20 miles. It had to be known that the divine dream world and the divine realm were nearly the same. The space here was extremely stable, and if one wished to pass through space by flash-stepping a short distance, that was extremely difficult to accomplish. This required one to have an extremely high understanding into the space laws. Finally, no one was able to escape from the hands of this young girl. Their throats all gushed out with blood. As their corpses vanished, a small and thin golden leaf fluttered to the ground. This was clearly what killed them. Their merit points are too few. My total score doesn't seem to have moved at all. I have to look for a top 3 ranking martial artist in this light-mend world. I'll only be able to increase my score by killing them. The black-clothed young girl whispered to herself. Her body vanished in motes of light and soon completely disappeared. At this time, within an exquisitely carved jade tower, a blue-clothed youth had a cyan sword hanging over his shoulders as he looked at the distant divine sealed decree in the horizon. This youth had a slender and handsome appearance, as if his looks were molded from the purest jade. A pill hung between his eyebrows, looking like a third eye. Junior Apprentice Sister Frost Dream. Junior Apprentice Sister Xiao Maxian has indeed managed to obtain first rank. It seems she'll become extremely famous now. She has surpassed the second-ranked martial artist by nearly 30 million merit points. I think that those great world, king, holy land geniuses of demon god world are really too pitiful. They don't even have anyone that is ranked in the top 5,000 of the Divine Seal Decree. I estimate that all of them were killed by junior apprentice sister Shalmoshin. Even the neighboring great worlds might be in for a stroke of bad luck this time. Junior apprentice sister's personality has been well known ever since she was young. She simply loves playing around far too much. She could have directly attended the finals, but in the end, she decided to join in the preliminaries to bully everyone instead. This is simply giving no face at all. I think that the great world king of Demon God World is probably feeling extremely ill. Beside this blue-clothed youth was a young girl wearing an icy blue dress. She was obviously the junior apprentice Frost Dream that the blue-clothed youth spoke to. This young girl appeared to be 16 to 17 years old. Her stature was slender and fluid like an ice sculpture. Her fingers were thin and long, and a faint haze covered her entire body. Every single movement of hers caused a bit of ephemeral starlight to sprinkle down, seeming holy and inviolable. Her looks were also covered in this strange mist, so it was impossible to see her face. But one could vaguely feel that she had perfectly contoured features and eyes like deep spring pools. The young girl lightly nodded, not responding. She continued to look at the divine seal decree in the far-off distance. The feeling she exuded was like an immortal fairy of frost and rime that lived in the highest heavens, beautiful, charming, and untainted by the sins of the world. The blue-clothed youth didn't seem unhappy at all at the young girl's cold response. Instead, he continued to enthusiastically speak. And then there's junior apprentice brother White Yao, who is much more collected and reasonable. Although he is also an Empyrean disciple, he is only ranked 10th. He's not as devilish as junior apprentice sister Shalmoshin, killing all those great world king Holy Land geniuses until they are rolling around in their own misery. The blue-clothed youth casually said, but the truth was that, in his opinion, this divine realm first martial meeting was basically a competition between Empyrean descendants. For anyone else to break into their circle was impossible. Chapter 1198, The Mysterious Monster. Chapter 1198, The Mysterious Monster. True Martial Great World, Dreamland Space. 3,000 miles southwest of True Martial City, there was a long and winding mountain range called the Demon Ceiling Ridge. On Demon Ceiling Ridge, the trees towered high into the skies and vicious beasts roamed everywhere. In the real world, the Demon Ceiling Ridge was a training ground of normal divine, sea powerhouses. But in the dreamland space, Demon Ceiling Ridge became dozens of times more dangerous. If a normal divine sea powerhouse was here, then they would die instantly. Even a weak divine transformation powerhouse would find their life threatened. Thus, in this dreamland space, those that came to adventure here were the top 200 ranked masters of the entire true martial great world. Even so, there were still deaths. Rumble, 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 rumble. A terrifying explosion sounded through the mountains with countless shock waves surging outwards. A group of 10 people were sent soaring backwards, tossed into the air like a handful of straw. In such an intense explosion, a hideous-looking nightmare beast, with its entire body covered with spikes, slowly fell to the ground, utterly dead. This sort of violent hunting scene was a common occurrence on Demon Ceiling Ridge. Those people that were capable of killing these vicious nightmare beasts were usually top 100 ranked masters of their great world. Huh? What's this? After the martial artists slayed the vicious beast, they discovered that there was a palm-sized purple crystal left behind after the vicious beast's body disappeared. If one looked carefully, they could see something sealed within the crystal that looked like a tiny green sword. It rushed about within the purple crystal, seeming as if it would break out at any moment. The martial artists were all shocked. Although they had killed countless nightmare beasts, this was the first time they had seen something like this. A martial artist hesitated and then carefully picked up the purple crystal. An incomparably cold feeling seemed to dig through his body, sinking through his flesh and blood, and even permeating through his soul. He felt as if his entire body was filled with a faintly spiritual feeling, and laws that he found hard to understand in the past were slowly being perceived. This sort of dim enlightenment was like a mortal being confounded by a problem, and then finally having a dream and waking up with a blurry solution. This martial artist suddenly had the strange desire to directly swallow down this purple crystal. This was because he could feel a faint wisdom coming from this purple crystal and had a premonition that he would obtain great benefits after eating it. However, he restrained his thoughts and decided to study it first. For some reason, he believed that this purple crystal was condensed with energy completely different from the energy that formed their weapons and clothes. Although all of that was virtual goods that belonged to this dreamland world, this purple crystal gave off an incomparably genuine feeling, as if it were a treasure that belonged in the real world. These fantastical thoughts were something he felt from the moment he touched the purple crystal. Ba Dao, what is that? The several surrounding martial artists casually asked. Although they felt that this purple crystal was quite extraordinary, they didn't care too much. After all, this was dreamland space and not the real world. If this was the real world, there was a possibility that it would be an extremely precious heavenly treasure. If so, they would study it and then divide it equally after estimating its value. And even then, if it was far more precious than what they imagined, they might even fight to the death for it. But in this dreamland space, all treasures were nothing but dreams that would vanish once they awakened, without leaving a single trace behind. Thus, they didn't care about this purple crystal too much. Then again, it might not be anything too valuable anyways. Nothing. I think it's just some strange treasure that this nightmare beast swallowed before. I think it's a bit interesting, so I'm going to keep it. The martial artist called Ba Dao said as he indifferently tossed the purple crystal into his spatial ring. Most of his companions didn't care too much, but there were one or two people that frowned. They felt that Ba Dao's explanation was a bit too forced. A strange object that the nightmare beast swallowed? Was there something like that? Moreover, Ba Dao's words were clearly meant to play down this matter, even as he calmly took the purple crystal for himself. I think you should wait a minute, someone suddenly said. Ba Dao felt his heart drop. He maintained his composure and asked, as if he didn't care too much, "What is it?" The person who spoke hesitated for a moment, then said, "Friend, things that are found should be examined by everyone here so that we can check if there is any danger. You should know that in this dreamland space there are countless dangers everywhere. If you take something with you that you find like that, it might be dangerous. It might even be a powerful baby nightmare beast in egg form. If so, then we'll be in danger." This person's words were quite thoughtful. He didn't immediately say words that cast a suspicious light on Ba Dao for stealing a treasure, but said something reasonable that no one would be able to reject. These nightmare beasts were extremely strange existences. No one knew just what they were like before they were born. This purple crystal was bizarre, and even seemed as if there was some living creature sealed within it. There was the possibility that this was the larval form of a nightmare beast. That sounds fine. Ba Dao, take out that crystal so that we can take a look. It's better to be safe than sorry. Someone echoed. Ba Dao awkwardly smiled, slowly tracing his spatial ring. He knew that if he didn't take it out, he would definitely fall under suspicions. In that moment, he hesitated in his heart. Was it better to just flee from here? But then again, perhaps everything he felt before was nothing but a dream. After all, this sort of matter was itself unbelievable. If I made a mistake or thought too much of it, then I would be a fool. But that brief enlightenment on the laws I felt was indeed real. Just what is this thing? Ba Dao thought as he spoke. His movements in taking out the purple crystal were very slow. If it really is some wonderful treasure, then being killed in this dreamland space isn't a problem. At worst, I'll lose some points and my ranking will fall, but I can still catch up. But before these preliminaries started, Empyrean Vast Universe said that if a participant was killed, they would lose 60% of their virtual treasures. Would this thing disappear? What should I do? Should I make a desperate bet? Ooh, Ba Dao thought. His palms were wet with sweat. His fingers had already touched on his spatial ring for 2 breaths of time. As this time grew, even some of Ba Dao's friends felt that something was wrong. In particular, those 2 people who were suspicious at the start. Their thoughts became grim and they clenched the weapons in their hands. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. At this moment, a sharp howl suddenly washed over everyone. At the first moment, it was in the far-off distance, but in just an instant, it was right near their ears. Ba Dao felt his back turn cold as an icy chill thrust into his heart. This freezing, killing intent nearly caused his soul to rupture. Danger! Ba Dao was greatly shocked. He wanted to throw himself forwards, but it was already too late. He felt his entire body turn cold as the world became dark around him. His mind blurred, and his consciousness rapidly faded as he lost all his senses. As for his companions, they only saw a brief red light flash in front of them as Ba Dao's body was completely ripped apart. How did he die? Who killed him? No one had been able to clearly see what happened. They were all stunned. They tightly gripped their weapons and maintained full vigilance of their surroundings. Then they discovered that Ba Dao's spatial ring was crushed by that red shadow just now. As that spatial ring burst apart, nearly everything there was left intact. It was only the purple crystal that vanished. Everyone be careful. Keep your backs to each other. We have run into some master, but do not panic. Otherwise, we will die even faster. The leader of the several martial artists shouted out, trying to stabilize the morale of those still standing. However, his efforts were useless. The disparity was far too great. As the several martial artists moved closer to each other, that red light flashed once more. 2 more people had their corpses split apart as their heads flew into the air. Blood erupted like a fountain from their falling corpses. Big Brother! Everyone felt an extreme fear rising in their minds. Although this was only a dreamland space, they still felt an immense pressure in the face of such an abnormal opponent. Run away! The leader crazily shouted, but he realized that the decision of running away was also meaningless. Everyone here would die without a doubt. Pooh, pooh, ah! In the instant when the leader turned to flee, he heard the screams of those behind him. He could hear the muffled thumps of their bodies hitting the ground, and also the bubbling sound of their blood gushing out from their bodies. They all died. This thought flashed through the team leader's mind before he felt his head suddenly lighten. The world spun around him as he saw his headless body from a distance. Then, his body was grasped by an incomparably sharp red-furred claw. As soon as the claw grasped his body, an unbelievable sight occurred. As his world spun, he could see that his headless corpse suddenly shrank to the size of a tiny ball. His flesh and blood essence, his bones, his organs, everything was sucked away in an instant, leaving nothing behind but his skin and clothes falling to the ground. He widened his eyes as far as he could, trying to search for the master of that red claw as his vision blurred even more. But all he could see was a faint outline. This figure was as tall as a person and also had a humanoid shape, walking tall on 2 feet just like a person. And in its claws, it had the purple crystal that Ba Dao had found, seeming as if it would swallow it at any moment. However, before this martial artist could make out whether this monster was a human or a beast, because of the angle of his spinning head, all he could see was the sky and ground. Just what is that? This was the martial artist's last thought before his head fell to the ground with a bloody plop. Roar, 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 a woo. Ooh, that sharp howl resounded in the world once more, echoing throughout Demon Ceiling Ridge as it became further and further away. This brief battle on Demon Ceiling Ridge was not noticed by anyone. This was simply because Demon Ceiling Ridge was far too large. Even if that howl was heard by others, it still wouldn't arouse their suspicion. After all, there were countless roars and howls that filled Demon Ceiling Ridge every second of every day. But slowly, over time, several masters began dying in rapid succession. These masters who died were all top 100 ranked masters of a great world, all of them ruthless and cunning individuals. And several days later, this news finally spread out. This was because those people that died were resurrected a day later. For various reasons, they didn't disclose news of Demon Ceiling Ridge's monster at the start, but as more and more people died, they were no longer able to conceal what happened. Everyone was now aware that a red-furred monster had appeared at Demon Ceiling Ridge, a bloodthirsty beast with unbelievable strength and speed. Of those that met it, no one had ever managed to survive. Moreover, they couldn't even confirm whether this red-furred monster was a participant or a vicious beast. Chapter 1199, Towards True Martial City. Chapter 1199, Towards True Martial City. The slaughter within True Martial Great World became increasingly intense as more and more martial artists gathered near True Martial City. Compared to immemorial Imperial City, True Martial City had far broader grounds for hunting and killing. Just Demon Ceiling Ridge itself was nearly 1,000 miles long and wide. Although Demon Ceiling Ridge was the highest level hunting ground near True Martial City, not every martial artist chose to go there. For instance, Zhong Wenshu and Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies chose to go to a nameless canyon nearby Demon Spirit Ridge. This canyon was winding and deep, and also very well hidden. The level of the nightmare beasts within also wasn't low. The reason they had chosen this place was mainly for safety. Whether it was Lin Ming or certain masters of True Martial City, it was possible they could be hunted down and slain. Did you hear the stories? It seems that some strange red-furred monster has appeared at Demon Ceiling Ridge that especially hunts down top masters. Even masters ranked similarly to us have been killed. Sacred Tianhao solemnly said, "That is a matter that only the top 10 ranked masters need to deal with. We do not have to worry about it. It also shouldn't affect our place, so we're much safer here." Moreover, 5 months have already passed. The second round of eliminations approaches. There should be only a month left. During the second round of eliminations, the number of participants eliminated will be even more exaggerated than in the last round. I think that Lin Ming will start to move. I wonder what the little bastard is doing so sneakily that he only comes out at the end. Whatever, we just have to avoid him, and we're fine. As Lin Ming was mentioned, Sacred Yueping grit his teeth. When the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion fought Lin Ming, the disparity between them had been an unsurpassable mote. It was a vivid memory that would never be erased from his mind, the shame of his life. Sacred Yueping's guess wasn't wrong. Ever since Lin Ming killed Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, he had continued to be closed up and didn't even go out to hunt once. His ranking rapidly fell. As the second round of eliminations began, the merit value of nightmare beasts suddenly experienced a massive rise. The many participants rapidly accumulated merit points. With Lin Ming not doing anything at all, his ranking naturally fell as his merit points remained stagnant. On the first day, he fell from around rank 30,000 to rank 33,000 on the Divine Seal Decree. Afterwards, he fell around 2,000 to 3,000 ranks every day. In just 1 month, he fell off the top 100,000 ranks of the Divine Sea Decree. And the further he fell, the faster he fell. Currently, Lin Ming was ranked around 280,000. As for the Divine Seal Decree, It only ranked the top 300,000 martial artists of the entire divine realm. In other words, Lin Ming would soon fall off the divine seal decree. In Good Fortune Great World, Lin Ming's change in ranking naturally was noticed by the countless disciples and elders of the unbroken cult. That Lin Ming, isn't he Junior Apprentice Sister's husband? How come his ranking is falling straight down? Yeah, wasn't he very fierce? It seems that he's going to fall off the divine seal decree soon. After some time, many disciples of the unbroken cult couldn't help but discuss this in low whispers. But then, a gruff voice rang out. Lin Ming's drop in ranking is only because he hasn't moved for these last 2 months. Then again, if we ignore that reason and just look at his 280,000 ranking, he will still become a late Holy Lord character in the future. He is a martial artist that ascended from the lower realms, and yet he was able to achieve such success. But as for all of you, you are all martial artists born in the divine realm and have done nothing with your lives at all. So, before you speak of others, make sure you have the qualifications to do so. The unbroken cult's great elder callously berated them. These disciples were immediately embarrassed by their own words. The great elder fiercely swept his eyes over all the disciples. The reason he said this was because when Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan asked him to help search for Lin Ming's name, Lin Ming still hadn't been able to surpass 1,000 merit points, and this continued for a long time. From this it could be seen that for some unknown reason, Lin Ming hadn't done anything at all. For the second round of eliminations, this was likely the same possibility. This Lin Ming, he really is able to stay still. There is still another month left in the second round of eliminations. He should be able to rush back into the top 30,000. The unbroken cult great elder thought out loud. But in truth, even he wasn't too sure of what would happen. Before this, during the first round of eliminations, he hadn't noticed Lin Ming's ranking rising at all. He had only seen his extraordinary final result. But this time, he was carefully observing from start to finish. Within the unbroken cult's floating palace, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were also staring at the divine seal decree. Although the two of them had correctly guessed why Lin Ming's ranking had dropped, seeing such a steep drop still made them feel nervous. Qin Xingxuan was especially restless. She feared that some accident might have happened to Lin Ming. It wasn't because she was concerned about how strong Lin Ming was, but because if Lin Ming couldn't obtain a stellar result on the divine seal decree, then the unbroken cult might not escort them to see Lin Ming. As Mu Qianyu saw Qin Xingxuan's uneasy appearance, she said in a gentle voice, "Little sister Xingxuan, don't be so nervous. There is absolutely no need to worry about Lin Ming's strength. Even if he runs into a stronger powerhouse during this tournament and is defeated, he'll quickly catch up and achieve at least a similar result to the last time." I understand. Qin Xingxuan nodded. And at this time, within the dreamland, true martial great world, immemorial imperial city, Lin Ming was sitting on a stone bed. Suddenly, his eyes flashed open. 7-colored rainbow-hued lights appeared around him. He greedily absorbed them, all like a whale swallowing water. Soon after, these energies entered his soul, carving the 4th divine dream mark into his being. The 4 divine dream marks were all different. The first 2 divine dream marks were much brighter than the last 2. As for the newest 2, they were much more bleak and dim. It was clear that this was because they hadn't been nourished with enough divine dream energy. From the time that Lin Ming entered the divine dream space with his 5 months of cultivation, he discovered that he had obtained a tremendous benefit in the aspect of his soul. His cultivation also gradually rose, nearing the middle divine sea realm with every passing day. As for his battle spirit, it also approached gold perfection. If his battle spirit reached the perfect gold level, then the next boundary would be a blue soul battle spirit. At that time, the power and intensity of his battle spirit would take a qualitative leap upwards. Lin Ming closed his eyes briefly, thinking out loud to himself, "My soul force is over twice as strong than before I trained in the divine dream law. This sort of increase is far too terrifying. Empyrean divine dream is truly a remarkable heaven-gifted genius. In the domain of the soul, she was actually able to establish her own method to temper the soul and allow true essence to fuse into it." Lin Ming sighed. His own soul, if compared to that of someone who hadn't trained in the divine dream law, was just like the difference between a martial artist's body and the body of someone who only had brute physical strength. The difference between these two was clear. When one's soul was powerful, there were all sorts of benefits. For instance, one's divine sense, alchemical ability, refining ability, all of this was related to one's soul. In the future, he also wouldn't encounter a bottleneck in his cultivation due to the insufficient strength of his soul. Of course, the most direct advantage now was his increased soul force. Lin Ming could also sense an area over twice as large as what he could in the past. Moreover, the clarity of his divine sense had also doubled. This was especially true to his sensitivity to divine dream energy. As Lin Ming understood the divine dream law more and more, his sensitivity to this miraculous energy was 10 times what it was before. Now, as Lin Ming closed his eyes, he could clearly feel all of the masses of divine dream energy lights in a scope of 100 miles around him. These lights came in different colors and shades. Some were darker, some were brighter, some were smaller, and some were bigger. All of them represented varying concentrations of divine dream energy. And these concentrations of energy formed in two situations. One was a participant, and one was a nightmare beast. Lin Ming also discovered that the divine dream energy within nightmare beasts was different from that carried within participants. The divine dream energy within nightmare beasts was often single masses of light that came in one color. As for the divine dream energy of the participants, that was much more mixed. After all, these participants killed a massive number of nightmare beasts and also gathered all of those different energies into their bodies. I should go out and start hunting now. I need to kill some participants or nightmare beasts so I can gather more dreamland energy to nourish my divine dream marks. Lin Ming thought. Then he left his training chambers and moved toward Nightmare Canyon, 1,000 miles away from immemorial Imperial City. However, along the way he discovered that there weren't many masters at all. With his sense, he was able to easily search a range of 100 miles for dense gatherings of divine dream energy. Yet, in this extremely broad hunting zone, he wasn't able to find any highly ranked masters at all. If there were few martial artists, then the nightmare beasts would evolve at an extremely slow rate. The nightmare beasts would have a correspondingly low merit point value. Where did all the masters go? Could they have gone to another city? Lin Ming frowned. After the first round of eliminations, only 1% of the participants on True Martial Great World remained. For such a small number of participants, they could only gain more merit points by gathering together. It seemed that the martial artists of immemorial Imperial City had migrated somewhere else. Lin Ming captured the most powerful nearby martial artist to confirm his own guess. True Martial City. It seems that the masters of immemorial Imperial City have all gone to True Martial City. Chapter 1200, Rescue. Chapter 1200, Rescue. This is True Martial City. Lin Ming looked at the giant city before him, compared to the broad and bustling immemorial Imperial City. True Martial City seemed much smaller, but the aura that this city emitted was actually far more suppressing than that of immemorial Imperial City. Just the city walls of True Martial City were completely forged with Saint artifact level metal, and with the massive arrays that powered it, it could be called indestructible. Lin Ming spread out his divine sense. He discovered that there weren't many masters around him. This was also quite normal. In most situations, the masters would be gathered at hunting grounds near the city with high-level nightmare beasts, or they would be within the city itself. Currently, Lin Ming was still several hundred miles away from true martial city, so there weren't many martial artists nearby. At present, I should be ranked around 100 to 200 in this great world. After the second round of eliminations began, all of the nightmare beasts evolved, and the merit points of the participants should also be increasing. Lin Ming thought out loud. He set forwards, deciding to enter the city and look for a residence to settle himself in before heading out again to hunt. But then, at this moment, he suddenly heard a violent explosion nearby. This explosion was deafening and rapid. It was clear that there was an intense collision of energy. Lin Ming cast out his senses, searching for the collision point of energy in the sensory map of his mind. 5 groups of lights appeared before him. 2 groups of lights were a glossy gray, indicating nightmare beasts, and the other 3 masses of lights were mixed, indicating martial artists. However, this situation was not one where martial artists were chasing down nightmare beasts, but where the nightmare beasts were chasing down the martial artists. Of these 3 martial artists, there was 1 man and 2 women. They all wore similar long robes and held similar-looking top-grade Saint artifact long swords in their hands. One could see that they originated from the same sect. As for those martial artists who could bring a top-grade Saint artifact to participate in the first martial meeting, those were usually upper geniuses of Holy Land-level influences. Their strength was passable. These 3 martial artists were being chased down by 2 vulture-like nightmare beasts. The nightmare beasts were covered in black feathers, and each had 3 heads. Each head had a massive protrusion of flesh on top and long beaks like sabers. Their necks had no feathers, exposing their sickly mottled yellow skin. They were extremely ugly creatures. Senior apprentice brother, we have to split up and escape, a yellow-robed junior apprentice sister said, her face pale as she looked back towards the hideous nightmare beasts chasing after them. She was well aware in her heart that compared to these giant vulture beasts, the difference in their combined strength was simply too far from them. Those vulture beasts would only need to gently peck her to split apart her waist and cause all of her organs to fall out. Although she knew she wouldn't truly die, such a scene was simply the same as a living nightmare because the feeling of dying was far too real. Moreover, in these past many days, they had gathered a great amount of merit points. If they died here, most of their merit points would be lost. And with their strength, passing through the brutal second round of eliminations was unlikely. If they died just one more time, they basically wouldn't have any chance of passing anymore. Don't split up with 2 nightmare beasts. Even if we split up, at least 2 of us will die. And the area around true Martial City is far too dangerous right now. If we split up, then we'll die even faster. We have to hurry up and fly towards true Martial City as fast as we can. As long as we can reach the city, the spells protecting it will drive away these 2 abominable nightmare beasts. As the yellow-clothed senior apprentice brother spoke, he flew at an increasingly desperate speed. But at this moment, he discovered that not too far away, a blue-clothed youth was flying in his direction. His movements were light and unhurried, and he seemed to be flying towards them. This blue-clothed youth was Lin Ming. "Someone's here." The yellow-clothed youth was overjoyed as he saw Lin Ming speeding towards him. He didn't think that Lin Ming could kill those horrendous nightmare beasts chasing them. This was because if those 2 nightmare beasts were changed into ranking participants of the true martial great world, they would be ranked between 10,000 and 100,000. They were extremely fierce creatures, and this was not a high-level hunting field near true Martial City, so the chances of them meeting a master here weren't high. The chances of them bumping into a top 10,000 ranked master here were simply impossibly slim. However, if someone new arrived, there was always a chance to turn the tables. Even in a worst-case situation, this new person should be able to divert the attention of the nightmare beasts. Friend, help! We are disciples of Five Flower Mountain. If you can rescue our lives, we will surely thank you again after this first martial meeting is over. As Lin Ming heard this man shouting towards him, he thought this was quite funny. In truth, within the divine dream world, it was already good enough if a participant didn't kick another participant while they were down and take advantage of them, let alone going out of their way to save them. Everyone here was competing against each other, so wouldn't it be foolish to save someone else? Of course, to Lin Ming, this man couldn't be considered competition at all. Lin Ming looked calm as he came to a halt. As the man saw Lin Ming's posture, he was afraid that Lin Ming was underestimating these nightmare beasts and would be immediately killed. He frantically said, "Be careful. These two nightmare beasts came from Demon Ceiling Ridge. They are extremely difficult to deal with. If you join forces with us, then we might be able to coordinate." And before the man could speak another word, a brilliant divine light tore through the horizon, so bright that it nearly blinded him. That divine light blazed past his body at an incredible speed, nearly touching him. At the moment that this divine light came close to him, the man could feel every hair on his body stand up, making him feel incomparably cold, as if he had fallen into the 9 nether abyss. A similar feeling also swelled up within the 2 yellow-clothed junior apprentice sisters. The 2 of them were shocked as their entire bodies became slick with a nervous sweat. But before they could even respond, 2 miserable screeches filled the air. As the 3 people looked back, they were completely shocked. Behind them, the 2 vulture beasts had their 6 heads completely cut off. The wounds were simple and clean without the least bit of waste in movement. Pung, pung. The 2 nightmare beasts died. Their bodies fell down, disintegrating in midair and becoming pure dreamland energy that was absorbed by Lin Ming. After seeing those 2 fierce and repugnant nightmare beasts instantly slain by Lin Ming, the youth gulped. He turned and looked towards Lin Ming with disbelief in his eyes. The 2 yellow-clothed girls' jaws dropped, and they were unable to react for some time. They had actually struck the jackpot. The person they encountered was unexpectedly a top master. He was probably not ranked in the top 100,000 or even 10,000, but ranked in the top 1,000. That meant he was someone who had an extremely high chance of passing the preliminaries. "Thank you for the help, friend." The youth quickly cupped his hands together and bowed in respect. He had the happy expression of someone that had just survived a great catastrophe, as well a tint of embarrassment. He suddenly remembered that when he called out his background to this blue-clothed youth, that youth had probably thought he was a joke. The 2 yellow-clothed girls also hurried to bow, showing their absolute respect to Lin Ming. This was to thank him for his help, and also because they feared that Lin Ming would be displeased and kill them. Within the divine dream space, murder between participants was a common occurrence. Just a minor effort. "I have some matters I would like to ask you, though." The reason that Lin Ming rescued these people was mainly because he wanted to gain some information on True Martial City. He had just arrived here, so he had no understanding of the surrounding situation. For instance, how many masters were at True Martial City, as well as where the hunting grounds with high-level nightmare beasts were. "Friend, please ask. I will try to answer as best as I can." Let me ask you, how come 2 nightmare beasts of that rank were chasing you down near True Martial City?" Lin Ming thought that this was strange. He was extremely close to True Martial City, and yet such powerful nightmare beasts had appeared here. Out of 10,000 martial artists, 9,999 of them might not be their match. The youth ruefully smiled. He said, "It's not as you think. We are at the eastern outskirts of True Martial City. Normally, there shouldn't be any high-level nightmare beasts gathered here. Thus, top masters rarely appear here. The nightmare beasts are extremely low level here, but they are more than enough for us 3 brothers and sisters to deal with. However, a few days ago, there was some change in Demon Ceiling Ridge. A red-furred monster suddenly appeared. This red-furred monster is extremely strange, but also unbelievably powerful. Not only does it kill participants, but it also kills nightmare beasts. I heard that it wrested away a purple crystal from someone and evolved, but I'm not too sure what truly happened. But, in short, that mysterious red-furred monster exudes an aura that causes the high-level nightmare beasts to dread it and run away. Because of the chaos over there, some high-level nightmare beasts fled. Some of those high-level nightmare beasts ran away to the lower-level hunting grounds. And because of that, us insignificant martial artists are experiencing true misery. Demon Ceiling Ridge. Yes, friend, you seem new to this area, so you probably don't know of Demon Ceiling Ridge. Demon Ceiling Ridge is 3,000 miles southwest of true Marshall City. It's a long mountain range covered with towering trees and canyons and glens everywhere. There is also an extremely high concentration of high-level nightmare beasts there. That is the hunting grounds that the top masters of true Marshall City like the most. But now, because of that strange red-furred monster, there aren't as many high-level nightmare beasts in Demon Ceiling Ridge. In addition to that, because of the threat that the red-furred monster poses, many masters have left Demon Ceiling Ridge and have started hunting in the lower-level areas. I see, Lin Ming said. He suddenly had an extremely strong interest in this Demon Ceiling Ridge. The yellow-clothed youth already guessed that Lin Ming would have this response. He warned with good intentions, "Friend, I know that you are extremely strong, but I urge you to reconsider it if you are planning to go to Demon Ceiling Ridge. Right now, if you aren't ranked in the top 100 of true martial great world, it will be hard for you to stay at Demon Ceiling Ridge. And even if you are in the top 100, you will be instantly killed if you run into that red-furred monster. I estimate that only a top 10 ranked martial artist has the ability to preserve their life in front of that ruthless red-furred monster." To the yellow-clothed youth, a top 10 ranked character of a great world was simply a legend. Although Lin Ming had instantly killed those 2 nightmare beasts, that sort of action was still far from qualifying one as a top 10 ranked master of a great world. Lin Ming faintly smiled, not explaining anything. He definitely wanted to go to Demon Ceiling Ridge more and more. The yellow-clothed youth saw that Lin Ming had no intention of heeding his advice, but there wasn't anything else he could say. After all, they had only met by chance here. He cupped his fists together and said, "Friend, are you planning on entering the city? How about we go together?" I plan on finding a residence before heading back out to hunt," Lin Ming casually said. The 2 girls were ecstatic upon hearing this. If Lin Ming was with them, this meant that they would be safe on their return trip. They had already changed their plans. Once they returned to the city, they would then trade locations for an even lower-level hunting ground. The surrounding areas near here were becoming far too terrifying for them. Chapter 12:01 Murder. Chapter 12:01 Murder. With the direction of 5 Flower Mountain's 3 disciples, Lin Ming found a very good residence at true Marshall City. And as the several people walked along, he was able to glean a general situation of true Marshall City's masters through their conversations together, and of the strongest characters because they hadn't yet formally fought each other. It was impossible to say just who was stronger or weaker. One was only able to obtain a general feeling. Most people believed that Dragon Fong was the number 1 master of the true martial great world. Dragon Fong was only a nickname. No one knew his true name. Within the divine dream world, many people used a nickname. Dragon Fong's weapon was the Dragon Fong blade. His origin was a mystery. He didn't come from the true martial Holy Lands, and it was possible that he didn't come from a world king level Holy Land. As for where he truly came from, no one knew. But what everyone knew for certain was that Dragonfong's merit points ranking was not number 1, but ranked in the top 5. The number 1 ranking belonged to the top genius of the true martial Holy Lands, Wu Final Cloud. Wu Final Cloud was also undoubtedly one of the strongest participants within the true martial great world. After Lin Ming learned all this, he suspiciously asked if Wu Final Cloud is ranked first, then why are there more people that think Dragonfong is stronger? The yellow-clothed youth said, "You can probably already make a guess from what I've said, and that is that people from the true martial Holy Lands give Dragonfong a wide berth if they see him. Dragonfong claimed a hunting area, and no one from the true martial Holy Lands is able to take it away from him. No one else is afforded this sort of treatment. The true martial Holy Lands is the massive titan of true martial city. Normally, anyone that sees them should be quaking with fear." "Oh," Lin Ming asked, an eyebrow shooting up. Within immemorial imperial city, this sort of situation didn't exist. Besides one's family background indicating their relative strength, there was no other advantage. It wasn't like true martial city, where one could directly suppress all others with their background of the true martial Holy Lands. The yellow-clothed youth continued to say, "If you think about it some more, you'll understand the reasons. In true martial city, the true martial Holy Lands has the most geniuses, as well as the strongest geniuses. No one dares to provoke them. Even if your strength is equal to theirs, no one is able to summon the courage to oppose them. All of the best nearby hunting grounds have been claimed by them, and there are very few areas that are divided to others. Moreover, if you were to meet them in the wild, all you could do is allow them to kill you. Escaping alive would be the best situation possible. And even then, it is impossible to take revenge against them. Your only choice is to endure the shame. If you were to kill them, then once they revive the next day, there will simply be stronger martial artists chasing after you. And if you kill them, stronger people will follow behind them. This is simply like the gangs of the mortal world. Even if you killed some unimportant figure of that gang, that is equal to slapping that gang in the face. They might use all of their forces to chase you down in order to retaliate. The only exception would be if you were stronger than everyone from the true martial Holy Lands. And Dragonfong has managed to accomplish this." The yellow-clothed youth's face was filled with admiration as he spoke to hear. It was clear that he was filled with awe and reverence towards Dragonfong, someone who was able to face off against the entire true martial Holy Lands with just their strength alone. Lin Ming also felt a great deal of admiration towards Dragonfong as he heard this. He let out a light sigh. It seemed that even if Empyrean Divine Dream was managing this first martial meeting, it was still impossible for her to form a completely fair tournament between 10 quadrillion geniuses. A genius from a great background had much more support and help than someone who came from a humble origin. For someone from a top sect, it was much easier to gain merit points. However, for Empyrean Divine Dream to do what she had done already could be called perfection. As the tournament continued forwards, it would become increasingly fair. "Has Dragonfong fought with Wu Final Cloud yet?" Lin Ming asked. "I've only heard some rumors. It's said that the two of them fought for the briefest moment just once. A high-ranked character from the true martial Holy Lands wanted to kill Dragonfong and steal away his merit points to increase their own ranking, but the result was that they were easily killed off by Dragonfong instead. Then, after this person revived, he crawled over to his elder senior apprentice brother, Wu Final Cloud, and asked him to deal with Dragonfong in order to help him take revenge. Then, it was said that Wu Final Cloud encountered Dragonfong at Demon Ceiling Ridge. The two of them fought for just a single move, and Wu Final Cloud was the one that was forced back by Dragonfong's sword. Then Wu Final Cloud brought his several junior apprentice brothers away without saying a single word further. Those several junior apprentice brothers he brought with him were also highly ranked martial artists of the true martial Holy Lands. but even several of them together weren't able to do anything to Dragon Fong. From that day on, no one from the true martial Holy Lands dared to move against Dragon Fong again. Whenever they see Dragon Fong, all of them scurry away with their tails between their legs. I don't know if Dragon Fong really fought with Wu Final Cloud, but everyone can see that the disciples of the true martial Holy Lands all fear Dragon Fong and avoid him as much as possible. Thus, many people took this as a sign that Dragon Fong is the top master of the true martial great world, and merit point rankings also don't represent everything. There are some masters that don't care about fame and only wish to challenge stronger masters. The yellow-clothed youth spoke in a rush. After hearing this, Lin Ming was also quite interested in this Dragon Fong character. Wu Final Cloud, Dragon Fong. This Dragon Fong's background is quite the mystery. He isn't from the true martial Holy Lands, and yet he's so powerful. The divine realm is incomparably broad, so there must be people that stumble upon heaven-defying lucky chances, and also those with talent that surpasses all belief. For someone like him to appear isn't unusual at all. The geniuses of Great World King Holy Lands were strong, but a Great World King Holy Land was limited in the number of people they had. A Great World King Holy Land might have 1 trillion some people in their ranks. But when the geniuses of these Great World King Holy Lands were compared to all the rare, extraordinary people that appeared within the trillion people of the divine realm, it was unknown just who was stronger. I'll have to go to Demon Ceiling Ridge first. Lin Ming made this plan. Then he left True Martial City, launched his movement technique, and flew straight towards Demon Ceiling Ridge. For Lin Ming, a 3,000-mile distance only took an incense stick of time to traverse. As Lin Ming approached Demon Ceiling Ridge, he released his senses. He could see countless massive and brilliant divine dream lights appearing in his mind's eye. Many of these masses of lights were even brighter than Lin Ming himself. Of course, this was because Lin Ming's ranking had precipitously dropped, and he had fallen out of the top 100 rankings of the true martial great world. There are many powerful nightmare beasts over there. If I kill them, I'll be able to obtain a good number of merit points. Underneath the gaze of Lin Ming's divine sense, there was no powerful nightmare beast that was able to escape his eyes. In terms of killing nightmare beasts, there was no one as fast or effective as Lin Ming. Lin Ming had just started to fly towards those several nightmare beasts when a grim voice sounded out, dripping with killing intent. "Friend, these are our hunting grounds. Don't you understand the rules?" Lin Ming frowned. He turned around to see that not too far away, 6 martial artists had gathered. They were all of different sizes, but the clothes they wore all had the same patterns. They had a strange symbol embroidered on their right chest area that seemed to resemble an abstract, true character. Lin Ming had seen this symbol many times in immemorial Imperial City before. When he first arrived at the divine dream world, he had also seen 2 geniuses of the true martial Holy Lands that had this symbol on their foreheads. It was clear that these people were all from the true martial Holy Lands. It seems that those 3 people from 5 Flower Mountain were correct. These people from the true martial Holy Lands are simply a domineering bunch that have occupied the best hunting areas around True Martial City. Martial artists from smaller sects are only able to share in the leftovers. As Lin Ming was thinking this, one of those 6 people said, "Big brother, why are you speaking so kindly to the likes of him? He's clearly a newbie to this area. We might as well just kill him here and get it over him. I just wonder if this idiot has any merit points we can share in." This person spoke in an extremely loud voice, clearly wanting Lin Ming to hear him. Beside him was someone that seemed to be the captain of their group. This was the person who had first warned Lin Ming. He had dark skin and was extremely tall. His eyes were sharp and his face was angular. This dark-skinned man narrowed his eyes and examined Lin Ming's cultivation. He felt as if there was something a bit strange about Lin Ming. He wouldn't recklessly attack those that he didn't understand. But this didn't mean he was afraid. Within the entirety of true Marshall City, besides a select few people, there was no one that dared to attack him. I'll say it one last time. Leave here. This is our hunting area. His words didn't seem rude, nor overly disrespectful, but the truth was that a hidden undercurrent of killing intent and threat lay beneath his words, menacing and aggressive. Didn't you hear him? If you don't want to die, then hurry up and fuck off. You can consider yourself lucky this time. The dark-skinned man's little brother shouted out once more. In truth, this little brother of his wasn't someone from the true Marshall Holy Lands, but merely an underling. Many times, a dog would eagerly bark out loud, even if their master remained quiet. Lin Ming laughed. His lips curved up in a smile as he spoke, and he looked at this underling like he was looking at an idiotic clown. In all my years, I've walked where I wanted to using my own 2 legs. What do you mean, fuck off? How about you demonstrate that for me? You are courting death, that little brother said, enraged. He was the first to attack, and as he attacked, the other 5 people behind him also moved. Although the dark-skinned man felt a bit of caution towards Lin Ming, this was only because he didn't completely understand Lin Ming's limit and background, not because he feared Lin Ming himself. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 swords turned into beams of light that thrust towards Lin Ming's heart and throat. At the same time, someone arrived behind Lin Ming in a flash of smoke, a thick saber in their hands chopping downwards towards Lin Ming's head. All of this happened in just a split second. However, just as these people thought they were about to succeed, Lin Ming also moved at an unbelievable speed approaching fantasy, a speed that none of the 6 were able to react to. Lin Ming's body suddenly shot forwards, leaving behind nothing but an afterimage. The attacks of the 6 people all missed. Whoosh. The Phoenix Blood Spear came whistling out. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear, and the cold spear point drew a crescent moon in the air. With a flash of red light, without a martial skill, and only a single overwhelming move, 3 disciples of the true martial great world were instantly sheared in half at the waist, blood raining down. 3 people were instantly killed, leaving 3 behind. These 3 people included the dark-skinned captain, as well as his loud underling. What? The 3 remaining participants looked down to the ground and saw the 3 corpses still gushing blood. This sudden change caused all of them to be shocked. They knew that they had absolutely kicked their foot against a brick wall this time. The difference in strength was simply too great. There was no chance of them escaping. Although they had really stumbled into a pile of crap, the dark-skinned youth still kept his calm. This was because he knew he had someone backing him from behind. The dark-skinned youth's heart shrank as he saw Lin Ming's expressionless face and blood-stained spear. Stop. Friend, I apologize if you were offended just now, but this is all a grave misunderstanding. We are disciples of the true Marshall Holy Lands, so you should give us some face. You killed those 3 people just now, but you also didn't know who they were. I can help you resolve this issue and take responsibility for this matter, so that no one will try to retaliate against you. The dark-skinned youth hurriedly said, afraid that Lin Ming would know he was from the true Marshall Holy Lands. Chapter 12, O2, Cultivating Essence, Energy, and Divine. Chapter 12, O2, Cultivating Essence, Energy, and Divine. After Lin Ming listened to this dark-skinned youth's words, he laughed, and in a very reckless manner. As that rampant underling from before saw Lin Ming's smiling face, he was horrified. Even so, he mustered up his courage and put on a brave face, saying, "Is it funny? What are you laughing about?" Then he pointed at the symbol on his robes. This is the true martial symbol. It is something that is impossible to fake. In this dreamland space, everything is the same as in reality, and you can even look it up yourself. As long as you pour your true essence into it, you'll know that it is real. Lin Ming chuckled. I'm laughing at all the idiotic nonsense you're spouting. Do you think I don't know you're from the true martial Holy Lands? The dark-skinned youth stiffened. He gloomily said, the true martial Holy Lands is the influence that is currently in control of true Martial City. If you kill a disciple of the true martial Holy Lands, you will be the one killed in the future. Do you really think that you can face the entirety of the true martial Holy Lands by yourself? Our lives are not valuable at all. Even if we die, we won't lose too many merit points. But you are different. Your merit points are enough to rank you in the top 50 masters of true martial great world. The dark-skinned youth bit out, the threat evident in his words. Face the entirety of the true martial Holy Lands. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. If you didn't say that, I wouldn't have thought of this. But now that you mention it, that's quite a good idea. I'm missing some merit points right now, so if you people are planning on delivering some snacks to me, then go ahead. I'll welcome all of you. The dark-skinned youth's complexion sank. He suddenly said, You have no idea of death or danger. Attack together. The dark-skinned youth shouted. After stumbling into such a lunatic, he had no hopes of still living after this. The final counterattack of these three people was fierce, but in front of Lin Ming, it was nothing at all. The Phoenix Blood Spear swept out. All of their attacks were completely crushed. You will pay for this. The dark-skinned youth shouted. His saber cut towards Lin Ming's throat, but the Phoenix Blood Spear was already a step ahead. It passed right through his heart. Soon after, a blazing spear light flashed out, and the other two people were cut apart, their blood splashing out into the skies. I will remember you. The dark-skinned youth glared at Lin Ming as his body fell down. In just 10 short breaths of time, the 6 martial artists had been completely wiped out. Their bodies turned into pure dreamland energy that fused into Lin Ming's body, where it was absorbed by the divine dream marks on his soul. 6 people altogether gave me a total of 1,000,000 merit points. Not bad. Lin Ming looked up his own merit points and saw that he had finally broken through 10 million. He guessed that these people were ranked around 200 at true martial great world. As for that dark-skinned youth, he contributed the most points to Lin Ming at around 500,000. The other 5 people contributed the other 500,000, compared to the first round of eliminations. Although these participants were in similar positions, the number of merit points had increased by far too much. Otherwise, if Lin Ming killed participants of this level, the rise in his merit points shouldn't be so high. My divine dream marks are even more complete, but these newest 2 divine dream marks have an even greater need for dreamland energy than the first 2. It seems that every time I form another divine dream mark, I'll need more and more dreamland energy. I wonder just what it will be like the further I cultivate them. I do not have Empyrean divine dreams, transcendent divine might, and can only rely on the magic cube to help me perceive the method to this miraculous ability. Even if the magic cube is a heaven-defying tool, it still isn't enough. It might be able to help me at the start, but the further I go, the less useful it will be. As Lin Ming understood the divine dream law more and more, his admiration towards Empyrean divine dream increased by leaps and bounds. He simply had no idea how Empyrean divine dream had managed to create such a brilliant, transcendent divine might. Lin Ming gradually realized that the divine dream law was not just its own independent system of laws, but also something that could be an independent cultivation system. Currently, Lin Ming trained in 2 types of cultivation systems. One was the body transformation system, and one was the essence gathering system. As he thought about it, body transformation trained the mortal body. In terms of essence, energy, and divine, this would be called flesh and blood essence. Body transformation was to refine the flesh and blood and temper one's essence. Finally, one's body would be similar to a god beast, a being with incomparably powerful defensive power. With just a single step, one could sunder the earth. As for the essence gathering system, that was to cultivate the dantian and to grow one's inner world, constantly gathering energy within it. In essence, energy and divine. This represented energy. Heaven and earth origin energy was this energy. And essence gathering was to cultivate a breathing technique that could gather the spiritual energy of the world, becoming more and more in tune with the power of nature. But whether it was training the body or training one's dantian, there was something that was impossible to cultivate. That was the divine soul. Normally, a martial artist would increase their soul force by studying a few supporting skills such as alchemy, refining array formations, and so forth. The further one studied these skills, the more they could increase their soul force. There were even some sects that developed a number of arcane skills that trained the divine soul. For instance, the overbearing soul tactic that Lin Ming had first practiced a long time ago was one such technique. But this technique didn't fuse true essence into the soul. It simply enhanced one's soul force. There was an overwhelming difference between the overbearing soul tactic and the divine dream law. For comparison, the overbearing soul tactic could be considered the exercise techniques of a mortal. If they jogged every day, lifted weights, and trained their body, then after a long time their body would become stronger, and they would naturally have an advantage in fights. As for the divine dream law, that was the true training of a sect's martial artists. One could train, enhancing their cultivation and rising in boundaries and accomplish miraculous things. They could split apart oceans and shatter mountains. The difference between these two techniques could be imagined. So, if one continued with this train of thought, then if one were able to cultivate the divine dream law to perfection, one could learn a completely new cultivation system, the soul cultivation system, body transformation, essence gathering, divine refining. If one could practice all three of these systems, they could completely train in essence, energy, and divine. If a martial artist could cultivate all three systems, what boundary would they be able to reach in the future? As Lin Ming thought of this, his mind bubbled with anticipation. To a martial artist, essence, energy, and divine were all indispensable. If one solely cultivated body transformation or essence gathering, then they would always have a weakness. An essence gathering martial artist had a weak body. They had to constantly create shields of protective true essence around themselves. And once this protective true essence shattered, their mortal body would easily be torn apart. For instance, if Lin Ming killed someone now, even if they were a divine sea master, if he were to rip out their heart or tear off their head, then they would die, no matter how strong they were. But if one was solely a body transformation martial artist, then even if their body was powerful, they would be lacking in flexibility. Without the support of the essence gathering system, they would not be able to display their speed, striking power, or explosive force to the limit. But even if a martial artist cultivated body and energy, there were still flaws. For instance, M.O. Eversnow. She was a rare, heaven-gifted genius who would have become a great world king character in the future. Even though she dual cultivated in body and energy, she still managed to reach a half-step world king cultivation at an extremely young age. She had even nearly stepped into the legendary 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But even for someone as gifted as her, once her body disintegrated and her inner world was shattered, leaving nothing behind but her divine soul, she became extremely weak. Her combat strength had fallen to that of the weakest early divine lord martial artist. Moreover, if she used too much energy, her soul would suffer damage, and she might fall into a deep slumber. In the end, this was caused by the fragility of M.O. Eversnow's soul. If she had been able to cultivate her soul to an extremely high boundary and allow her soul to directly move energy, then she would never have ended up in such a state. Even if a Holy Lord-level powerhouse faced Mo Eversnow's remnant soul form, they would still be instantly killed. If there could really be called a peak of martial arts in this world, then the person who could climb to that peak could be called a true divinity, a being whose lifespan surpassed the sun and the moon and even the boundless universe. Such a person might be skilled in all three aspects of essence, energy, and soul, someone who reached the peak of all existence. If one cultivated essence, energy, and divine to the limit, would there be a qualitative change? As Lin Ming thought of this, he could only sigh with emotion. He hadn't even managed to fully dual cultivate body and energy, and now he had to add another cultivation system. Soul cultivation. If he cultivated all three systems to perfection, then Lin Ming might become the most terrifying martial artist to ever exist since ancient times. However, if he failed to fully cultivate all three systems to perfection, then he would have wasted his energy and also his time. Of course, there was no need for Lin Ming to consider what cultivation paths to take. With his character, he was destined to never let go of any opportunity that walked across his path. He would cultivate essence, energy, and divine, especially since Lin Ming possessed the heaven-defying cheat tool called the Magic Cube. For an entire day, Lin Ming constantly cut down nightmare beasts in Demon Ceiling Ridge, as well as familiarized himself with the surrounding environment. With his powerful soul force supporting him, as well as his current understandings of the divine dream law, he was able to sense all powerful nightmare beasts and participants within 100 to 200 miles. None of them were able to escape Lin Ming's sense. Lin Ming was able to sense them, but they weren't able to sense him. This gave Lin Ming a tremendous superiority. As Lin Ming hunted more and more, he continually gathered dreamland energy within his body, becoming more and more powerful. And at the end of the day, the 6 true martial Holy Land martial artists that were killed by Lin Ming finally revived. In the deep dark, the dark-skinned youth's eyes flashed open, hatred and anger shining in them. "Brat, you are dead." Chapter 12:03 High Dragon. Chapter 12:03 High Dragon. Bang. The dark-skinned youth angrily rushed out of his dwelling, his long hair recklessly flying behind him, his face like that of a starving wolf. Closely behind him were his several fellow junior apprentices and his underling. These people were all seething with rage. "Big brother, that man actually dared to—" "There's no need to say anything further. We will look for senior apprentice Brother High Dragon and have him pay for what he did," the dark-skinned youth angrily said from between clenched teeth. "Good. Senior apprentice Brother High Dragon is ranked in the top 10 of this great world. This time we'll be the ones to kill him," the dark-skinned youth's underling diabolically said. "Humph! How can my true martial Holy Lands be so easily bullied? His only option is to never leave the city. Otherwise, we'll kill him every time we see him until he's begging for mercy. Only then will I consider forgiving him." "Ha ha! What Big Brother said is right. We have to make sure he doesn't move and obediently lets us all kill him to make up for our lost merit points." "That's right." The several other martial artists echoed together. The dark-skinned youth traced his spatial ring, and the light of a sound-transmitting talisman shot through the skies. Within the divine dream world, one could use sound-transmitting talismans just like in the real world. The several people soon received a response. "We're in luck. Senior apprentice Brother High Dragon hasn't left to hunt, but is still in the city. Let's go see him." "Great." Everyone followed the dark-skinned youth, and in several blinks of an eye, they arrived at their senior apprentice Brother High Dragon's residence. The dark-skinned youth respectfully stood in front of the door and said, "Senior apprentice Brother High Dragon, true martial Holy Lands, White Martial Hall Disciple Dong, shall request an audience." The dark-skinned youth said as he maintained his respectful pose. After some time, an indifferent voice came out from the room. Enter. Yes. The dark-skinned youth cautiously opened the door. The room was extremely simple, with only a single stone bed in the center. A white-haired youth sat cross-legged on the stone bed. A large red snake was wrapped around him. This red snake had a single horn on its head. It was a high-level contract beast known as a unicorn dragon. As for Senior Apprentice Brother Hydreigon's nickname, it was because of this giant snake. I greet Senior Apprentice Brother Hydreigon. The dark-skinned youth bowed. Hydreigon nodded and said, "What is it?" Reporting to Senior Apprentice Brother, "Us White Marshall Hall disciples have been hunting nightmare beasts in the 3rd area grounds at Demon Ceiling Ridge. But yesterday, an obnoxious boy completely unaware of the rules rushed into our hunting grounds. Not only did he ignore our advice, but he suddenly attacked us and killed us all." The dark-skinned youth's voice was filled with outraged indignation. The 5 others with him also echoed him, as if they had suffered some great injustice. Hydreigon sneered and said, "I have no idea what you fellows have done, but you likely thought your opponent was easy to bully. Thus you provoked him. Finally, you ended up kicking iron and were all killed instead. But no matter the reason, it is still unallowable for anyone to kill disciples of my true martial holy lands. I will help you this one time." Being seen through by Hydreigon, the dark-skinned youth was a bit embarrassed. But as the dark-skinned youth heard that Hydreigon would only help once, he was a bit unwilling as he said, "Senior Apprentice Brother Hydreigon, killing him just one time is going too easy on him. We did think that he was the type that we could bully, but afterwards, when us brothers argued with him and said that we came from the true martial holy lands, that boy only responded with a few words. He said in his exact words, 'I'm missing some merit points right now, so if you people are planning on delivering some snacks to me, then go ahead. I'll welcome all of you.' I can make an oath on my heart of martial arts that he said these words. I'm not exaggerating at all." Hydreigon frowned, his face darkening. "He said that he wants the disciples of my true martial holy lands to deliver merit points to him. It's completely true. The way he acted was far too arrogant. He simply doesn't place our true martial holy lands in his eyes." The dark-skinned youth hurriedly said, "I see." Hydreigon stood up, his eyes narrowing, but from within the slits of his eyes, one could make out a faint trace of icy cold killing intent. The dark-skinned youth was overjoyed as he saw Hydreigon's new expression. He knew that Hydreigon had finally been moved to a killing anger. This Senior Apprentice Brother Hydreigon was usually a quiet man of few words, but once he was angered, the consequences were dire. "Where is he?" Hydreigon tersely asked. "He should still be at Demon Ceiling Ridge." Hydreigon no longer spoke. He casually stepped forwards and left the room, flying straight towards Demon Ceiling Ridge. "This is great. Let's go and follow him," the dark-skinned youth said to the several martial artists behind him, pleased as a peach. "You damned brat, now you're dead. If you originally only killed us, then it wouldn't have caused such serious consequences. With your cheap mouth, you've managed to provoke the anger of Senior Apprentice Brother Hydreigon." The dark-skinned youth wildly laughed. Then he flew with the 5 other people towards Demon Ceiling Ridge. At this time, within the good fortune great world, in the unbroken cult's floating palace dash, Mu Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan, as well as the elders of the unbroken cult were gathered in a grand hall. From a window of this grand hall, one could see the distant horizon. In the far-off distance, one could see the incomparably massive divine seal decree that seemed as if it connected the heavens and the earth together. "Big Sister Qinyu, it seems that Brother Lin's ranking has finally risen," Qin Xingxuan happily said. "He suddenly rose 8,000 ranks all of a sudden. Although he has slowed down, he is still steadily rising. It's only rising, not falling at all." Lin Ming's position had originally fallen down to around rank 296,000. He had been about to fall off the divine seal decree altogether. Qin Xingxuan had been worried for him, but now his ranking had risen to 280,000. This left Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu overjoyed. Mu Qinyu had also been the one to assure Qin Xingxuan that Lin Ming's ranking would undoubtedly rise. The higher Lin Ming's results were, the greater importance the unbroken cult would place on him, and the easier it would be for them to meet Lin Ming again. Mu Qinyu said, when Lin Ming's ranking rose by 800, that should be because he killed some participants. But now that the speed of his rising has slowed down, that should be because he is killing nightmare beasts instead. If this continues, then Lin Ming will slowly return to the top 30,000 rankings. When Lin Ming killed the dark-skinned youth and his 5 companions, he had obtained over 1 million merit points from them. But the dark-skinned youth and the others weren't ranked on the divine sea decree, and their merit points weren't very high to begin with. Thus, even though Lin Ming had killed 6 of them, he still didn't rise by much. In fact, in these past 2 months, there were many higher-ranked participants who had an absurdly high number of merit points. The difference between them and Lin Ming was simply ridiculous. Ha ha! I said that with young hero Lin's ability, he absolutely would not continue falling. I don't know why, but for some strange reason, young hero Lin waits until the final moments to move. But as long as he moves, he is amazing. Once young hero Lin puts in a bit more effort, his position will definitely rise. We just spoke a little bit, and yet young hero Lin's ranking has risen by over a dozen. According to this speed, he'll be able to rise by 10,000 to 20,000 every day. With another month remaining, he will definitely rise back to the top 30,000 rankings. He might even rise to the top 20,000 rankings. Ha! The unbroken cult's elder heartily laughed. 2 misses, there is no need to worry. Once the preliminaries end, young hero Lin will be brought over to where the semifinals will be held. At that time, I will personally escort you 2 to meet young hero Lin. The semifinals only have 10 million people participating. With young hero Lin's results, finding him will definitely be easy. Thank you, great elder. Us disciples, as well as our husband, will surely remember this graciousness. Mu Qinyu sincerely said. She was well aware that the reason the great elder was doing all of this was because of Lin Ming. Thus, she mentioned Lin Ming to reassure the great elder. As the great elder heard Mu Qinyu speak, he stroked his beard, a wide smile crossing his face. Divine dream world demon ceiling ridge. On a black mountain hundreds of times harder than steel, massive cracks dotted the landscape as if some giant beast had taken bites out of the mountain. Countless corpses of nightmare beasts fell from the sky, littering the land. They slowly dissipated, vanishing into pure energy that was absorbed by Lin Ming. There was nothing left behind but the rancid smell of blood that couldn't seem to be washed away. A coppery tang filled the air. The energy of these ordinary nightmare beasts really isn't enough. The only choice I have is to kill a few powerful monsters or find some top-ranked participants with a great deal of merit points. If I continue obtaining dreamland energy like this, then who knows how long it will take to cultivate the 3rd and 4th divine dream marks to perfection. Lin Ming thought out loud. He closed his eyes, and all the powerful nightmare beasts and participants for 100 miles appeared within his mind. He chose the direction with the highest concentration of energy, and then his body flashed as he flew over. Whoosh! A blue beam of light cut through the skies. In just several breaths of time, Lin Ming fell down, landing on a giant rock. Who is it? As Lin Ming landed on the rock, several martial artists looked over to him. One of them began circulating his true essence, his entire body vigilant as he turned his weapons towards him. They all wore the uniform sect clothing of the true martial Holy Lands. The symbol of the true martial Holy Lands was stitched onto their robes. But As these martial artists saw Lin Ming appear, all of them looked ill. It's that spear master that has been popping up everywhere lately. Yes, that red spear is unmistakable. For the last 2 or 3 days, Lin Ming had been killing strong nightmare beasts in Demon Ceiling Ridge. There were some martial artists that didn't place Lin Ming in their eyes and wanted to deal with him, but the end result was that all of them were cleanly killed off by him instead. Some of Lin Ming's battles were naturally seen by other martial artists. Between the different participants, different cliques would form, and they would also share information between each other. Thus, in Demon Ceiling Ridge, a powerful person would easily become infamous. Although there would be some idiots recklessly attacking these people from the start, once these strong individuals repeatedly revealed their formidable strength, everyone would slowly begin to hide from them instead. Lin Ming was currently in such a situation. If a normal martial artist appeared in the domain of the true martial Holy Lands, then they would have already been driven away. But Lin Ming was different. The disciples of the true martial Holy Lands feared him instead. Friend, do you plan on stealing this place away? Out of the several true martial Holy Land disciples, a black-haired youth grimly spoke up. Lin Ming faintly smiled. In the preliminaries, the divine dream world is a place where all participants may freely hunt as they wish. All hunting grounds here are ownerless, so how can I possibly steal anything away from you? The black-haired youth's face darkened, but he didn't dare to attack. He knew that he wasn't Lin Ming's match, but he couldn't bear the shame and anger of retreating like this. As he was stuck in this conundrum, he suddenly heard an uproarious laughter fill the air. He turned around to see a blurry shadow flying towards him. That is Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon? Ha! Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon has arrived. Wonderful! Chapter 1204, Life Laws. Chapter 1204, Life Laws. Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon? As the other martial artists heard the black-haired youth's words, all of them looked up into the sky. They saw a white-haired man flying towards them. Although he didn't seem to be flying too fast, his movements caused a whistling friction with the air, indicating that no one was able to judge his true speed. In just several blinks of an eye, the white-haired man flew all the way from the distant horizon towards them. He fell down in a beam, landing on a large black boulder, and causing it to crack in half, crushed stone flying into the air. Just his aura alone left everyone shocked. After this white-haired youth stood tall, he looked at Lin Ming. Strong winds howled around him, and his clothes fluttered in the wind, his hair dancing behind him. His pupils were a light iron gray, and what was strange was that the shape of his pupils were vertical slits, just like those of a snake. A giant red snake was also coiled around his shoulders. This large snake had a horn protruding from its head, and its thick body writhed around the white-haired youth. The snake's head was settled right beside the white-haired youth, and it glared at Lin Ming, sharp fangs revealed. As the several true martial Holy Lands disciples saw that horned snake, all of them were overjoyed. It really is Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon. Ha! Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon is a top 10 ranked master of the true martial great world. We're saved. Humph, you know nothing. Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon strength can rank above 10th place. He can be ranked at least 7th or 6th. It's simply that Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon doesn't like to flaunt his skills. The sudden arrival of High Dragon drew praise and acclaim from all of the true martial Holy Lands disciples. But High Dragon clearly didn't like this sort of praise. He faintly frowned, glancing over at the disciples and immediately silencing them. Then those disciples switched to speaking about Lin Ming's sins. Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon, you have to help us Junior Apprentice brothers. This spear-using fellow not only wanted to drive us out of our hard-fought hunting grounds, but he even attacked us. Yeah, in these past 2 days, this person has already killed many disciples of the true martial Holy Lands. Moreover, he is strong, so we can only allow ourselves to be bullied. We can't even run away. He completely ignores the prestige of our true martial Holy Lands. He is far too arrogant. He doesn't place our true martial Holy Lands in his eyes. As these people spoke, several more beams of light fell down from the sky as more martial artists landed. These were the 6 martial artists that Lin Ming first killed upon arriving at Demon Ceiling Ridge. When enemies met, grudges would flare up once more. As the dark-skinned youth saw Lin Ming, he savagely laughed, saying, "Brat, we've spent a day and a half searching for you, and here you are. I knew that you were in Demon Ceiling Ridge. You are too rampant for your own good. Ha ha ha. Now let me see just how rampant you can be. You dare to say that our true martial Holy Lands disciples are to deliver merit points to you. It's as if you really want to die. From this point on, every time you step out of the city, our true martial Holy Lands will hunt you down until you have 0 merit points." Hee, Big Brother is right. Brat, if you know your limits, then you'd better crawl on your knees and beg for mercy. We might decide to forgive you after killing you a few times. The dark-skinned youth's underling echoed, but their words actually aroused High Dragon's disgust. He coldly looked at those 2, immediately shutting them up. The dark-skinned youth and his underling awkwardly laughed twice and then no longer spoke. High Dragon turned to look at Lin Ming and then slowly and coldly said, "You said that you wish for the true martial Holy Lands to look for you, and also that the disciples of my true martial Holy Lands are to deliver merit points to you, right?" Although High Dragon's words were slow, they contained a deep pressure. If a martial artist with a weaker cultivation were to hear his question, they would find it difficult to withstand his pressure. Lin Ming faintly smiled. "You came for that? Well, you're right, I said that. Your true martial Holy Lands is nothing but a bully that takes away the best hunting grounds. In this Demon Ceiling Ridge, the best hunting places were all occupied by you fellows. Others are only able to share in a bit of the leftovers. If anyone comes close to you, then they will be threatened or even killed. And it's only you killing others and not others killing you. How could there be such a truth in this world? Since some idiots dare to attack me and say that they want to kill me until my merit points are 0, I'll do the same. I'll stand right here and wait for you. If one of you comes, then I'll kill one of you. If 2 of you come, then I'll kill 2 of you." Lin Ming didn't fear the pressure from High Dragon's aura. In fact, he didn't even feel it at all. High Dragon remained silent. His eyes narrowed, but the light that burst out from his eyes contained an endless killing intent. I don't care about what the reason is. And I also don't care about how the disciples of my true martial Holy Lands act. They are they, and I am I. If you had only killed the disciples of my true martial Holy Lands, then I wouldn't care about you at all. But since you dare to look down at my true martial Holy Lands, your fate will be nothing but death." As High Dragon spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. This sword appeared extremely abruptly, and no one was able to see just how it appeared. It was as if this sword had been in his hand from the start. This sword was a spirit artifact. The sword blade was crimson, a red as thick and lush as blood. It was thin like a cicada's wing, and less than an inch wide. It appeared soft, as if it would naturally bend on its own, just like a blood jade belt. Lin Ming looked at this sword, a bit startled. The stranger a weapon was, the more difficult it would be to deal with, because one wasn't familiar in how to do so. Of the present High Dragon, whether it was his weapon or that horned snake that wrapped around his body, everything about him was strange. If High Dragon met an opponent that was evenly matched or even slightly stronger, that person might feel some dread facing him. If they were not careful, they might be ruined by High Dragon's strange abilities. Lin Ming flourished the Phoenix Blood Spear. He shook his hand, and the spear shaft suddenly trembled, emitting a faint buzzing sound. High Dragon's expression was blank. At this moment, the large snake around his shoulders suddenly emitted a brilliant red light. As this intense red light flashed, an unbelievable sight occurred. The body of that large snake seemed to melt down, all of it fusing into High Dragon's body. Lin Ming's eyes widened. What was this? Was this the ability of a contract beast? At this time, High Dragon moved. His movements were silent, but his speed was phenomenal. In just an instant, he had arrived right in front of Lin Ming, the soft sword in his hand, thrusting straight towards him. High Dragon's movements were too fast. This was the same as snapping out a rope. The rope would be lax at the start, but as it continued onwards, the final snapped motion would exceed the initial speed as it struck the enemy. This sort of weapon was less like a sword and more like a whip. Whoosh! With a light sound, the red soft sword suddenly stretched forwards. The sword point was like a viper's tongue, thrusting straight towards Lin Ming's head. As this soft sword approached him, Lin Ming felt the blood boil within his body. It was like the power of blood within his body was being pulled back by some strange force, ready to burst out from his body. Blood laws. Lin Ming's pupils widened. He revolved his true essence and relied on his powerful body transformation technique to suppress the restless blood energy within him. His body moved, turning into an afterimage as he drew backwards. Show! The sword light shot over Lin Ming's shoulder, straight into the skies. Although it didn't pierce Lin Ming, it still caused the blood energy within his body to tumble about. Lin Ming's sense followed the bright red sword light as it passed behind him. He saw the sword light flying through the skies and passing near a flying nightmare beast. Although the sword light was several hundred feet away from the nightmare beast, what was incredible was that as that sword light passed by the nightmare beast suddenly shook, and its entire body burst apart like a broken bag of blood. Bits of ruined flesh flew in all directions, causing a shower of blood. In the blink of an eye, that flying nightmare beast had been reduced to nothing but crushed meat and blood. Moreover, it hadn't even been struck by High Dragon's sword light. Its blood energy had simply been excited by that sword light. This was one of the concepts of the blood laws. It was capable of galvanizing the blood energy within an opponent and causing all of that blood energy to erupt. It was even able to draw out all of the flesh and blood essence from an opponent, causing their body to blow up. As long as this sword light approached someone, such would be their fate. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. This High Dragon's methods of combat were far too ruthless and cunning. If a normal martial artist thought that they had dodged High Dragon's sword light, they would have already died. Even Lin Ming had been impacted a bit. He had absorbed the dragon marrow and phoenix blood, so the power of blood within his body was extremely stable and strong. But on the other hand, the power of blood within his body was far more formidable than that of a normal martial artist. If his blood was pulled about by the blood laws, the energy that erupted would be that much greater. Body transformation, martial artist. High Dragon had an extremely keen sensitivity towards the power of blood. He was able to see that Lin Ming was a body transformation martial artist, and his achievements in that aspect were very high. Blood laws. Lin Ming asked High Dragon, his eyes filled with excitement and surprise. He was very interested in High Dragon's combat abilities and tactics. In fact, one of the reasons Lin Ming joined the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting was to experience a much broader stage. He wanted to experience all the peak talents throughout the entirety of the Divine Realm. These geniuses would have endless variations of abilities and tactics, and their comprehension of laws would be just as varied and strange. The more Lin Ming experienced, the broader his horizons would be. These people might not be Lin Ming's match, but their combat techniques could help increase Lin Ming's combat insight. If he were to run into a similar enemy in the future, he wouldn't suffer loss because of his opponent's strange techniques. High Dragon's face was expressionless as he quietly said, This is not the blood laws, but the life laws. Before his voice fell, High-Dragon rushed out once more. That thin and strange sword pierced towards Lin Ming again. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up, and he quickly drew back. Just as he was about to avoid High-Dragon's sword, another strange sight occurred. High-Dragon's body became extremely stretchy and flexible, as if there wasn't a single bone in his body. He stretched out his arm like a piece of dough, extending it hundreds of feet as his hand chased after Lin Ming. A sword thrust towards Lin Ming's chest. This is... Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Could a person's body really change like this? Lin Ming brought up the Phoenix blood spear and thrust it out, wanting to block the sword. However, just as the weapons were about to collide, that soft sword snuck up the Phoenix blood spear's shaft, spiraling around it again, and again as it lively stabbed towards Lin Ming's chest. Chapter 12:05 Suppression of Absolute Strength. Chapter 12:05 Suppression of Absolute Strength. What? Lin Ming was shocked. This white-haired youth's arm struck out like a python. It was even able to curl around, wrapping around weapons like a spiritual snake. This was an extremely strange tactic. If he wasn't familiar with his opponent, then he would definitely suffer a loss on the first exchange of attacks. As the disciples of the true martial Holy Land saw this, their eyes brightened. This is Senior Apprentice Brother's specialty, the life laws. He can change any part of his body as he wishes, including his muscles, skeleton, organs. Even his arms can stretch hundreds of feet to overtake his enemies. This technique is flexible. No one can avoid it. This boy is over. The true martial Holy Land's disciples were all confident in High-Dragon, disregarding his talent. Just High-Dragon's cultivation had already reached the late Divine Sea, and Lin Ming was only at the early Divine Sea. They didn't believe that Lin Ming could win in a situation where he was two small boundaries below High-Dragon. As Lin Ming saw this soft sword pierce towards his chest and his Phoenix blood spear wrapped up in that weapon, he knew that it was impossible to avoid this attack. His mind suddenly focused into his inner world, and energy erupted from his body. Primordious martial intent, grandest space. Peng. Lin Ming's protective true essence was suddenly pierced through by that snake-like sword. Lin Ming's protective true essence was extremely thick, but that soft sword was actually able to break through the surface and tear it open. But at this moment, the blood-red prime emperor lotus flower slowly bloomed behind Lin Ming. The incomparably vast and ancient grand space came falling down, similar to a million-gene mountain peak falling down on that red soft sword, ruthlessly suppressing it. Qi. The soft sword lost a great deal of its spiritual sense, but it still continued stabbing towards Lin Ming. 8 inner hidden gates, gate of view, power of dragon bone, fuse. With the Phoenix blood spear entangled, Lin Ming opened the gate of view, the gate that precipitated a greater defensive power. The power of the supreme dragon bone within his body erupted, and the joints in his right hand began to emit explosive crackling sounds. In that instant, his entire right hand was covered in a celestial azure light. His right hand became as firm as divine iron. Without need of the Phoenix blood spear, he gripped the red soft sword. This action left all of the martial artists panic-stricken. Lin Ming actually dared to grasp a spirit artifact soft sword with his own flesh did he not want his hand anymore. Without time for anyone else to respond, Lin Ming's right hand had already grasped the top half of the soft sword, just as if he had grasped the weak point of a snake. Power of thunder. Lin Ming cried out. The purple lion thunder source percolating within the heretical god seedling, and the wild power of thunder heavenly tribulation swelled within his right hand. The soft sword's blade was completely covered by a sheen of blazing purple light, and one could even hear a faint cry coming from the soft sword. Because of the soft sword struggles, Lin Ming's right hand constantly bled. But this was nothing to him at all. No matter how the soft sword twisted, it still couldn't escape his grasp. How is this possible? He grasped the spirit artifact soft sword with his bare hand. All of the surrounding true martial Holy Land's disciples were mind-boggled, their eyes wide with shock. Hydreigon himself was bewildered, a brilliant light bursting out from his eyes. Lin Ming had actually managed to block the snake blood soft sword with his bare hand. Blood of the ancient phoenix combust. In that moment, a dazzling phoenix mark burst out from between his eyebrows, illuminating the world with a blinding golden light. The heretical god force within his body also completely opened, and the grand mist space expanded to its limits. To his amazement, Hydreigon discovered that he was nearly about to lose mental contact with his own spirit artifact soft sword. What an inconceivable body transformation technique, bones and muscles that are tough to the point of being horrifying, and that strange and unique force field that can even suppress the energy of the snake blood soft sword. This man is a terrifying opponent. Hydreigon quickly analyzed what was happening. He couldn't allow the snake blood soft sword to be lost like this. Otherwise, this wouldn't even be a fight anymore. His figure flashed. Hydreigon directly crashed into the grand mist space. Lin Ming sneered. He gripped the snake blood soft sword in one hand and thrust the phoenix blood spear towards Hydreigon with his other hand. Blue lotus flame dance. A conflagration of flames burst into existence. A towering blue lotus began to bloom on the phoenix blood spear, and a blazing column of flames shot straight into the heavens. Just as Lin Ming was about to stab his spear into Hydreigon's stomach, Hydreigon's pupils shrank as he deeply shouted, "Poison dragon!" Whoosh! A single-horned giant snake broke through Hydreigon's chest and shot out, bringing with it a shower of blood as it bit down at Lin Ming's throat. Hydreigon was actually able to fuse the snake into himself and have it emerge from nearly anywhere. This was an attack that was nearly impossible to guard against. This sort of combat method was based on Hydreigon's profound understanding into the laws of life, and this was also a fighting method that Lin Ming had never encountered before. What a fantastical method of fighting! Lin Ming's eyes burned with a thick fighting spirit. After experiencing so many different techniques, he was thrilled with elation. As Lin Ming saw this massive snake rush towards him, he laughed and said, "What wonderful laws you have mastered." But underneath the suppression of absolute strength, any laws, no matter how mysterious they are, have lost all meaning. Lin Ming gave a loud shout, opening the heretical god force to the limit as he displayed the blue lotus flame dance once more. The power of thunder within the heretical god force broke free like a shattered dam, all of that energy flooding into the blue lotus. Thunder and fire twisted together. A terrifying energy erupted. Bang! The wild explosion rolled out for hundreds of miles, decimating the entire area. Countless black boulders were completely broken apart by these shock waves of energy, turning into tiny fragments. As for those 7 or 8 disciples of the true martial Holy Lands, they were all sent flying backwards by this massive wave of energy. For a time, their miserable shouts filled the air. The horned snake that emerged from Hydreigon's chest withstood the brunt of Lin Ming's attack. Its giant snake head was covered with blood. Hydreigon's protective true essence had completely exploded, but the skin all over his body was covered by a layer of fist-sized snake scales. These scales blocked the explosive energy, leaving his entire body stained with blood. He blocked it. Lin Ming was a bit startled. Although this spear strike wasn't his strongest attack, he had still combusted the phoenix blood and also opened the heretical god force. This was the strongest attack that Lin Ming had sent out in the 5 months he had spent in the first martial meeting preliminaries so far. Even though Hydreigon's body was bloodied and he was grievously wounded, he had still been able to block it. What amazing defensive power! The laws of life are able to change your bodily structure and form snake scales over your body. This is achieving similar results to the body transformation technique through completely different methods. The body transformation technique and the life laws both focused on developing the mortal body and one's blood energy. The body transformation technique tempered the mortal body, increasingly strengthening the body and using it as the foundation for powerful combat techniques like the 100-layered waves, flow like silk, and others. But the life laws only focused on changing one's bodily structure. This allowed one to adapt their body to different combat situations. However, it was unable to be used to temper and toughen the body. To put it plainly, the body transformation technique was a complete set of martial arts. It had its own cultivation methods, martial skills, and other such skills. But the life laws were a singular type of ability. The disparity between these two was naturally immense. Of course, the body transformation technique that Lin Ming had cultivated so far was extremely limited. He was only able to use a few combat skills from it. If I could cultivate the body transformation technique as a foundation and also perceive the life laws and allow myself to change my body at will, then the increase in my strength wouldn't be as simple as adding them together. As Lin Ming was thinking, Hydreigon was standing where he was completely stock still. He was looking at Lin Ming with an incredulous light in his eyes. You are only at the early divine sea, but your true essence is actually so thick. Hydreigon was unable to believe this. He had a late divine sea cultivation, and his true essence was several times thicker than that of other geniuses at his boundary. But now, in terms of the thickness of his true essence, he had lost to Lin Ming. Lin Ming remained calm and indifferent. The strength of his true essence indeed surpassed Hydreigon's, not to mention his ability to burn the ancient phoenix blood and open the heretical god force just by taking the boundless world pill that had allowed his inner world to reach a diameter of 800 miles, a size larger than a weak late divine sea martial artist's inner world. It wasn't just that Lin Ming's inner world was huge, but also because his true essence was extremely dense. Because of this, his inner world was able to hold even more strength. With both of these factors added together, the thickness of Lin Ming's true essence could be imagined. You have lost, Lin Ming coolly said, even as his right hand kept its grasp on Hydreigon's snake blood soft sword. This snake blood soft sword twisted around, struggling to free itself. But no matter what it did, it couldn't escape Lin Ming's grip. Lin Ming's right hand was covered with blood, and one could even see bones through his wounds. But to someone like him who had opened the gate of life, absorbed the supreme dragon bone, and even had the support of the ancient phoenix blood, such a small wound wasn't worth mentioning at all. This snake blood soft sword was about to be completely disconnected from Hydreigon. In other words, his weapon would be taken away. With the battle having reached this point, he wouldn't even have a weapon. Just what sort of difference in strength was this? Hydreigon humorlessly laughed. Through the suppression of absolute strength, Hydreigon's strange attack methods were rendered useless. In fact, if it weren't for Lin Ming wanting to experience Hydreigon's strange combat techniques, then Lin Ming could have definitely defeated him in 5 breaths of time. I didn't lose to you in skills or laws, but I lost to you in absolute strength, Hydreigon unwillingly said. Skills? Laws? Lin Ming chuckled. That is only because you aren't strong enough to force out my skills or laws. When Lin Ming had crossed a 9 by 9 life destruction, countless law fragments had gathered within his body. Although he hadn't yet been able to completely perceive these law fragments, they still formed an immeasurably solid foundation for Lin Ming's comprehension of laws. Now die. Lin Ming's eyes turned icy cold. The phoenix blood spear in his hands thrust out. He naturally couldn't allow Hydreigon to leave here alive. He needed Hydreigon's merit points. As Hydreigon saw Lin Ming about to kill him, He shouted out loud as his body emitted explosive cracking sounds. His body fused together with the snake, and the phantom of a massive red python appeared behind him. This was his last desperate attack with his life on the life. Pa pa pa! Hydreigon's body burst apart. All the bones seemed to disappear as his body stretched out again and again, overlapping with the massive red python phantom behind him. Then he hurtled towards Lin Ming, but now having lost his weapon, this was the same as using his flesh to clash with the phoenix blood spear. The life laws that he studied were unable to give him the powerful mortal body that Lin Ming possessed. Celestial Tyrant Manual. 100-layered waves. Lin Ming opened all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates together, and his strength rapidly rose by millions of genes. With the enhanced power of the 100-layered waves, his strength doubled again, reaching the 100 million gene threshold once more. With this attack gathered onto the Phoenix Blood Spear, the might of this strike was incomparably terrifying. At the start of this exchange, the truth was that the result was already preordained. With Hydreigon having lost his weapon, he was only able to fight with his flesh and blood body. Even if he risked his life, he absolutely wasn't Lin Ming's match. The disparity was simply too great. Pung! With a loud explosive sound, Hydreigon's body, as well as that giant red python phantom, were torn apart by Lin Ming's spear, sending bits and pieces of flesh and blood everywhere. Hydreigon's entire body had nearly turned into a fog of blood. Chapter 1206. Hydreigon's Death. Chapter 1206. Hydreigon's Death. In this battle, Hydreigon had died. As for Lin Ming, from start to finish, besides some minor injuries on his right hand, he was completely uninjured. As for those wounds on his right hand, those were completely avoidable. Even if he gave up the Grand Misspace and the 8 inner hidden gates to suppress the snake blood soft sword, he still would have killed Hydreigon. It was just that he didn't choose to do so. From the moment that Lin Ming attacked, he had used absolute strength to completely suppress Hydreigon. Hydreigon hadn't even had the ability to display full use of his laws. The disparity was obvious. The scene of Hydreigon's defeat fell into the eyes of the disciples from the true martial Holy Land standing not too far away. They were in a stunned condition. They were finding this hard to believe. Their senior apprentice brother Hydreigon had died. In a situation where Lin Ming's cultivation was 2 small boundaries lower, he had still killed Hydreigon. Moreover, he had been calm the entire time. The difference in their strength was unbelievable. As those disciples saw blood raining down to the ground, all of them looked towards Lin Ming with fear and panic in their eyes. How is this possible? Just where is he from? He surpassed 2 small boundaries to kill a great world king Holy Land disciple. This is probably the level of an Empyrean descendant. These true martial Holy Land disciples naturally didn't understand the true strength of an Empyrean descendant, but they couldn't think of a more monstrous kind of genius to describe Lin Ming as. A random youth that they encountered in true Martial City's Demon Ceiling Ridge was actually a monstrous genius comparable to an Empyrean descendant. This caused them to feel horrified in disbelief. Lin Ming turned around, looking at these people. His eyes were calm and indifferent, like a person looking at a group of ants. But this gaze actually caused those true martial Holy Land disciples to shrink back, their hearts racing, and their souls seeming to freeze solid. It was like Lin Ming's gaze had substantialized into 2 sharp spear lights, directly piercing through them all and making it hard for them to breathe. Run. These true martial Holy Land disciples suddenly seemed to wake from their daze. All of them scattered in all directions. None of you will escape. All of you will die. Lin Ming's figure flashed, and he immediately appeared in the area where the fleeing true martial Holy Land disciples were. With just a wave of his phoenix blood spear, countless tiny blood spears shot out in all directions. These tiny blood spears were extremely fast. They rapidly overtook those fleeing disciples, and with a few light sounds, all of those people were struck through by those numerous tiny blood spears. All of them let out miserable cries as they died, one after another. In just 3 breaths of time, 8 or 9 disciples of the true martial Holy Lands had died. All of them had been cleanly killed by Lin Ming with utter ease. Of these people, the strongest was the dark-skinned youth. Even after being pierced through with 7 or 8 tiny blood spears, he still had a single breath of life remaining. However, he was already choking on his blood. Demon, simply a demon, the dark-skinned youth whispered. He only had a few breaths of time left in his life. In just 2.5 days, the dark-skinned youth had died to Lin Ming twice. He only had 16% of his original merit points left. This was a serious loss. As you said, either you die or I die, Lin Ming indifferently said, his voice resounding in the dark-skinned youth's ears. If that dark-skinned youth didn't think that Lin Ming was easy to bully, and had simply realized he made a mistake after dying the first time, and didn't try to seek revenge, then he wouldn't have died a second time. Puff! A tiny blood spear punctured the dark-skinned youth's head. Blood gushed out from his forehead. He had died. They're all dead, but the merit points of these people aren't anything at all. Lin Ming shook his head, not even bothering to refine their energy. Rather, he focused on the dead High Dragon. That was the true main event, underneath the power of the Dreamland laws. High Dragon's body quickly turned into pure Dreamland energy that slowly floated towards Lin Ming. In Lin Ming's field of vision, this multicolored mass of light was the strongest and brightest group of energy he had seen ever since he joined the first martial meeting preliminaries. If he could continue to absorb Dreamland energy like this, Lin Ming would be able to fully bring his 3rd and 4th divine dream marks to perfection. Those true martial Holy Land disciples also said that High Dragon is a top 10 ranked master of the true martial great world. I wonder just how many merit points he'll give me. Lin Ming stretched out his hand. This multicolored energy slowly flowed into his body. For a time, Lin Ming felt as if his entire body was filled with a deep awareness. The warm and gentle Dreamland energy spread through his entire body before converging on his soul, nourishing it, expanding it, growing it. Lin Ming felt as if he had returned to the time when he had first obtained the magic cube as a teenager. When he was 15 to 16 years old, that was when he first entered the world of martial arts. That feeling when he rapidly grew was just like this feeling now. This was a truly wonderful feeling. Lin Ming looked for a well-hidden valley without a single person present. He sat down and began to meditate, tempering his divine dream marks. At this time, good fortune great world within the unbroken cult's floating palace. Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and many elders of the unbroken hall were seated in a grand hall. There was a specialized unbroken cult disciple whose sole purpose was to keep track of Lin Ming's merit points and ranking on the divine seal decree. In these past days, Lin Ming's merit points ranking had been steadily rising. From 290,000, it slowly rose to 260,000. According to this speed, Lin Ming would soon re-enter the top 30,000 rankings before the second round of eliminations began. As evening approached, the fading sunlight peeked through the massive rolling clouds in the sky. It illuminated the incomparably vast golden divine seal scroll, making its golden light even more dazzling. That golden scroll that seemed as broad as golden mountains and rivers appeared incomparably grand. And at this time, Lin Ming's name suddenly changed on the divine seal decree. It flashed several times before suddenly disappearing. This meant that Lin Ming's ranking had changed, and his position naturally changed with it. Young hero Lin's ranking has changed. Several unbroken cult disciples realized this and began to search for Lin Ming's new ranking. In these past few days, Lin Ming's ranking had jumped several times, but it was usually only dozens or hundreds of rankings. Wanting to search for his new position was a very simple matter. But this time, the several unbroken cult disciples swept their eyes over several thousand names, yet couldn't find Lin Ming. Great Elder, young hero Lin's name has disappeared. The several unbroken cult disciples reported to the Great Elder after not finding Lin Ming's position. The Great Elder opened his eyes from meditation. We looked upwards several tens of thousands of names, but we couldn't find young hero Lin's name. It couldn't be that. The several disciples trailed off. If one's name disappeared so suddenly like this, besides a sharp rise, there was also another possibility, and that was that they had been killed. There was no limit in the universe. There was always a higher mountain and a stronger person. Within a great world of the divine realm, there were countless masters about. To the unbroken cult's disciples, the true martial Holy Land's High Dragon would be a legendary genius, but he had still been killed by Lin Ming. It wasn't that High Dragon was weak, but that his luck was bad, and he had simply kicked himself in the face by challenging Lin Ming. The Great Elder thought for a moment, then ordered, "Search separately. 2 of you search ahead, and 2 of you search behind." Before the Great Elder finished speaking, he suddenly recalled that he had the divine Dream Jade slip. Because Lin Ming's position had appeared on the divine seal decree, there simply wasn't any need to use the divine Dream Jade slip, thus he had forgotten about it for a moment. No need. I will search for him with the divine Dream Jade slip. As the Great Elder spoke, he took out the divine Dream Jade slip. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan looked towards him. Qin Xingxuan appeared extremely nervous, and her heart was chaotically beating. She was afraid that Lin Ming had been killed by some master. After all, even if Lin Ming was extremely strong, he might have run into some overwhelming powerhouse. Mu Qianyu took a deep breath. She silently kept her eyes on the Great Elder as he searched for Lin Ming. Soon, Lin Ming's name appeared above the jade slip. Ancient Phoenix Clan, Lin Ming. And behind Lin Ming's name, his merit points were continually changing. Or rather, it was better to say that they were crazily growing. The first number that appeared was already 21 million, and it began to increase by 1 million at a time. In just a brief moment, it reached 28 million and then broke right through 30 million, 31 million, 33 million, 35 million. As the Great Elder saw this insane growth, he sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lin Ming, just what sort of powerhouse had he killed? Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan also widened their eyes. Their eyes shined as they looked at the divine Dream Jade slip. Lin Ming's merit points easily broke through 40 million, quickly rising towards 50 million, 43 million, 44 million, 45 million. Finally, Lin Ming's merit points stopped at 46 million. From 6 million to 46 million. That was a sudden rise of 30 million. This meant that High Dragon's merit points had originally been around 50 million. As for Lin Ming's ranking, he was now ranked 15th of the true martial great world. When the unbroken cult Great Elder had first seen Lin Ming's ranking, that had been after the first round of eliminations when his ranking had stabilized, he wasn't like Hua Violentstone, who had kept track of Lin Ming's ranking the entire time. So, in his opinion, wanting to increase his ranking so suddenly was extremely difficult. For him to suddenly rise up to rank 15, that meant that Lin Ming had killed a top 10 ranked master of the true martial great world. For Lin Ming to be able to kill such a character, that meant that his strength was ranked at least 6th to 7th on a great world, and could be considered among the highest peak geniuses of a great world king, Holy Land. To the unbroken cult, this sort of talent was simply a myth. Great Elder, we have found young hero Lin on the Divine Seal Decree. He is ranked 30,862, After learning Lin Ming's ranking, it was easy to find his position. This was because the true martial great world was a very lively and bustling great world with many masters. If one was ranked 15th, then they would be ranked around 30,000 out of the entire divine realm. 30,000 from 260,000. He suddenly rose to 30,000. I thought that it would take a month to do so. The unbroken cult great elder whispered. This meant that Lin Ming's strength was far greater than what he originally thought. It was hard to imagine just what achievements Lin Ming would accomplish in the future. Chapter 1207. Wu Final Cloud. Chapter 1207. Wu Final Cloud. At this time, floating at the center of true Martial City was the grandest and most magnificent palace of the entire city. The palace was a dark gray all over, and it exuded a solemn and dignified aura. Just by approaching it, one could feel a vast and boundless energy, making one feel a sense of fear in their heart. This palace, within the real world divine realm, was the central headquarters of the true Martial Holy Lands at True Martial City. The main sect location of the True Martial Holy Lands was True Martial Mountain. True Martial Mountain was a separate spatial dimension that the True Martial World King had created using his tremendous supernatural powers. The size of True Martial Mountain was equal to a massive planet. As for their True Martial City headquarters, that was only an outer headquarters of the True Martial Holy Lands, something that belonged to the secular world. But even so, these headquarters were the most sacred grounds of the real world's true Martial City. Usually, no one was allowed to come close to it. And in the divine dream space, the situation was almost the same as in the real world. No disciples that weren't from the true Martial Holy Lands were allowed to enter the space around this gray floating palace. And even then, only direct disciples of the true Martial Holy Lands were able to enter. This was the most dignified symbol of the true Martial Holy Lands. At this time, within the gray palace, a youth in white robes was sitting on a grandiose throne, his eyes closed in meditation. There was a blood-red diamond mark between this man's eyebrows. His eyebrows were like swords, his looks were a bit above ordinary, his shoulders were broad, his fingers slender, and beside him were layers of runes dancing in the air. And at this moment, there was a light humming sound as a sound-transmitting talisman lit up in front of this youth, blazing and brilliant. The white-robed youth opened his eyes. Junior apprentice Brother High Dragon has died. Who dares? The white-robed youth stood up. His body turned into a stream of light as he flew out of the gray palace. He stood atop the dome of the palace, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. A moment later, a man and a woman wearing the sect clothing of the true Martial Holy Lands flew before him. The true Martial Holy Lands symbol on their clothes was larger than that of an ordinary disciple. These were the 3rd and 7th ranked martial artists of the true Martial Great World. Within the true Martial Great World, the true Martial Holy Lands occupied almost 60% of the top 20 rankings. The percentage was quite terrifying. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, Junior Apprentice Brother High Dragon has died. The man said, out of all the true Martial Holy Land disciples, for there to be someone that wasn't referred to by their surname, and also without any changes to their name, and instead called Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, there was only one. That was the number 1 disciple of the true Martial Holy Lands, Wu Final Cloud. This white-clothed youth was Wu Final Cloud. The man continued to say, 2 hours ago, ranked 11 Junior Apprentice Brother Dong, Lien, discovered that his rank rose by 1. However, his merit points hadn't changed. He suspected that one of the top 10 participants died, but out of the top 10 rankings, our true Martial Holy Lands occupy 6 of the spots. Junior apprentice brother Dong Lian was worried that something happened to us, so he used a sound transmitting talisman to contact us. In the end, only junior apprentice brother High Dragon didn't respond. Moreover, all of the participants behind junior apprentice brother High Dragon rose by 1 rank, and all of the participants ahead of him stayed the same. This is proof that junior apprentice brother High Dragon died. Do we know how he died? Was it a nightmare beast or a participant? Wu Final Cloud grimly said. With High Dragon's strength, it was impossible for ordinary nightmare beasts to kill him, but there were always some strange and exceptional variation existences within the nightmare beasts that had the possibility to threaten a top 10 ranked master of a great world. For instance, that red-furred monster. It should be a participant, the man firmly said. Wu Final Cloud's complexion darkened. A month ago, when Dragon Fong had challenged the majesty of the true martial Holy Lands, that incident had caused him to lose face and caused many thorns to appear in his heart. And now, he never imagined that a disciple of the true martial Holy Lands would be killed, and a peak disciple at that. Elder senior apprentice brother, I've already investigated the matter behind this. It seems that junior apprentice brother High Dragon went to Demon Ceiling Ridge to search for someone. 2 days ago, junior apprentice brother High Dragon borrowed the intelligence network of the true martial Holy Lands to seek out a martial artist that used a red spear. We have already found out who that man is. That red spear martial artist is called Lin Ming. He was the one who bought the Boundless World Pill at the Imperial City auction. This is something that junior apprentice Sister Rainbow knows of. As the man spoke, the woman behind him nodded. She was a slender woman with wheat-colored skin. She looked healthy, fit, and wild, like someone who lived out in the desolate countryside. If Lin Ming was here, he would recognize that this woman was one of the true martial Holy Land geniuses he saw when he first arrived at the Divine Dream World. She faintly smiled and said, I saw him when I first arrived in the Divine Dream World. I originally didn't place him in my eyes, but now it seems that his strength has far exceeded my expectations. Oh, the white-robed youth's eyebrows moved. How did he exceed your expectations? According to what I know, the several top masters of Immemorial Imperial City, otherwise known as Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, Sacred Tianhao, Sacred Yueping, Sacred Yanran, and also dual polarity palaces Zhongwen Shu, were all killed by Lin Ming. After that incident, all of them came to True Martial City. Humph! Wu Final Cloud coldly snorted. What kind of Sacred Martial Mansion 3 prodigies? Sacred Martial Mansion's World King is only someone that stumbled across some lucky chance and reluctantly managed to break into the World King realm. He established his own influence several tens of thousands of years ago and could be considered as having ability, but to think that he actually dares to call himself the Sacred Martial World King. Wu Final Cloud was clearly filled with disdain towards the Sacred Martial World King. His sect was called the True Martial Holy Lands. Thus, the Sacred Martial World King had only been able to come up with the name of Sacred Martial. If it weren't for the True Martial World King having a calm demeanor and being indifferent to such matters, then he would simply have needed to use some methods, and Sacred Martial Mansion would either have to obediently change their name or cease to exist. This boy called Lin Ming, if he was able to buy the Boundless World Pill at the Imperial City auction, he should also have stumbled across some great lucky chance. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have the financial resources to purchase such a pill. Even for my true martial Holy Lands, while we have Starbind Bank, the Imperial City Auction House, as well as the many trading companies and other industries on the true martial great world, although we have gathered resources for 1,000,000 years, we rarely provide such top-class luxurious pills like the Boundless World Pill to direct disciples. Only when they have made enough contributions to the sect, or their talent defies the will of the heavens, are they provided a single one. That's right. This Lin Ming definitely stumbled across some massive lucky chance. His background seems to be extremely ordinary. After we investigated him, we found out that his background is only a Peak Holy Land sect, the ancient Phoenix clan. Peak Holy Land? That is even worse than Sacred Martial Mansion, Wu Final Cloud casually said. With his status, he simply didn't even bother with Holy Land level influences. Yes, but this Lin Ming's talent is beyond extraordinary, and he has encountered his own great lucky chances. He simply cannot be considered to be on the same level as a disciple from an ordinary Holy Land. His character is ruthless and decisive too. When he first arrived at True Martial City, he killed many people at Demon Ceiling Ridge and even stole the hunting grounds that the low-level disciples of my True Martial Holy Lands were using. If anyone dares to resist him even a little bit, he will instantly kill them off. As the woman spoke to hear, Wu Final Cloud's eyes turned cold. He dares to kill the disciples of my True Martial Holy Lands. Even Dragon Fong didn't have such gall. True Martial City's Dragon Fong was considered the top master of the True Martial Great World. There was no one from the True Martial Holy Lands that dared to provoke Dragon Fong. And in return, Dragon Fong didn't attack disciples of the True Martial Holy Lands. The two sides were able to coexist peacefully. As for Lin Ming, not even mentioning the top 10 ranked High Dragon, he had already killed dozens of other disciples of the True Martial Holy Lands. In Wu Final Cloud's eyes, these low-level disciples weren't able to provide many merit points to Lin Ming, but Lin Ming still killed them. This was the same as brutally slapping their True Martial Holy Lands in the face. The wheat-skinned woman laughed. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, do you plan on dealing with Lin Ming? I must kill him. He's even more arrogant than Dragon Fong was, and has ridden on the back of our True Martial Holy Lands. If I do not kill him, then others will think that my True Martial Holy Lands is easy to bully. In the future, there will be more and more people that challenge our authority. These people participating in the first martial meeting are all top-level geniuses of their influences. In the future, they will be leaders and rulers. If we allow them to think that our True Martial Holy Lands is easy to bully, then the reputation of our True Martial Holy Lands in the Divine Dream World will begin to affect the real world. If that happens, future transactions in some of our businesses may become more difficult. In Wu Final Cloud's opinion, if a sect was rampant and domineering, then that would cause others to secretly denunciate them. But they would also be afraid of that sect and would fear offending them. On the other hand, if that sect was weak instead, people would not fear that sect and would even think of taking endless advantages from them. This was simply the nature of humans. Thus, the reason that Wu Final Cloud displayed such strength in the first martial meeting was first to achieve a better result for the True Martial Holy Lands, but also to inform all the future decision-makers of these other great influences just how powerful the potential of their True Martial Holy Lands was. This was to make it so that when these great influences ever had any transactions with them in the future, they would not think of playing tricks with them. I have had our disciples seek out Lin Ming's position. With his wild and widely known actions, we can find out where he is in just several hours. Do you want to go to Demon Ceiling Ridge now? No, I will wait for him at the city gates. Have him come here. Wu Final Cloud imperiously said. He was a very lofty character. For him to fly 3,000 miles to Demon Ceiling Ridge in order to challenge an unknown boy that was a disciple of an ordinary holy land that was truly in action, not worthy of his identity. The man beside Wu Final Cloud laughed and said, "That's right, Lin Ming should come to us, with Elder Senior Apprentice Brother's status. How could we possibly look for him? I only fear that the boy won't have the courage to come to us. Humph! If he's so arrogant, then he shouldn't be scared to battle me. Okay, I'll immediately go then." As the man spoke, he ignited a sound transmitting talisman and sent out a message. For these past months, The true martial Holy Lands had disciples especially responsible for moving information. This message was quickly transmitted to the disciples at Demon Ceiling Ridge. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother is finally taking action. Ha! A true martial Holy Lands inner court disciple said with delight as he obtained this message. To them, their elder senior apprentice brother was a godlike existence. They couldn't even believe that Dragon Fong surpassed their elder senior apprentice brother in strength. Awesome. That brat's days are numbered. He's been rampaging across Demon Ceiling Ridge for so many days and bullying us into such a horrible situation. It's like he thinks that our true martial Holy Lands has no one to stop him. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother wants us to find that boy as fast as possible and have him go to the gates of true Martial City to die. Let's split up and look for him. A disciple said, launching his movement technique to look for Lin Ming. Another disciple laughed out loud. Looking for Lin Ming isn't easy. Instead of looking for him, I think we should. That disciple flew into the skies. He concentrated energy into his dantian, his body swelling up like a frog before he shouted out as loud as he could, Lin Ming, your death is here. My true Martial Holy Lands Elder Senior Apprentice Brother is waiting for you at True Martial City for a grand battle. Hurry up and meet your death. Ha ha! Ooh. With a special technique, this disciple was able to fuse true essence into his sound waves. His voice easily covered over 1,000 miles, spreading to half of Demon Ceiling Ridge. Chapter 12:08 Peak Battle of the True Martial Great World. Chapter 12:08 Peak Battle of the True Martial Great World. Kia. Throughout the broad Demon Ceiling Ridge, there were many hidden glens and valleys. These valleys were deep and secretive. If one entered in and sealed up the entrances with array formations, it would become a relatively safe place to train. At this time, Lin Ming had sealed up a valley and was meditating within. With the dreamland energy he absorbed from High Dragon, Lin Ming nourished the third divine dream mark. This divine dream mark was now glowing with a brilliant light, just a hint away from reaching perfection. A human body's essence, energy, and divine. Each one corresponds to a different cultivation system. Similarly, the magic cube, demon bead, and purple card each correspond to one aspect of essence, energy, and divine. This shouldn't be a coincidence, but one of the truths that originally existed in this universe. For these countless years, these three cultivation systems had constantly grown and been developed, but because of the current rules of the universe, cultivating the essence gathering system was the most practical. If I'm not wrong, the magic cube, demon bead, and purple card are the three highest divine tools that assist in soul cultivation, body transformation, and essence gathering, three different types of cultivation system. With them in hand, one can cultivate the corresponding system with twice the results and half the effort. When Empyrean Primordius fought with Empyrean Thunder Punishment in the past, the reason was 90% because of the demon bead. Empyrean Primordius should have also trained in dual body and energy cultivation, and with his Empyrean realm cultivation as well as the support of the demon bead, he finally stepped into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Lin Ming could feel that his understandings of these ancient secrets were becoming increasingly clear. For the verdant feather, Holy Lands to be able to obtain the magic cube was a complete stroke of luck. Countless hundreds of millions of years ago when the magic cube first appeared, it was likely also obtained by some martial artist as a massive lucky chance, and likely even set off a bloody catastrophe. If I can obtain the magic cube, demon bead, and purple card together and then cultivate essence, energy, and divine, I wonder just what boundary my strength will reach. Lin Ming was unable to imagine how high such a boundary would be. Empyrean Primordius and Empyrean Divine Dream had reasons for being known as the most formidable existences amongst Empyreans. This was because while they trained in the essence gathering system, They also trained in another system and had extremely high attainments in that too. This was something that other Empyreans could not compare with. I'm focusing on essence gathering and body transformation now, but if I could obtain the purple card and demon bead, then that would be great. Lin Ming realized that in truth, the magic cube was the least valuable of the three divine tools to him. This was because his achievements in soul cultivation were the lowest. Once I'm strong enough, I definitely have to return to the eternal demon abyss. I'll look around and see what secrets are within. Perhaps the demon bead might really be inside. As Lin Ming thought this, he suddenly heard a faint and fuzzy voice shouting from the distance. Because these shouts echoed through the forests and valleys and layers of clouds, they had connected together in a stretch of sound that made it hard to distinguish between the syllables. Within this blurry stretch of sound, Lin Ming heard his own name. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up, his figure moved, and in the next moment he had left the valley. After flooding his ears with true essence, Lin Ming was finally able to clearly hear these shouts. Lin Ming, your death has come. Hurry up and accept your death. Lin Ming, my true Martial Holy Land's elder senior apprentice brother is waiting for you at the city gates. Do you dare to fight him? Lin Ming, you damn turtle, are you too scared? With multiple disciples of the true Martial Holy Lands continuously shouting with true essence in their voices, they were able to cover the entire scope of Demon Sealing Ridge. True Martial Holy Land's elder senior apprentice brother is that Wu Final Cloud. Lin Ming remembered the name that the disciples of Five Flower Mountain had told him about. He was ranked first in merit points within the entire true martial great world. His strength was considered inferior to that of Dragon Fong, but he should still be the second strongest master in the entirety of the true martial great world. Wu Final Cloud is awaiting my challenge at the gates to true Martial City. Lin Ming rubbed his chin, a thoughtful smile on his face. How interesting. I was originally planning to look for you, but you're the one who looks for me instead. Moreover, you're declaring a challenge against me in such an arrogant manner. If I didn't go, wouldn't that just be unfair to you? Fighting Wu Final Cloud was one of Lin Ming's most fervent desires right now. Out of all the disciples of the true Martial Holy Lands, he was the one with the highest number of merit points. If Lin Ming killed him, then he would be able to obtain a considerable amount of Dreamland energy, enough to bring his fourth divine dream mark to near perfection. As the many disciples of the true Martial Holy Lands shouted in the skies, it wasn't just Lin Ming who heard them, but also all of the other participants hunting in Demon Sealing Ridge. Who is Lin Ming? He's actually someone that Wu Final Cloud deems worthy to challenge? Is he that fellow that has been repeatedly attacking disciples from the true Martial Holy Lands for these past days in Demon Sealing Ridge? Yes, that's him. I came from Immemorial Imperial City, so I know of him. At the Imperial City auction, Lin Ming is the one who bought the Boundless World pill with 7 trillion violet sunstones. What? 7 trillion? Violet sunstones. As this figure of 7 trillion violet sunstones was spoke, many participants were dumbfounded. Most of them came from ordinary Holy Land level influences, so to them 7 trillion was an astronomical figure. It was definitely violet sunstones. This Lin Ming is extremely powerful. He killed many masters, and he doesn't keep his profile low either. Now, because he kept bullying those low-level disciples of the true Martial Holy Lands, I think that the true Martial Holy Lands are finally mobilizing against him. The true Martial Holy Lands are used to being the strongest and most domineering force around, and they don't allow others to challenge their dignity. I don't know whether or not he'll accept this challenge, but let's go to the city gates to have a look anyways. I'm also thinking the same thing. The many martial artists of Demon Sealing Ridge, after hearing the challenge of the true Martial Holy Lands, rushed towards true Martial City. In this rush of people were also many of Lin Ming's enemies. sacred martial mansion's 3 prodigies, as well as Zhong Wenshu. This Lin Ming, he really brought about his own death. To think that he dared to provoke the true martial Holy Lands. Ha ha! Zhong Wenshu gloated, taking pleasure in Lin Ming's troubles. Although I can't kill him myself, seeing him die will make me feel much better, Sacred Yueping echoed. However, Sacred Martial Mansion's Sacred Tianhao remained silent, lost in thought. He had a profound memory of Lin Ming's great strength. Moreover, there was that unfathomably deep feeling that he felt from Lin Ming. Even if it was Wu Final Cloud, whether he could kill Lin Ming was still an unknown. Let's go. We're going to return to the city and enjoy this play, Sacred Yueping excitedly said. Soon, many participants were gathered at the majestic true martial city. The skies above the city were a zone that forbade fighting. Many martial artists gathered in this safety zone so they could watch the fight in peace. At this time, at the gates of true martial city, 7 or 8 disciples of the true martial Holy Lands were standing side by side. These 7 or 8 people were all core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands, and in front of them was a dragon throne cast from metal. The back of this throne was engraved with images of dragons and phoenixes. Wu Final Cloud sat on this dragon throne. He wore white clothes, and he reclined imperiously, his chest resting against a raised fist in a languid posture. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, this boy might be too scared to show up. If he doesn't come, then we'll have waited in vain. Several true martial Holy Land disciples said. Wu Final Cloud faintly smiled. He said, "There is no need to worry. He is coming, and he will appear right now." Several people looked towards the horizon. In that direction, they could make out the vague shadow of someone's figure. It was a blue-clothed youth, and he was racing towards them at an incredible speed. In just a breath of time, he had appeared in front of them from the distant horizon. It's really him. He actually came. He's quite the brave one. Oh! Lin Ming steadily fell onto the giant square in front of true martial city. His arrival attracted the eyes of all present. Those that hadn't seen Lin Ming before all rushed forwards to see just who this fellow was. They wanted to see just what kind of freak would dare to openly provoke the true martial Holy Lands, and even cause Wu Final Cloud to take action. He's Lin Ming. He doesn't seem like anything special. As these people first saw Lin Ming, they didn't notice anything special about him. They only saw that his true essence was thicker than usual and his eyes were far brighter and keener than expected. But just by depending on these 2 things, it was extremely difficult to judge his strength. Lin Ming, Wu Final Cloud directly asked, sitting up from his dragon throne. Wu Final Cloud. Lin Ming didn't answer, instead asking another question. As he spoke, his lips curved up in a sly smile, a tint of excitement coloring his face. How interesting! Wu Final Cloud stood up. It seems that you're confident in yourself. It's as if you think you won't lose this fight. And you're the same. Lin Ming slowly took out the phoenix blood spear from the extreme violet ring. His right hand grasped the spear shaft, and he drew an icy cold arc in the air. Then he pointed it towards Wu Final Cloud, the provocation evident in his eyes. It seems we are both confident in our strength. Wu Final Cloud sneered. He took out a spirit artifact sword from his spatial ring. Nearly everyone from the true martial Holy Lands use swords. Words are useless. Let's fight. Ew. With those words, Lin Ming's aura suddenly surged. In that moment, he was like an unassailable mountain peak, leaving one unable to see his limits. Chapter 1209. Strength Beyond Strength. Chapter 1209. Strength Beyond Strength. Kia, Chi, Chi, Chi. Lin Ming's aura seemed to substantialize into essence, becoming as sharp as a spear edge and tearing through the air, thrusting towards Wu Final Cloud and grating against this protective true essence. Wu Final Cloud remained indifferent. He calmly said, "What a wonderful aura! You indeed have some skills, but let's see if you can withstand my aura." Wu Final Cloud shouted, and his aura surged out like an endless ocean. This aura gathered together into a massive wave that hurtled into the horizon, washing away the clouds. All of the nearby participants were forced back again and again by this aura. This was a truly powerful man, able to look down at the world with utter disdain. Ha! Elder Senior Apprentice Brother is too fierce. Just by the power of his aura alone, Elder Senior Apprentice Brother is definitely the top powerhouse of the true martial great world. He even closes in on the power of an Empyrean descendant. If he sees a god, he will kill a god. If he sees a Buddha, he will kill a Buddha. Who dared to say that Dragonfong was fiercer than Elder Senior Apprentice Brother? If Elder Senior Apprentice Brother was to release his full strength, who could possibly stop him? Let alone this Lin Ming with his mere early divine sea cultivation. If he could truly defeat Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, then his talent would be equal to that of an Empyrean descendant. Lin Ming was at the peak of the early divine sea. For him, the disparity between his cultivation and Wu Final Cloud's wasn't that significant. Lin Ming jumped ranks to fight masters like others ate meals and drank water. But to a peak talent, the closer they reached to the limit, the greater an influencing factor their cultivation would become. If he were to jump 2 small boundaries to defeat someone as talented as Wu Final Cloud, then that would truly be unbelievable. As Wu Final Cloud displayed his invincible grandeur, all of the surrounding true martial Holy Land disciples stared with wide eyes. They closely looked at the battlefield, lest they miss a single detail. Kacha! Wu Final Cloud stepped forth, and the rocks beneath his feet cracked apart. This step seemed to step upon the hearts of everyone present, making their hearts skip a beat. Let me take a good look and see whether or not you have the ability to have me use my transcendent divine might. As Wu Final Cloud spoke these words, while the disciples from the true marital Holy Lands weren't surprised, all the other participants were all shocked. Transcendent divine might. These 3 words, to them, were absolutely legendary words. Wu Final Cloud actually knows a transcendent divine might. Heaven's transcendent divine might. That is a top martial art created by an Empyrean. These disciples from ordinary Holy Lands and martial families were all shocked speechless, but their expressions were full of envy. A transcendent divine might was something that they couldn't even look up to. As for the disciples of the true martial Holy Lands, a sense of pride rose within their hearts as they saw these people's responses. Even if they didn't qualify to learn a transcendent divine might, they were still proud that their own Holy Land could possess one. The true martial Holy Land's transcendent divine might was obtained by the true martial world king during his youth when he adventured through the divine realm. In fact, the reason that a great world king Holy Land could obtain a transcendent divine might was that their great world king was far too strong. When these great world kings were in their youth, they could easily obtain a top 3 ranking if they joined a first martial meeting. Such a person had a monstrous destiny, so obtaining a transcendent divine might wasn't too strange. However, even if a Holy Land possessed a transcendent divine might, only the number 1 disciple of every generation would have the qualifications to study it at the true martial divine palace. This was because there was only a single jade slip, and it was also incomplete. For a single jade slip, only a single person was allowed to perceive it. The true martial Holy Lands had many people, and besides the current top geniuses, there were also the high-level figures that had to train in it. How could they ever allow an ordinary disciple to take a turn perceiving? Moreover, because it was incomplete, if a young disciple wished to practice it, then they would need the guidance of a top master. This was an even greater cost of learning. Besides, a disciple like Wu Final Cloud Other disciples like High Dragon weren't able to enjoy such treatment. Humph, our true martial Holy Lands, already had this transcendent divine might when our sect was founded. It isn't anything strange at all if Senior Apprentice Brother Wu Final Cloud knows a transcendent divine might. A true martial Holy Lands disciple said with a matter-of-course expression and tone, but in his heart he was actually extremely satisfied. This is the legacy of a World King Holy Land. Although the true martial Great World has dual polarity palace, sacred martial mansion, and many other World King Holy Lands, these other World King Holy Lands, whether it be in inheritances, qualifications, merits, wealth, number of geniuses, none of them are able to compare with our true martial Holy Lands at all. As this true martial Holy Lands, disciples saw all of these geniuses from ordinary Holy Lands and martial families look at him, his heart was overjoyed. This was the same as a nobleman arriving in the countryside and seeing all the wealthy villagers looking at him with awe in their eyes. This would naturally form an inherent sense of superiority in their background. They wouldn't help but think, these are nothing but beetles that haven't seen the world. You people can be considered as having broadened your horizons this time. For you to be able to experience someone who knows a transcendent divine might, you should be thanking that dumb brat Lin Ming. Otherwise, none of you would have the qualifications to see Senior Apprentice Brother Wu Final Cloud, a disciple though in his heart. But he also wished that Lin Ming could last a bit longer because he too hadn't seen Wu Final Cloud use his transcendent divine might before. At this time, within the center of the battlefield, Lin Ming was looking at Wu Final Cloud with indifference. Transcendent divine might. What was the true martial Holy Land's transcendent divine might? In the past, when Lin Ming had fought the Crimson Light, Holy Land's Crimson Strife Cloud, what Crimson Strife Cloud practiced wasn't a true transcendent divine might, but a cultivation method that the Crimson Light World King had perceived through a shattered jade slip. Ultimately, it could only be considered the Crimson Light World King's self-created technique. The self-created cultivation method of the Crimson Strife World King versus the original cultivation method of an Empyrean. The two were obviously incomparable. From this, one could see an obvious disparity. Although Crimson the Light Holy Lands were also a great World King Holy Land, they were clearly inferior to the true martial Holy Lands. At this time, Wu Final Cloud finally attacked. His sword released a 10,000-foot beam of golden light. The Vorpal sword energy cut through all barriers. Blade light illuminating the world. The sword slashed out and that 10,000-foot-long beam of light split through the skies and sundered the earth. The sword energy tore through the ground, leaving a gaping hole in the world. In the face of such an aggressive sword strike, Lin Ming remained calm. He opened the heretical god force and raised the phoenix blood spear high above his head before bringing it crashing down. With an indomitable momentum, it crashed into the ground with a loud explosive sound. A massive shockwave even greater than Wu Final Cloud spread outwards, rolling up into the heavens. Where it went, countless rocks shattered and bits of stone soared into the skies. The spear light and sword light collided. For a time, all the sound between the heavens and the earth was swallowed up by this strike. The terrifying impact formed a monstrous shockwave that savagely erupted. Countless boulders collapsed, and even nearby mountains cracked. All of the surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm and pushed their protective true essence to the limit, retreating again and again. Some people were sent flying backwards and were vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Although these were all genius disciples that stood thousands of feet away to watch the fight, they were still wounded by the shockwaves. From this, the momentum of the two martial artists' battle could be seen. At this time, Lin Ming stepped forwards. His body turned into a vague blue blur. He opened all 7 gates, and his strength instantly rose to millions upon millions of genes. The current Lin Ming could be called a vicious beast in human form. Use your transcendent divine might. Celestial Tyrant Manual. 100-layered waves. Bang. A supernatural strength that surpassed 100 million genes erupted, completely pouring into the Phoenix blood spear. Such a focused explosive power was something that a sword could not block. Wu Final Cloud's pupils contracted. He could see that it was impossible for him to block Lin Ming's spear strike, so his body suddenly blurred. As the highest top junior master of the true martial Holy Lands, Wu Final Cloud was no ordinary man. While he had extremely high attainments in striking power, his movements were equally extraordinary. As his figure blurred, he split apart into 108 afterimages, all of them completely indiscernible from each other. What bold words! Who cares how strong your spear strike is? If it cannot touch the enemy, then it is useless. My movement technique may not be a transcendent divine might, but it is still a top movement technique that was created by the true martial world king. Wu Final Cloud recklessly laughed. Although a spear was stronger than a sword, as long as his movement technique was formidable enough, he would be able to avoid it. Lin Ming faintly smiled. His energy focused within his inner world. The heretical god force opened. The heavenly demon martial intent erupted. Ho! As a blood-red lotus bloomed in the world, a vast and boundless energy enveloped the entire region. Grand space. Open! Wu Final Cloud's movement technique was originally part of the concept of speed. However, underneath the shroud of the Grand Space, 107 of the 108 afterimages suddenly vanished, leaving only Wu Final Cloud's true form. Even Wu Final Cloud felt his body being affected by the Grand Space. His strength dropped by a tremendous scale, and he found it increasingly difficult to move true essence within his body. What sort of force field was this? As Wu Final Cloud was stunned in surprise, Lin Ming had already rushed in front of him. The Phoenix blood spear in his hand came crashing down. Wu Final Cloud's eyes widened. He slashed out with his sword, cutting down at Lin Ming. Kacha! Underneath the strength of 100 million genes, Wu Final Cloud's sword light was easily torn apart. The Phoenix blood spear continued onwards, crashing onto Wu Final Cloud's head. Wu Final Cloud's complexion changed. True martial body barrier art. As Wu Final Cloud saw the Phoenix blood spear about to strike him, he shouted out loud, and a thick golden barrier appeared around his body. This was the metal laws. The true martial Holy Lands included masters of countless mystic arts. Every disciple could find a law and cultivation method that suited themselves the most. Lin Ming disregarded this new development and continued smashing his spear downwards. As his spear struck the golden barrier, there was a loud crackling sound as myriad cracks appeared in the barrier before it completely broke open. However, because of the slight delay offered by this golden barrier, Wu Final Cloud was able to bring back his spirit artifact sword and send out a second sword strike. Kacha! The brilliant sword light collided with the Phoenix blood spear. Wu Final Cloud was sent hurtling backwards, as if he had been struck by a mountain. This tremendous amount of strength had not been completely diverted. A great part of it passed into Wu Final Cloud's body, causing the blood within to tumble. Only after flying back several miles was he able to stop himself and stand tall. In this single exchange, Wu Final Cloud had suffered a serious loss. He forcefully calmed the roiling blood within his body and glared at Lin Ming, his complexion ugly. Wu Final Cloud was unable to believe just how terrifying the explosive force in Lin Ming's attack had been. Was he really only at the early divine sea? What force field is that? Lin Ming didn't answer. He only faintly said, "Use your transcendent divine might." Chapter 12:10 Heavenly Demon Metamorphic Art. Chapter 12:10 Heavenly Demon Metamorphic Art. Seeing Wu Final Cloud sent hurtling backwards by Lin Ming's spear strike, all of the disciples of the true martial Holy Lands were left panic-stricken. The invincible elder senior apprentice brother in their minds had actually been struck back by Lin Ming. How was that possible? Elder senior apprentice brother. Elder senior apprentice brother is fine. Some disciples cried out with concern thick in their voices. How could elder senior apprentice brother possibly have anything go wrong? Elder senior apprentice brother simply didn't use his complete strength just now. He didn't even use his transcendent divine might. A disciple that worshipped Wu Final Cloud said, even if his idol wasn't as strong as he thought, he still wouldn't admit it because recognizing this was the same as denying everything he knew. Moreover, Wu Final Cloud hadn't even used his transcendent divine might yet. The ordinary disciples of the true martial Holy Lands didn't understand Wu Final Cloud's real strength. They had simply run wild with their imaginations. But the several top-ranked masters of the true martial Holy Lands were absolutely clear as to what Wu Final Cloud's trump cards were. Once Wu Final Cloud used all of his abilities, his combat strength would multiply from before, and there wouldn't be any comparison between that and his previous self. Elder senior apprentice brother has met a worthy match. That Lin Ming is truly unfathomable. To think that even elder senior apprentice brother's cloud-dimming blade isn't enough. He will need to bring out his second sword, the Great Blood Sword. Wu Final Cloud had two swords. This brat, how could he possibly suppress Wu Final Cloud? Zhong Wenshu muttered as he hid in the crowd, staring at Lin Ming with hatred in his eyes. He couldn't accept the reality of what was happening before him. Originally, Zhong Wenshu thought he would be able to see something good by coming here. He thought he would see Lin Ming be utterly suppressed and killed, but he never imagined that Lin Ming would be so brutal that he could even force back Wu Final Cloud with his spear. The battle hasn't ended yet. Wu Final Cloud still has his transcendent divine might. It's unknown just who the winner will be, Sacred Yueping gloomily said. Although this battle had been one-sided so far, it wasn't strange for the losing side in a battle to use some miraculous move and turn the tables on the aggressor. Moreover, Wu Final Cloud still hadn't used his true transcendent divine might. To a disciple of an ordinary world King Holy Land, a transcendent divine might was a completely unreachable cultivation method. Transcendent divine might. Sacred Tianhao hesitated. He had a faint premonition in his heart that even if Wu Final Cloud were to use his transcendent divine might, his victory or defeat would still be an unknown. He had always felt that Lin Ming was too mysterious, too powerful, a being that surpassed all common reasoning. Facing Lin Ming, even if you thought you were stronger, he would still easily suppress you. You would never know just where the limits of his strength lay. Sacred Tianhao found it unbelievable that such a youth was only at the early divine sea. Wu Final Cloud is finally going to use his transcendent divine might. I wonder just what sort of cultivation method that transcendent divine might is. I really want to see. Many surrounding martial artists said, some even rubbing their eyes. The truth was that these people simply didn't know what level of existence a transcendent divine might was. They had never even seen one, much less understood it. It was impossible for them to distinguish whether or not a cultivation method was a transcendent divine might based on how strong it was, let alone these juniors. Even holy lords and world kings might not be able to do so, because most transcendent divine mights were secret existences that no one knew of. Just who are you? Wu Final Cloud's eyes burned as he gazed at Lin Ming, his complexion incomparably ugly. He could not believe that a disciple from a mere peak Holy Land could actually achieve such a mind-boggling level of talent. Perhaps even an Empyrean descendant would not be his match at the early divine sea realm. Haven't you already investigated me? Lin Ming asked back. Humph. Wu Final Cloud coldly coughed. Your talent is indeed unimaginably high, but what will decide the ultimate outcome of this victory is strength, absolute strength. You wanted to experience my transcendent divine might, right? Then let me fulfill your wish. As Wu Final Cloud spoke, his aura became increasingly powerful. His joints exploded, his body began to grow, and an endless, boundless energy gushed forth from his inner world. Tiny scales began to form all over his body, making him look like a demon. This transcendent divine might even have the ability to change Wu Final Cloud's body. The energy within his body is strengthening. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. He could feel the energy within Wu Final Cloud climbing to ever higher peaks. Without a doubt, this transcendent divine might was one that enhanced his striking power. Up until now, Lin Ming had learned two transcendent divine mights. The heretical god force was an arcane skill whose main role was to help in cultivation and also help in comprehending laws. Lin Ming's power of thunder and power of fire were endowed unto him by the heretical god force. As for the grand Miss Space, that was an auxiliary transcendent divine might. Up until now, Lin Ming had never seen a direct attack type transcendent divine might. This transcendent divine might is called the Heavenly Demon Metamorphic Art. It is a transcendent divine might that changes the body. Once one displays the Heavenly Demon Metamorphic Art, they will be able to obtain the power of a fiend demon, and their body will turn into that of a demon. Their speed, striking power, defensive power, even their comprehension of laws, everything will double. Although my Heavenly Demon Metamorphic Art is incomplete, its might when displayed underneath my hand is unimaginable. Now meet my strike. Wu Final Cloud wildly laughed. He put the long sword away in his spatial ring and took out a heavy sword. Wu Final Cloud had two swords, one light and one heavy. The light sword was called the Cloud Dimming Blade and was used in coordination with his extraordinary speed. It was to help in displaying metal laws, wind laws, and the concept of speed. And this crimson heavy sword was called the Great Blood Sword. It was the sword Wu Final Cloud used when he was at his highest level of strength. Two swords? Lin Ming was a bit surprised. Up until now, he had seen several martial artists who used two swords. For instance, the Seven Profound Valleys Jiang Baoyan used two swords. Dual Polarity Palace's Zhong Wenshu was the same. He used twin black and white swords in order to display his distinctive yin-yang laws. This was also the reason for Dual Polarity Palace's name, yin and yang representing extreme polar opposites. A double sword type martial artist often didn't use both swords together. Rather, each sword had its own unique uses. A long sword was fast, tricky, and could change myriad times, but its striking power was lacking. When facing a crazy and savage frontal attack like Lin Ming's 100-layered waves, the sword light of a long sword would be far weaker in comparison, and it would be extremely difficult to block such heavy-handed attacks. Thus, they would bring out a second sword. Although the Great Blood Sword had the shape of a sword, it wasn't used for stabbing or slashing. Rather, it was used to violently smash onto others. This was another extreme of swordsmanship, the edgeless heavy sword. Now, with Wu Final Cloud's energy having increased by several times thanks to the Heavenly Demon Metamorphic Art, his strength and striking power had risen to a ridiculous level. It was incomparable from the past. Let me give you a warning. This Great Blood Sword is forged from crimson blood metal and is 2 million genes heavy. When I am in the condition of the Heavenly Demon Metamorphic Art, my Great Blood Sword can display its greatest strength. It was impossible for an essence-gathering system martial artist to have the bodily strength of a body transformation system martial artist. But if they poured enough true essence into their weapon, they could also similarly stimulate the movement of their weapon, no matter how heavy it was. The only disadvantage would be that they would lack the flexibility of a body transformation martial artist. Lin Ming faintly smiled. So, you want to meet me in a head-on melee? Let's go! Wu Final Cloud roared and sprang upwards. With such a massive counterweight, the rocks beneath his feet shattered into tiny fragments. Bang! Woof Final Cloud's sword came smashing down. But at this time, Lin Ming's entire body was boiling over with excitement. This sort of fulfilling and wild battle was what he wished for. All 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates opened. The power of the supreme dragon bone completely erupted. Ha! A deafening dragon roar filled the air, as if a true dragon were awakening within Lin Ming's body. All of the martial artists present heard this resounding dragon roar. They felt the blood energy within their body restlessly moving, gushing, tumbling about, even affecting their heartbeats. This strength was... Everyone was left horrified. Within the body transformation technique, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was the highest legend, besides Empyrean Primordius. It was possible that no one had managed to step into that mystical boundary. As for the 8 inner hidden gates, although they weren't considered to be a myth, the last 2 gates were still fabled existences. There was basically no one that had opened them. Thus, none of the martial artists present had seen it before. After opening 7 gates, Lin Ming's pupils contracted. The muscles on his body popped up as he grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear, aimed it at Wu Final Cloud's sword, and brought it crashing down. Kacha! The great blood sword collided with the Phoenix Blood Spear. With these 2 people at the center, a massive nova of energy erupted outwards. Countless black rocks filled the air, completely shattering. A giant series of fissures cracked through the earth, spreading out like an infinite spiderweb. In such a terrifying strike, even a top-grade Saint artifact would instantly break apart. But Lin Ming and Wu Final Cloud's weapons were spirit artifacts, and extremely high-rank ones at that. Even after such an intense strike, they still weren't damaged. Ka. The Phoenix Blood Spear curved into a crescent arc. Lin Ming's feet both sank underground. The rock beneath him broke apart again and again, nearly becoming dust. Wu Final Cloud grasped his sword in both hands, his eyes colored with disbelief at the sight of Lin Ming. How could you be so strong? How is this possible? Kacha! Wu Final Cloud's sword cut out once more. Lin Ming swept out his spear, once again. Spear and sword crossed, the sound of metal grating on metal pierced through the world. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 collided again. This was a brutal melee, a fight to the death to see who was stronger, who was faster. As the 2 fought, all of the surrounding land was blasted away to nothing as countless fragments of stone rained down from the heavens. Every collision was like the ringing of a divine bell, a ruinous sound that echoed between the heavens and earth. Each ringing of this divine bell seemed to knock on the hearts of everyone present, causing their blood to tumble and surge within them. The martial artists with weaker cultivations all paled, finding it impossible to stay nearby. Even if they wanted to stay close, they had no choice but to withdraw again and again. Otherwise, if they stayed, their organs would shatter and blood would leak from their heads until they died. This was because as the 2 people fought, there was a massive amount of energy contained within the sound waves. A weaker martial artist would be shaken until they exploded to death. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Mountains and rivers shook. The earth trembled as countless black boulders tumbled down from nearby mountains, as if an earthquake was passing all throughout true martial city. This battle scene was incredible, unimaginable. No one ever thought that a showdown between 2 peak masters of the true martial great world would evolve into such a scene. Normally, when Essence Gathering System martial artists fought, they would display gorgeous and beautiful martial skills as they exchanged more and more moves. It would never be like the fight between these 2, the most barbaric and savage method of directly struggling with strength. Chapter 1211, Killing Wu Final Cloud. Chapter 1211, killing Wu Final Cloud. There can actually be such a form of combat. To the disciples of ordinary holy lands, this sort of fighting was something they had never heard of before. By just relying on one's body, is it actually possible to erupt with such a terrifying combat strength? Many people thought this was unbelievable. In their opinion, true essence reigned above all, and even most laws that martial artists comprehended were related to true essence and energy. Only true essence could possibly pair with laws. As for a person's bodily strength, laws were incompatible with it. This was said to be because the rules of the heavenly Tao changed a long time ago, and now the body transformation technique cultivation system was far too difficult to cultivate. Thus, it was publicly recognized that bodily strength was inferior to true essence. No, this is wrong. A top 10 ranked participant shook his head. What Lin Ming is relying on is his physical strength to fight, but Wu Final Cloud is using his true essence to fight. His transcendent divine might gives him an explosive strength, enough to reach this current state. But it is by no means his own bodily strength. If a martial artist used true essence to drive the movement of a weapon, they could erupt with an equally terrifying strength as someone that used their immense physicality to do so. For instance, if someone were to pour their true essence into a steel ball and throw it, it would crash down as hard as a meteor. This was the same effect as a body transformation martial artist hurling a steel ball with all their might. This fellow, Lin Ming, cultivates in dual body and energy, and he has simultaneously reached incredibly high achievements in both the essence gathering system and the body transformation system. I really have no idea how he could possibly have reached his current boundary in body transformation. He is truly a monstrous genius. As everyone was talking, Lin Ming and Wu Final Cloud had already exchanged 100 moves. The two people were like meteors in the sky, flinging back and forth, intensely colliding with each other, separating, smashing into each other once again, and then splitting apart once more. Every collision produced an earth-shattering shockwave that pierced through the heavens. Bang! Wu Final Cloud's sword slashed down. Lin Ming's figure faded, turning into a shadow that completely avoided the strike. This sword strike fell upon a black mountain, shearing a 10,000 section and creating a massive sloping cliff. Trees fell down, rocks cracked apart, and the earth trembled. And following that, Lin Ming attacked. Wu Final Cloud avoided the spear strike, but this attack continued forwards with unstoppable might, piercing through that 10,000-foot slope and creating a massive hole that penetrated all the way through, causing the cliff to collapse. Such an intense battle left all the participants speechless. These two were simply beasts in human form. However, in this savage battle, the more Wu Final Cloud fought, the more shocked he became. He originally thought that after using the heavenly demon metamorphic art, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Ming, he could still rapidly build an advantage and seal his victory with that. But he never imagined he would be engaged in such a white-hot battle instead. Lin Ming's strength, tenacity, endurance, everything had surpassed his imaginations. Now, they had already fought for 100 moves, and every move required a terrifying amount of energy to be consumed. Lin Ming didn't seem tired at all. Instead, he continued his onslaught with ease. But as for Wu Final Cloud, he was barely managing to keep up. His strength had long begun to weaken. Impossible! How could this be possible? If he's using up so much energy, what sort of arcane skill is he using to support himself? Is his body a bottomless pit? Can it hold endless amounts of true essence? Wu Final Cloud found this incomprehensible. Lin Ming seemed like a tireless mechanical puppet. No matter how much he fought, his strength didn't weaken in the slightest. No, it could even be said to be growing stronger over time. Wu Final Cloud had already consumed over half the true essence within his body. He was relying on his will to continue. He had already overdrawn his bodily strength and true essence. If this continued, it would be hard to maintain his combat strength. Is this boy gritting his teeth and deliberately trying to show an appearance of ease? Or is his endurance really powerful to such a degree? Wu Final Cloud began to panic. If this continued, then he would undoubtedly lose. His only chance was to risk his life. Bang! With a loud explosion, the two martial artists collided once more. The Phoenix Blood Spear slightly bent as their weapons crossed and locked in place. Lin Ming grinned as he looked at Wu Final Cloud. Only fighting like this with his physical strength would cause his fighting spirit to burn, his blood to boil over, and this amazing refreshed feeling to wash over him. However, it seemed that Wu Final Cloud wouldn't be able to accompany him much longer. Is this it for you? Wu Final Cloud clenched his teeth. He could feel that with his overconsumption of true essence, it was becoming nearly impossible to continue resisting Lin Ming's strength. Lin Ming suddenly shouted out, the muscles on his arms bulging and blue veins twisting under his skin. Loud crackling sounds emitted from all over his body. He bent his legs, coiling his body, and with his body that was fused with the supreme dragon bone and the increased strength from the Gate of Limit, he used all of his strength to push forwards. Pung! The rocks underneath Lin Ming's feet completely cracked apart, and Wu Final Cloud only felt a great strength pass through his body. He was sent hurtling backwards by Lin Ming like a leaf in a storm. Bang! Wu Final Cloud crashed into a shattered mountain peak, causing a countless amount of rubble to tumble to the ground. The blood energy within Wu Final Cloud's body tumbled, his appearance in a very pitiful state. Although he had managed to save himself from injury thanks to his protective true essence, the fact that he had been thrown backwards was proof that he was on the losing end. Wu Final Cloud is going to be defeated. His physical strength isn't enough? Unbelievable. Even in such a fierce melee, Lin Ming hasn't seemed stressed at all from beginning to end, as if his physical strength hasn't been consumed in the least, like he hasn't been fighting all this time. How is this possible? The many martial artists looked at Lin Ming, confusion and fear in their eyes. Just by looking at the ruined outskirts of true Marital City that had been changed beyond all recognition, one could imagine the massive quantities of energy involved in this battle. However, Lin Ming didn't seem affected in the least. Was he even human? Lin Ming pointed his spear straight at Wu Final Cloud, stating, "You have lost." Endurance and toughness were Lin Ming's greatest advantages. After Lin Ming absorbed the Azure Dragon Marrow and fused with the Supreme Dragon Bone, and in addition to the Gate of Healing as well as the portion of power he absorbed from the Demon Bead replica, his blood vitality had reached an incredible degree. He was absolutely able to rely on his restorative abilities to continue this battle without consuming much or any of his strength at all. We still don't know who will be the winner. Wu Final Cloud spat out. Veins stuck out on his forehead as his grip on the great blood sword tightened. All of his remaining strength swelled up from within his body, surging within him without reserve. This was his final desperate attack. Ka, ka, ka. All of the blood vessels in his body stuck upwards. His skin began to rupture as blood splashed out from his body. Facing Wu Final Cloud's final attack, Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear, pointing it to the ground, his eyes incomparably calm. Sword shattering the universe. Wu Final Cloud cried out loud. He leapt upwards. With all of his strength poured into this strike, he cut straight towards Lin Ming's head. As Lin Ming saw this sword strike heading towards him, he concentrated his thoughts into his inner world. The heretical god force opened, and all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates were released, combining together into an explosive strength. Celestial Tyrant Manual. 100-layered waves. All of Lin Ming's strength gathered together, surging forth like a tide, wave after wave, superimposing on each other. All of this strength finally fully concentrated as one before chopping down at Wu Final Cloud. One side was a desperate final attack, and the other side was an all-out attack of gathered potential. With the fight having gone on until now, These were the strongest strikes that the two used. Bang! Like a meteor crashing into the earth, the world seemed to lose all color. Countless stones rose into the skies as a massive amount of energy erupted outwards. The heavy sword in Wu Final Cloud's hand was sent soaring away as his protective true essence cracked open like an eggshell. Wu Final Cloud was directly struck by the Phoenix blood spear. All of his organs were torn apart, and all of his bones broken to pieces. His body was like a pile of scrap meat. Pung! Wu Final Cloud's ruined corpse struck the ground. His skull was already shattered, and rivers of blood flowed out from his head. As he looked at the sky, a fading, vacant disbelief filled his eyes. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he finally didn't even say a single word. His consciousness rapidly faded away before turning to darkness. Wu Final Cloud had died in this battle. Everyone looked at the dead Wu Final Cloud that was leaking blood on the ground. They looked at the sundered earth that spread out for hundreds of miles. And they looked at Lin Ming standing triumphantly with his spear raised high. The entire audience of martial artists was left dumbfounded. Wu Final Cloud had died to Lin Ming's hands. Even through a difference of 2 small boundaries of cultivation, Wu Final Cloud had been killed by Lin Ming. This was a completely unbelievable result. This meant that, in the future, Lin Ming was extremely likely to become a world king. All of those disciples of the true martial Holy Lands that worshipped Wu Final Cloud were left stricken. They could not accept the reality of what had happened. In their minds, Wu Final Cloud was a godlike existence, undefeatable. But this godlike existence had lost to Lin Ming. As for those martial artists that had come to watch a good play and see Lin Ming be ruined, they were all stunned silent. Zhong Wenshu and Sacred Yueping felt a cold chill crawl down their backs. They simply weren't able to find the words to describe what they were feeling. They had originally thought of taking revenge against Lin Ming once they all left the divine dream world, but now everything had changed. In the future, if Lin Ming didn't become a great world king, he would still become an ordinary world king, and their dual polarity palace and sacred martial mansion were also ruled by an ordinary world king. How could they possibly offend him? And someone like Lin Ming was highly likely to arouse the interest and desire of countless super influences. In front of these super influences, their dual polarity palace and sacred martial mansion were nothing at all. Sacred Tianhao let out a long sigh before whispering, "From this day forth, we shall avoid Lin Ming's path. After we leave this dream world, we will immediately prepare a generous gift and personally deliver it to the ancient Phoenix clan. This should be able to resolve the conflicts between us and Lin Ming. We weren't life or death enemies to begin with. We can only hope that he doesn't bear a grudge against us. As for killing him, we cannot do that. For someone like him, who will become a world king in the future, their destinies are terrifying, not to mention sheltering him. But those super influences who want to be on good terms with him will definitely intervene on his behalf. And even if no one decides to shelter him, killing him will be a near impossible task. And if we cannot kill him, then in the future the ones to die will be us." Sacred Tianhao shook his head. He had originally felt that Lin Ming was an unfathomably deep character, but he never imagined he would be strong to such a degree. Even in his battle against Wu Final Cloud, it was still unknown whether or not he used his full strength. It wasn't even possible to describe Lin Ming as just a monstrous genius anymore. Sacred Yueping felt his own confidence ruthlessly savaged by Lin Ming, crushed to bits until nothing was left. Even so, he could only swallow his complaints and deal with it. Although he was arrogant, he knew that what Sacred Tianhao said was their only chance of surviving. And at this time, above the ruined earth, Wu Final Cloud's corpse slowly vanished, turning into pure dreamland energy that slowly floated towards Lin Ming. Within Lin Ming's vision, This energy was composed of countless beams of colorful light. The lights were incomparably radiant. This was the strongest mass of dreamland energy he had seen yet. Chapter 1212. Merit points over 100 million. Chapter 1212. Merit points over 100 million. Wu Final Cloud. How much dreamland energy will you give me? The reason that Lin Ming hunted down masters and killed them was so that he could obtain their dreamland energy. To him, nourishing his divine dream mark and cultivating the soul training system was something he was obsessed with. At the beginning of learning a new domain of martial arts, the speed of enhancement was always the fastest. Lin Ming stretched out a hand and absorbed all of the dreamland energy. An unprecedented feeling of bliss swept through his body. This was just like a lost man wandering through the desert for a long time, dazed with hunger and thirst, and finally finding a lush oasis where he could obtain sustenance and even bathe himself in cool spring water. Lin Ming also wanted to thank Wu Final Cloud. If it weren't for Wu Final Cloud gathering the entirety of the true Martial Holy Lands intelligence network and accumulating a massive amount of merit points through his domineering rampage across the land, he would not have gathered so many points. This was 60% of all the dreamland energy that Wu Final Cloud had painstakingly gathered for these last 5 months. As Lin Ming glanced at his merit points, he could see them soaring at a ridiculous rate. The speed at which they climbed was even several times higher than before. Lin Ming was originally ranked 15th on the true martial great world, but now, with unstoppable momentum, he broke through the top 10, turned towards the top 5, and zoomed straight to the top 3. At this time, at the Good Fortune Great World, there was a special disciple from the Unbroken Cult whose sole purpose was to monitor Lin Ming's ranking 24 hours a day. The Divine Dream Jade Slip was now being used to purposefully track Lin Ming's progress. And in the ancient Phoenix clan, Lin Ming was also receiving similar treatment. Every time that his ranking changed, including that of his merit points, was studiously recorded. They also saw that Lin Ming's merit points were rapidly rising. This rate of increase could be called maddening. It was running by millions upon millions. The merit points value suddenly broke through 50 million, 60 million, and then 70 million. Lin Ming's merit points left one feeling panic dread and at a complete loss for words. It was like these numbers had already lost their original significance. 80 million, almost 90 million. Young hero Lin should have killed a top 3 ranked master of a great world. The Unbroken Cult Great Elder exclaimed, his voice shivering. As for Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan, they were holding their breath in awe. If Lin Ming broke into the top 15 of the great world, he would hold far more than enough gravitas in the Unbroken Cult. If Lin Ming were to come to the Unbroken Cult, then all of the high-level and low-level figures would have to gather. This included the founder, the vice-founder, the highest elders, the great elder, and every other disciple and elder would have to come greet him and bow when they saw him. And now, Lin Ming's achievements had actually continued far past the top 15 of a great world. He had broken past the top 10 and would soon reach the top 5. If he continued onwards, then that would truly be incredible. Even now, the rate at which Lin Ming's merit points were rising didn't slow down at all. They immediately broke through 90 million with unstoppable momentum. Then 93 million, 96 million, 99 million. Break through 100 million. Lin Ming's merit points had broken through that critical point of 100 million. Within a great floating palace on Crimson Light World, Violent Stone boisterously laughed. He said, what did I say? I knew this was coming. I already said that during Lin Ming's second round of eliminations in this tournament, he would definitely break past 100 million. Now that I look again, This boy can definitely reach at least 150 million. Without thinking of it, Lin Ming has definitely killed the top number one master of the true martial great world. What is the number one master of a great world? Just another nobody for Lin Ming. Violent Stone spoke so loudly that his beard flared up. His cheeks were ruddy with light as his eyes lit up with high-spirited excitement. It was as if Lin Ming were about to immediately tussle with that saintess from the divine dream palace, or kick away the descendant of Empyrean divine universe. As for the other three god-beast clans, all of them had a strange taste in their hearts as they looked at Violent Stone's happy reaction. Everyone here was a member of a god-beast clan, so how could the disparity between disciples be so great? As for the ancient dragon clan's laughing dragon, when he saw Lin Ming's ranking, he found it hard to laugh again. The ancient dragon clan had always led the four great god-beast clans, and the ancient phoenix clan could be considered second or third place only. But now their ancient dragon clan had paid such a massive price to raise Dragon One, and yet Dragon One was only in the top 50 ranks of a great world. There was no hope of him going any further. As for the ancient Phoenix clan, they had a disciple that broke through to the first 5, and it seemed that continuing into the top 3 wasn't any problem at all. Top 3 to top 50, one couldn't even describe this difference with clouds and mud. After breaking through 100 million, that still wasn't Lin Ming's limit. The final number stopped at 143 million. By killing Wu Final Cloud, Lin Ming had earned 96 million merit points. As for his ranking, he had leapt into second place of the true martial great world. Killing the number 1 ranked Wu Final Cloud didn't mean that Lin Ming would leap into first place. In fact, the difference between Wu Final Cloud's merit points and the second-ranked participant was only 10 to 20 million. When Lin Ming obtained 60% of Wu Final Cloud's merit points in addition to his original number, he was still a tiny bit away from reaching first place. Thus, he ended at second. Lin Ming's change in ranking was no longer limited to the attention of Mu Qinyu, Violent Stone, and a few others. Now, his change in ranking was reflected on the divine seal decree that showed all 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm. And this divine seal decree was under the gaze of every great influence in the divine realm. After Lin Ming killed Wu Final Cloud, his name on the divine seal suddenly vanished from its position around 30,000. It rushed forwards with extreme speed, rushing straight towards rank 3,670. The divine seal decree was a list that included the entirety of the divine realm. Just from the words divine sea, one could understand just how illustrious it was. If one could rank in the top 3,000 of the divine seal decree, that would mean that on average they would be the top-ranked master of a great world. Now Lin Ming was only several hundred ranks away from the top 3,000. That was already more than enough to arouse the interest of the entire divine realm. Martial artists of the divine realm had an extremely good memory. In these past days, they had remembered nearly all 5,000 top names on the divine seal decree. These were future leaders and helmsmen of the divine realm, among which even world kings would be born from their ranks. As for the ones remaining, although they might not become world kings, it wouldn't be a problem to become a half-step world king. Although a half-step world king was far from being comparable with a true world king, they were still characters that many great influences would go all out to win over. Many ordinary world king holy lands, besides their own world king, wouldn't even have a half-step world king in their ranks. If a new unaffiliated half-step world king were to appear, all of these ordinary world king holy lands would do everything in their power to win them over. Within Atlas World, underneath the Golden Scroll, and surrounded by the divine seal decree, countless martial artists were noticing the change in rankings. Phoenix Cry Palace had been Lin Ming's first stopping point after ascending to the divine realm. one of the 72 palaces of the ancient Phoenix clan, Phoenix Cry Palace had been Lin Ming's starting point in his adventures through the divine realm. The disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace were also paying attention to the divine seal decree. Fairy Fong, White Dao Hong, and all other important persons of Phoenix Cry Palace were present. Besides Phoenix Cry Palace's Lin Ming, there was also charming Phoenix Palace's Yen Little Moon, who was being watched. The elder senior apprentice, Sister Lu Xiaoyan, was leading a group of beautiful young female disciples, all of them chatting together. They had originally come to look for Yen Little Moon as one of the most outstanding disciples to ever appear in charming Phoenix Palace. Yen Little Moon had already been taken to headquarters. These disciples came here because they were interested in Yen Little Moon's results and wanted to see if she could enter the divine seal decree. But now, those from Phoenix Cry Palace and charming Phoenix Palace could all see an incomparably radiant name that blazed near the front of the divine seal decree. Ancient Phoenix clan Lin Ming. He was a character that swept away the many geniuses of a great world king holy land, becoming the true king of a great world. Even Xiao, Doji, and Wu Burning Heaven of the past hadn't been able to accomplish this. Lin Ming, is he really only someone from the lower realms? Fairy Fong whispered to herself. She still remembered the first time that she saw Lin Ming at time-worn Phoenix City during the king-level smelting trial at the lower realms. At that time, she only believed that Lin Ming would be able to become a late divine Lord Master in the future, and also an important figure of Phoenix Cry Palace, because she saw this potential in him. Fairy Fong personally guided Lin Ming to ascend to the divine realm and also led him to Phoenix Cry Palace. At that time, she never would have imagined that such a humble and amiable young man would achieve such incredible results. And nearby, the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace, the disciples of charming Phoenix Palace, in particular many of them, who had participated in Fire Spirit Star's smelting trial with Lin Ming, were all watching his name, glowing on the divine seal decree, deep emotions surging in their hearts. There were many among them that had seen Lin Ming with their own eyes at Fire Spirit Star. When Lin Ming was at Fire Spirit Star, he had completed the 1,000 slaughter and obtained a single drop of ancient Phoenix blood essence. Even though he accomplished such a miracle, they never thought he would achieve the heights he did today. Thinking about Lin Ming's dashing and wild fight with Crimson Strife Cloud, and the scenes of him sweeping away all opponents in the illusionary god combat array, some young girls from charming Phoenix Palace felt their beautiful faces blush red with infatuation and their minds shake with newfound emotions as they fell deep into Lin Mania. In the world of martial artists, a person's strength, talent, and moral character were the most attractive charms to the opposite sex. Lin Ming possessed all of that in abundance. Not just that, but his handsome looks, his temperament. All of him was truly outstanding. Thus, he naturally attracted the yearning hearts of these girls. Chapter 12:13, Spirit Source. Chapter 12:13, Spirit Source. Lin Ming didn't know that his ranking was manifested on the 3,000 Great Worlds Divine Seal Decree, nor did he care about this. All of his concentration was focused on practicing the Divine Dream Law. After he absorbed Wu Final Cloud's Dreamland energy, he flew straight towards True Martial City so he could close up and begin nourishing the Divine Dream Mark. And all around True Martial City, the disciples began to give a wide berth to Lin Ming. It was only when Lin Ming left did they stop withdrawing. They stood there, dazed, unable to believe what had just happened. If someone with an early divine sea cultivation was able to have such combat strength, it was simply unimaginable just what degree of power Lin Ming would obtain once he became a divine lord or holy lord. But no matter what, from this day forth, the name of Lin Ming was destined to spread throughout the true martial great world. Lin Ming returned to his dwelling chamber and sat down on his stone bed. He didn't immediately start cultivating, but instead closed his eyes, thinking about the fight he had experienced and reliving it in the arena of his mind. The most profound impression that the battle had left on Lin Ming was the transcendent divine might that Wu Final Cloud had used, the heavenly demon metamorphic art. According to Wu Final Cloud, this was a body-transforming type, transcendent divine might. It summoned the power of a demon god, transforming one's own body into that of a demon god. It was a transcendent divine might of the demonic path. This transcendent divine might was extremely incomplete to a ridiculous level. The complete heavenly demon metamorphic art could massively increase a martial artist's speed, explosive power, defensive power, and so forth, multiplying their comprehensive combat strength by several times. But the version that Wu Final Cloud practiced mainly manifested in increasing his explosive power, increasing his explosive strength by several times. With that alone, he was able to use his true essence to struggle with Lin Ming's 100 million genes of strength. If I can obtain the heavenly demon metamorphic art, then my celestial tyrant manual will advance to another level. If I were to use the 100-layered waves in such a state, the power would be unimaginable. Lin Ming couldn't help but have such an idea. As he thought of this, he could only wryly shake his head. All the transcendent divine mights that he had experienced so far would be a tremendous benefit to him. He wanted them all. It could only be said that a transcendent divine might was far too heaven-defying. As the comprehensive summary of an Empyrean's lifetime of knowledge, it had to be this strong. At this time, southeast of true Martial City somewhere, underneath a 7-colored tree with tall rainbow-hued flowers blooming all around him, a black-clothed youth was sitting on a lush patch of grass, his back resting against the tree. His hands were wrapped with bandages, his right knee was bent up, and his left leg was straight. He was casually resting his arm on his knee in a very comfortable posture. It seemed as if he had been sitting here a long time. His shoulders were dusted with flower petals. A butterfly landed on his fingertip, gently fluttering its wings in an incomparably tranquil scene. He died. This Lin Ming is actually able to kill Wu Final Cloud. Seems like an interesting match. The black-clothed youth thought out loud. His pitch-black eyes were bright and lively, and his inky hair fell down to his ears. He was a very clean-cut and handsome young man. It was only that his face was surprisingly pale. One could even clearly see blue veins underneath his skin, as if he were at the beginning of some terminal illness. His fingertip moved, and the butterfly flew off from it, fluttering back towards the sea of flowers around him. As the black-clothed youth saw this, he smiled with understanding. At this time, his thoughts stirred, and he looked towards the distant canopy of flowers and trees. "Come out. I've already discovered you." With a rustling sound, the flowers separated, and a monster with red fur and red scales slowly walked out. It looked like a red monkey, and its 4 limbs reached the ground. It had an extremely fierce appearance. As the black-clothed youth saw this red-furred monster, he rubbed his forehead, revealing an expression like he had a headache. "I can't seem to get rid of you no matter what. You've chased me for 7 days and 7 nights already. Do you really want this thing?" The black-clothed youth was still comfortably sitting as before. As he spoke, a purple crystal appeared in his raised palm. This was an extremely beautiful purple crystal, only the size of a baby's first. In the center of the purple crystal was a blue line that wriggled about like a tiny snake. The black-clothed youth gently tossed the purple crystal. It jumped up and down in his hand, mesmerizing. As the red-furred monster saw this purple crystal, its ghostly blue eyes flashed with a greedy light. But it didn't immediately attack. It was clear that it was cautious against this black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth slowly stood up, saying, "You've chased me this far because you want this thing, right? Can you tell me what this is? And you, what are you? Don't tell me. You are a nightmare beast. I know that you are different from them, but as for how, I can't really say." The red-furred monster remained silent, only staring at the purple crystal in the black-clothed youth's hand. "I know that you can understand my words. Every time I speak, I can see your face change. You definitely have a consciousness of your own. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fong. A single word, a single syllable. I am a wanderer that travels through the stars. I have no home and no place to tie me down. In this true martial great world, people call me Dragon Fong, and you can call me that too. That is, if you can speak." The red-furred monster didn't respond, as before. Dragon Fong seemed particularly patient. He began speaking to himself. "I feel that there is something strange about the divine dream world. Ever since I entered the divine dream world, I have had this feeling. This world is all too real. Everything seems just like it is in reality, as if everything here truly exists and isn't created. I can feel that there is some secret in this world, but as for what it is, I do not know. Even this purple crystal has a secret. I can feel that it is strange, but I don't know how it is strange. I can't say I like this feeling much at all. So tell me, what is this purple crystal? And what are you? Since you can understand my words, there should be some way to pass information between us. Even if you can't speak, can you at least use some sort of energy sound transmission?" As Dragon Fong spoke to hear, the red-furred monster roared out loud and rushed forwards. Dragon Fong's pupils contracted, and he brought a sword slashing downwards onto the body of the red-furred monster. However, that red-furred monster's body was as hard as astral diamonds. After cutting down on it, the sword light simply exploded with a grating metal sound. Even with Dragon Fong's formidable aura and strength that could sunder a mountain, he was still only able to cut off a few bits of hair. Great! Dragon Fong wasn't startled at all, instead laughing out loud. He slashed out his sword once more, even swifter and more powerful than the last strike. A 10-foot thick beam of golden sword light turned into a dazzling arrow of light that smashed into the red-furred monster's body. Pang! With a loud ringing sound, the red-furred monster was sent flying back by this strike. However, it was still uninjured as before, and Dragon Fong was like an eagle as he suddenly drew hundreds of feet backwards. He stared at the red-furred monster, licking his lips and muttering, "Che, it's quite tricky." Dragon Fong chuckled. His eyes blazed with a brilliant fighting spirit, happy to find a worthy match. Very few geniuses did not crave the excitement of battle. Only a battle with an opponent of similar strength would arouse their fighting spirit, causing their blood to boil with excitement. "If you won't speak, then I'll hit you until you do." Dragon Fong shouted out loud and attacked once more. The long sword in his hand came chopping down, sword after sword. The endless sword light was incomparably keen and fast. For a time, the red-furred monster withstood the barrage of sword strikes, emitting roars of angry pain. All of its fur began to stick out like steel needles. Dragon Fong smiled. "Since your body is so tough, let me see whether or not you can withstand the power of my laws. In this world, the sharpest weapon is not a blade, but broken space. When space cracks down, everything within it will break down too. Now show me just whether you can withstand this or not." Dragon Fong raised his sword. Around him, space began to twist, a distortion visible to the eye. Within this distorted space, even his sword seemed to bend. As for that red-furred monster, it felt a grave threat and issued a vicious growl. Show! Dragon Fong's sword slashed out. The sword light cut across the world as a dazzling divine light soared into the clouds. The red-furred monster uttered a deafening roar, its voice cracking mountains and washing away clouds. The intense battle between the two could be witnessed from 1,000 miles away. One could clearly feel the earth trembling from the violent fluctuations of energy. What is going on? Over there. Someone's fighting over there. What a fierce battle. Even from such a distance, I feel my heart shaking. Heavens, just who could be fighting? The intensity of this battle is no less than that of the battle between Lin Ming and Wu Final Cloud. Now that Wu Final Cloud has died and Lin Ming has returned to the city, I really have no idea which two participants are capable of erupting in such a terrifying battle. It might be Dragon Fong, but who is his opponent? Let's go over and take a look. Several hundred martial artists restrained their aura and flew towards scene of the battle. Martial artists from other regions also caught up. The divine light soared into the heavens as if it would split apart the world. The echoing sounds of battle could still be heard. However, as everyone was approaching, that explosive sound rapidly diminished until it completely vanished. As everyone arrived at the scene of the battle, they could see that all of the mountains and rivers and land for hundreds of miles was completely razed, absolutely sundered with ruptured cracks running everywhere. There was a massive fathomless fissure that cut through the entire battlefield. This was clearly caused by sword energy. There's blood here. Whose blood could it be? This is red fur. It's that red-furred monster. Some people discovered bloodstains, as well as red fur left on the ground. It was clearly from that monster. Yes, it should have been Dragon Fong fighting against that red-furred monster. I have no idea who won or lost, but that red-furred monster shouldn't have died. Maybe it ran away. How terrifying. Whether it is Dragon Fong or that red-furred monster, neither are existences that we can deal with. If we run into that red-furred monster, we have no chance but to run. I wonder how Lin Ming would compare with them. These martial artists were all startled as they felt the fading true essence fluctuations in the air. In the true martial great world, hidden powerhouses were emerging one after another. The number one genius of the true martial Holy Lands actually wasn't the strongest person here. Now, it seemed that even that red-furred monster was stronger than Wu Final Cloud. There really is no limit in this universe. There is always a higher mountain and a stronger person. The divine realm is far vaster than we could imagine. It seems that we underestimated these wandering martial artists and smaller sect martial artists too much. A core disciple of the true martial Holy Lands said as he sighed. Indeed, they simply come from far too large a number of people. There will always be that one person who stumbles upon a lucky chance and defies the heavens, or that one genius whose talent defies all logic or reason. Out of a trillion lives, those that can emerge are all peerless individuals, many of whom are even more terrifying than geniuses of great world king, Holy Lands. Even senior apprentice brother High Dragon and elder senior apprentice brother have been defeated. The road before us is still long. For many core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands, this divine realm first martial meeting had left an incomparably deep impression on them. At this time, within the vast galaxies of stars, there was a beautiful and magnificent palace carved from the purest spirit jade. On a terrace of this jade palace, a white-clothed youth was leaning against the railing. This white-clothed youth had an extraordinary temperament. There was a little bead between his eyebrows. Combined with his handsome looks, he had a devilishly exotic appearance to him. In front of this white-clothed youth was a large blue crystal mirror. The images reflected in this crystal mirror were the peak showdowns being held on all 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm. Within this mirror of the divine dream palace, one could see scenes all throughout the divine dream world. However, this mirror had its limitations. In the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm, there were countless epic battles occurring all the time. The images that were reflected in this crystal mirror weren't even a drop in the ocean. At this time, within the crystal mirror, there was the image of a purple crystal. Within this purple crystal, there was some strange energy swimming, as if it wanted to break free. Junior apprentice Sister Frost dream. Is this a spirit source? The white-clothed youth asked, pointing at the purple crystal reflected in the mirror. Could High Master Divine Dream have put spirit source in the divine dream world? As a reward? The white-clothed youth asked with disbelief thick in his voice. Standing beside the white-clothed youth was a girl in an icy blue dress. Her skin was as pure and white as snow, and her every breath exuded charm and beauty. She was the direct disciple of Empyrean Divine Dream, Frost Dream. The truth was that even the title of direct disciple was insufficient to describe her status in Divine Dream Palace. She was the saintess of Divine Dream Palace, the chosen successor of Empyrean Divine Dream. The blue-clothed girl gently shook her head. She said, "It is only the elementary form of spirit source. They are personally refined by Honorable Master." As the blue-clothed girl spoke, the white-clothed youth was silently dumbfounded. Spirit source is an existence on the same level as grand mist energy. Grand mist energy is the source of all matter, but spirit source is the universe's divine, as well as the foundation for the divine dream law. If grand mist energy can be created, then it seems spirit source can also be created. If High Master Divine Dream personally refined spirit source, then even if it is spirit source in its elementary form, it is still extraordinary. High Master Divine Dream is truly generous. The blue-clothed girl faintly said, "Everything is up to fate. If one wishes to obtain one, it won't be that easy." That's right. Obtaining it is difficult, and absorbing it is even more difficult. If one's soul isn't powerful enough, or their perception is lacking by even a little bit, then they will suffer absolute failure. Even if it were me, I would have to put everything into absorbing one. If I was just the least bit careless, then I would simply fail. However, if I could even fuse the tiniest wisp within me, then the benefits to my soul would be unimaginable. I have to say I'm really jealous. If I knew this earlier, then I would have also participated in the preliminaries. The white-clothed youth said, Grand mist energy and spirit source were two existences that had nearly vanished from the universe. They were simply impossible to find. They only existed in far-off hidden corners of the universe, or they were collected and refined by certain extreme characters. For instance, Empyrean Primordius refined grand mist energy, and as for spirit source, that was refined by Empyrean Divine Dream. Chapter 12:14, The Last Round. Chapter 12:14, The Last Round. Time passed a day at a time. 5.5 months after the first martial meeting began, a new change occurred with the Divine Seal Decree. As the ranking list that all the great influences of the divine realm were closely paying attention to, whenever there was the slightest disturbance in the Divine Seal Decree, this change would be instantly reported to the high-level figures of all these influences. During this time, any unknown geniuses were slowly blooming into glory, entering the sights of these divine realm influences. And the name that appeared this time was Fong. As a martial artist that also entered through the true martial great world, Fong had no known background. He was known as the king of all wandering martial artists. Either way, he was either truly a wandering martial artist, or he came from a family that wanted to keep its status a secret, or he was one of the hidden disciples of a top supreme elder. Fong was someone similar to Lin Ming, who had just risen into the spotlight. He was a dark horse that had surpassed everyone's expectations. Moreover, this dark horse was even darker than Lin Ming. In a single breath, he had broken into the top 1,000 ranks of the Divine Seal Decree and ended up at rank 997. He was undoubtedly the number one master of the true martial great world. Fong's appearance had completely overshadowed Lin Ming's limelight. At this time, Lin Ming's highest rank was only around 3,000. Compared to Fong's top 1,000 ranking, it was far worse. After all, the higher one went, the more difficult it was to rise in rank. The top 1,000 ranks of the Divine Seal Decree was a completely new boundary. After stepping into the top 1,000 ranks, every character, there was an incredible existence. Each of them was a peerless genius of their generation. If they went to a holy land, even the holy lord of that holy land would have to bow. This damned brat, he just came out of nowhere. As Violent Stone saw Fong overshadow Lin Ming on the true martial great world, he felt extremely unwell. Not only had Lin Ming's ranking not increased lately, it was actually falling straight down, and had now fallen to lower than rank 8,000 on the Divine Seal Decree. This caused Violent Stone to feel even more ill. That damned brat Lin Ming, is he spending his time taking a piss or something? Just what has he been doing all this time? After Lin Ming killed Wu Final Cloud, he didn't go out to hunt for more dreamland energy, instead peacefully closing up in true Martial City. The dreamland energy that Wu Final Cloud had given him was far too rich. After Lin Ming brought the third divine dream mark to perfection, he refined the fourth divine dream mark until it was just a step away from perfection. Also, recently more and more people have died. Lin Ming looked up, seeing the souls constantly flying over his head and returning to true Martial City, where they would be revived. More and more strong people began to die, many of them able to rank in the top 1,000 martial artists of a great world. Of course, even after these people were killed several times, they would still be able to easily pass through the elimination round and not be kicked out. There seem to be some changes in the outside world these days. I wonder just what is happening. Lin Ming thought out loud. He didn't know that while he trained, the nightmare beasts outside the city had become increasingly brutal and monstrous. There were even mutated nightmare beasts that began appearing. After killing these nightmare beasts, one could obtain several million merit points. The martial artists whose merit points rapidly rose were mostly from killing these mutated nightmare beasts. Of course, the strength of these mutated nightmare beasts had reached an unbelievable level. Even the top 20 ranked martial artists of a great world would die to these mutated nightmare beasts' claws if they weren't careful. Although there were no permanent deaths in the dreamland space, the feeling of having their bodies shredded apart still left a lingering fear in the hearts of these participants. Besides the mutated nightmare beasts, the red-furred monster that appeared at Demon Ceiling Ridge and fought with Dragon Fong also appeared once more. This monster had nearly infinite strength, and its body was as hard as divine metal. Although it had vanished for over a dozen days, it had now reappeared. It killed multiple peak disciples of the true martial Holy Lands, including the ranked 7th Master, Wu Zhanfeng. As this red-furred monster killed more and more participants, it grew increasingly strong. Just speaking of it caused one to pale in fear that they would go out and encounter it. If one ran into a formidable participant, that person might not kill you. This was because participants with low merit points simply weren't worth bothering. But the red-furred monster was different. Anyone that ran into it would die. Even the rank 7 master of a great world couldn't escape from its claws after expending the entire arsenal of his martial arts, let alone anyone else. The slaughter all over became increasingly fierce, and at this time, the 6-month deadline was drawing to an end. The third and final round of preliminary eliminations was finally approaching. Elimination proportion, 999 out of every 1,000 participants. This number didn't include the 99% elimination ratio of the first round of eliminations. In the first 2 rounds of eliminations, there was only a single martial artist remaining from every 100,000. To be able to stand out from 100,000 martial artists, the person able to do so was undoubtedly a genius amongst geniuses. My ranking had become 4th. After the 6-month deadline arrived, Lin Ming looked at his own ranking. He had already fallen to 4th place. However, he didn't care too much about this. No matter what, he could still pass the screening round even if he sat here and closed his eyes. That Wu Final Cloud has likely caught back up already. Out of the 2 people that pass me, one should be Wu Final Cloud. With his strength, surpassing my merit points again shouldn't be a problem. As for that other person, I wonder who he is. Perhaps it might be that Dragon Fong. In the divine dream world, one's strength basically corresponded to one's ranking. After one reached an appropriate ranking for their strength, it was extremely difficult to improve it any further. At this time, in the skies of the divine dream world, a blinding light and a limitless energy fell down from the heavens, bringing with it a breathtaking pressure. Many martial artists, once covered by this pressure, felt their bodies suddenly explode. They turned into countless spots of starlight before vanishing. More and more martial artists blew up. All of the surrounding space was flooded with endless starlight. As for True Martial City, where most martial artists were gathered, the starlight filled the streets, making it seem as if a river of stars had fallen down onto the world. After the second round of eliminations, out of the over 2 trillion plus participants of the first martial meeting that signed up in the true martial great world, only 20 million remained. In the first and second rounds of eliminations, there would be many martial artists with low merit points that other martial artists wouldn't even bother to kill. But when the third round of elimination started, all those with low merit points would have been eliminated, and those remaining would have a considerable number of merit points. This would cause the ferocity and brutal nature of this tournament to rise to another level, because those remaining would have millions of merit points. Killing another participant would give quite a large number of merit points. Carnage, blood, cruelty. The entire true martial great world was destined to become an Azura battlefield with endless slaughter. After 2 hours' time, the second round of eliminations finally ended. All participants that lacked merit points turned into starlight that faded away to nothing. These people were all returned to the real world, ejected to a place 10,000 miles away from the divine dream light. And at this time, a voice like billowing thunder spread through all 3,000 great worlds of the divine dream world. This was the voice of Empyrean vast universe. Only an Empyrean was able to project a sound transmission to the entire divine realm. The third round and the final round of the preliminaries will now begin. As long as you can pass through this third round of eliminations, you shall pass the preliminaries. From this point on, the rules have changed. Slaughter is no longer forbidden within the city limits. Now, all of you enjoy this grand slaughter fest to your heart's content. Empyrean vast universe's words were brief and succinct. However, they left an enormous mental impact upon the countless remaining participants. During this third round of eliminations, the cities would no longer be safe. For the last 3 months, everyone knew that the slaughter between participants and nightmare beasts would rise to a horrendous level. But now, everyone also learned that not even the boundaries of the cities would be safe. There would be no place for the weak to take shelter. In every great world, the entire great world would be completely turned into a battlefield. If the city isn't safe, then where can we go to rest? In the open wild? But the wild has nightmare beasts, and one doesn't need to be a genius to know that after the third round begins, these nightmare beasts will be several times more formidable than before. I fear that we will die and die again until we can't even become ghosts. As the martial artists who barely squeezed into the third round of eliminations heard this new change, they felt the mood become extremely heavy and their hearts thick with tension. Even if this wasn't true death, having to die every day for 3 months wasn't something to be happy about. However, those martial artists that were confident in their own strength were left hopping with excitement. How interesting. Ha ha ha. I want to see how all those people that offended me and ran to hide in the city will continue to hide. Kill, kill, kill until pleasure overtakes us. During this third round of eliminations, the incredibly brutal competition caused the blood of many powerhouses to bubble over with elation. As soon as Empyrean vast universe's voice faded away, countless violent fluctuations of energy erupted from all over true Marshall City. These loud rumbling sounds were mixed in with the screams and cries of martial artists. It was clear that there was a number of people that had already begun fighting. At the same time, there were martial artists that began fleeing from true Marshall City, while there were nightmare beasts in the wild, looking for a discreet valley to hide, and was much safer than staying in true Marshall City. Lin Ming stood up from his stone bed and walked out of his seclusion chambers. He could feel the air sweet with the scent of blood and thick with killing intent. As he looked into the skies, he could see that the endless starlight had disappeared. Stacks of dark clouds filled the skies, and a strong, desolate wind howled through the city. After Lin Ming appeared, many participants noticed him. Upon recognizing him, they all began to run in droves, in fear of being casually killed off by him. Lin Ming had no interest in these small fries. He released his sense and used his understanding of the divine dream law to search for all nearby powerful dreamland energy. After practicing the divine dream law for some more time, Lin Ming's sense could already cover a 500-mile radius. But as soon as Lin Ming investigated the nearby situation, his complexion changed. Within the sensory field of his mind, besides those rainbow-hued groups of energy scattered throughout true Marshall City that symbolized other participants, he could also sense that several hundred miles outwards, all around him, there was an inexhaustible amount of dreamland energy gathering together. This dreamland energy was like a vast tsunami that was rushing forwards with an incredible speed, hurtling towards true Marshall City. This tsunami of dreamland energy covered the skies, masking the world, endless and infinite. It was unknown just how much there was. Were these nightmare beasts? Lin Ming was suddenly shocked. From their color, the massive amount of dreamland energy had to represent nightmare beasts, but how could there be so many? Lin Ming flew into the skies, looking out as far as he could see. As he saw the sight around him, he sucked in a breath of cold air. On the distant horizon, he could make out a black sea that was surging towards him, an endless black sea of nightmare beasts. This black sea spread out for thousands upon thousands of miles. There were hundreds of millions of nightmare beasts. These nightmare beasts were all rushing towards true Marshall City. Chapter 12:15, Nightmare Beast Tide. Chapter 12:15, Nightmare Beast Tide. Here, the 100 million large nightmare beast tide surged forwards like a rolling tsunami. Once it arrived, it would likely even submerge the entirety of true Marshall City. Even for Lin Ming, if he were to be caught in this endless beast tide, he would die without any hope of living. It had to be known that within this beast tide there were extremely powerful mutated nightmare beasts, equal to top 20 to 30 ranked masters of a great world. It wasn't a problem for Lin Ming to kill 4 or 5 of these super mutated nightmare beasts. But if he were to face hundreds or even thousands of them, then it would be extremely difficult to escape. There was no need to mention other martial artists. This first martial meeting is extremely brutal, especially this last round of eliminations. Lin Ming only explored the distribution of the beast tide for a brief moment. Then, without much hesitation, he immediately turned and fled. Staying here would only mean death. The beast tide rolled forwards at an incredible speed. In just the blink of an eye, it was 200 to 300 miles away from true Marshall City. With the keen eyesight of a martial artist, They could already make out just what these surging dark clouds were. Endless and infinite bloodbirds, flying pythons, four-clawed griffin beasts, winged black tigers, metal-armored rhinos, raging mammoths, monstrous wolves. The variety and number of nightmare beasts was near impossible to count. Heavens! What is that? Nightmare beasts. A tide of nightmare beasts. As the many martial artists of true Martial City saw this terrifying beast tide, all of them were shocked. How could any human even hope to defend against such a beast tide? In the first 2 rounds of eliminations, it had been participants hunting and killing nightmare beasts. But now, it seemed that the nightmare beasts would counterattack the city, swallowing up every participant they could. Flee. This is madness. Will all of true Martial City be destroyed? Facing the siege of such a beast tide, there was not a single martial artist who thought of staying. Even the core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands immediately fled. If they stayed here, there would be death awaiting them. The majority of the beast tide came surging forth from the south, east, and west. The only path that the martial artists of the city could escape to was the north. Thus, every single martial artist instantly turned to the north and flew as fast as they could. And the area north of true Martial City wasn't safe either. There was a massive number of strange birds and flying lizards that blanketed the skies. It seems as if Empyrean Divine Dream wants to simulate an extremely harsh and dangerous living environment. Is this to temper the powerhouses here? Lin Ming looked at the mass of flying nightmare beasts in front of him. The leader of these nightmare beasts was extremely powerful, equal to a peak genius from an ordinary Holy Land. With these nightmare beasts grouped together, Lin Ming felt that not even 1 out of every 1,000 martial artists would be able to break out of here. In this way, the 3rd round of the preliminaries was especially prepared for the highest level of participants. Ordinary martial artists that couldn't pass through the eliminations wouldn't even have the strength to survive in this world. Only those that had the qualifications to pass the preliminaries would be able to live in the face of such a monstrous surge. Law of annihilation, chain of stars. Lin Ming swept out his spear. The fire laws and space laws fused together, and countless star fragments shot forwards like innumerable knives. The dozens of nightmare beasts in front of Lin Ming were ripped apart by these knives, completely torn to pieces. Blood and flesh rained to the ground, even as it turned to dreamland energy that was absorbed by Lin Ming. These nightmare beasts had more merit points than the nightmare beasts of the 2nd round of eliminations. However, a weaker martial artist would barely be able to remain alive in the face of such a nightmare beast, much less think of taking its merit points. All of these thoughts raced through Lin Ming's mind. The spear in his hand danced like a swimming snake. Wherever it went, nightmare beasts would burst apart in gory deaths. That person, he killed over 100 nightmare beasts with 3 spear strikes. Too fierce. Who is he? That's Lin Ming. He's the monstrous genius that defeated Wu Final Cloud. Let's follow him. Within the fleeing crowd, many people recognized Lin Ming and began moving closer towards him. Lin Ming didn't mind these people following him, but he wouldn't bother saving them either. He was flying at an extremely fast pace. As to whether or not they could keep up with him, that all depended on them. With the Phoenix Blood Spear leading the way, massive numbers of nightmare beast corpses would fall down all around Lin Ming. As these corpses fell halfway to the ground, they turned into dreamland energy that flowed into Lin Ming. Even though Lin Ming was fighting as he flew, his speed still far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. Many people were unable to follow him. Once they fell behind, they were swallowed up by the waves of flying nightmare beasts. Their miserable screams lingered in the air. As the participants looked at the massive number of casualties occurring around them, as well as the endless black tide that submerged the entirety of true Martial City behind them, All of them felt their hearts turn cold. If true Marshall City was now swamped underneath a sea of nightmare beasts, then how would they revive once they died? Would it be in some strange place outside of true Marshall City? But there was no longer time to think about such things. The painful screams echoing out from behind them reminded them all that if they were only a single step slow, all that would be waiting for them was death and despair. Lin Ming madly rushed 1,000 miles north, killing thousands of nightmare beasts on the way. In just this time alone, he had gathered more than 1,000,000 merit points. Behind him, several hundred masters were following closely. There were many individuals in this group that were extremely strong, and they cut down all the nightmare beasts in their way. Although they were far weaker than Lin Ming, with this group added together, the number of nightmare beasts they killed surpassed Lin Ming. And at this moment, in the distant skies, mixed within a flock of blood birds, a group of 3 purple monster birds shot towards Lin Ming. These monster birds had a human face for arms and wings like a bat. Shit, those are mutated nightmare beasts. Several martial artists cried out. Mutated nightmare beasts were extremely difficult to deal with. Although these human-faced bats in front of them were only the weakest of mutated nightmare beasts, it was still difficult to withstand the pressure of 3 of them suddenly appearing together, especially with a beast tide chasing them from behind. If they were delayed just a little bit, then they would be sucked into that roiling beast tide. "Be careful," some martial artists cried out. But as Lin Ming saw these 3 mutated nightmare beasts, he didn't care at all. His spear came sweeping out the same as before. Chi-la, an electric purple light cut through the skies. These 3 mutated nightmare beasts were split in half by Lin Ming's spear light, their torn flesh and shattered bones falling down from the skies. Several martial artists felt their mouths fall open. Although they knew that Lin Ming was extremely strong, they hadn't personally experienced how freakishly strong he actually was. Although they had seen Lin Ming fight Wu Final Cloud and defeat him, they had no idea just how strong Wu Final Cloud had been either. But now they had personally experienced mutated nightmare beasts like these before them. In order to take down a mutated nightmare beast, they would often need to band together in a group and lay an ambush in advance. They would have to combine various array formations, join their attacks together, and perfectly act in unison to kill one. And yet, Lin Ming had used a single spear strike to kill 3 of these monstrous birds. This sort of disparity in strength was simply indescribable. They were all killed like that, too strong. It's hard to imagine he is only at the early divine sea realm. The several martial artists didn't have any time to think of this further. All of them followed Lin Ming as closely as they could. If they fell behind, they were dead. And at this time, the crowds of nightmare beasts slowly became sparser. They arrived at a strange and quiet canyon. In the divine realm, there were far too many of these remote canyons and mountain ranges. 3,000 miles north of true Marshall City is the White Crag Mountain Range. We should be somewhere near there. A martial artist that was familiar with the environment around true Marshall City said. It wasn't just them, but many other surviving martial artists had arrived here. They came in groups of participants that were led by a top powerhouse. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even more serious. We need to hurry up and rest. Who knows when that tide of nightmare beasts will reach here? Yes, and any place where martial artists are gathered is also not safe. This White Crag Mountain Range has an extremely complex terrain. It's likely that someone will decide to start killing others here. Several martial artists said. Then, dozens of miles away from them, screams suddenly rang out in the air, followed by the sounds of energy explosions, as if purposefully confirming their suspicions. A fierce and wild roar resounded through the world. This terrifying sound caused one's scalp to tingle and their heart to skip a beat. What is that? All of the martial artists were nervous. Even Lin Ming's eyes began to shine with a somber light. Bang! with a loud rumbling sound. The stretch of mountain range in front of these people completely exploded. The earth ruptured, and countless towering trees were instantly burnt to ash. In the horrifying shockwave of energy, a red-furred monster leapt high into the air, and in front of it, four martial artists were caught on its long crimson-scaled tail. 3 of these martial artists were pierced through the heart by the sharp tail, with blood spraying into the air. As for the last martial artist, he was using a saber to block the deadly tail, wanting to break free from its grip. At this time, the red-furred monster slashed out. Its sharp claws struck the head of that martial artist. The martial artist's body shook, and then his skull blew up into pieces, bits of brain and fluid raining down. Then, the red-furred monster waved its claw again and again. The other 4 martial artists were all split in half. It had only taken an instant to kill 4 people. Heavens! Beside Lin Ming, a participant looked up at this scene playing out in the skies, his eyes filled with panic and dread. That martial artist with the saber is Dong Bishu, a core disciple of the true martial Holy Lands. He is a ruthless character ranked 12 or 13 on the true martial great world, but even someone like him was slaughtered like a dog or chicken. It was a well-known rumor that the red-furred monster had killed Wu Zhanfeng, the 7th-ranked master of the true martial great world. But in most people's minds, the red-furred monster should have killed Wu Zhanfeng after an extremely fierce and arduous battle. The difference in strength between the two shouldn't have been too ridiculous. But now, as they saw the red-furred monster kill the highly ranked Dong Bishu the same as it did the other 3 martial artists, all of them felt their hairs stand on end. This red-furred demon, just what kind of existence was it? While the red-furred monster's attention isn't on us, let's hurry up and run, a martial artist hurriedly said with a true essence sound transmission. There's no way we can escape. The moment we start to flee, it will definitely notice us. With its speed, even if we all run in separate directions, it will still kill all of us. Our only choice is to restrain our auras as much as we can and move a few dozen miles away from here. Perhaps it might ignore us then. That's the best chance we have. Fleeing meant certain death, and not fleeing meant they might somehow wriggle their way out of this. But the reality was that they were in a hopeless situation. They simply had no other choice. At this time, Lin Ming was staring at the red-furred monster, his eyes shining. In the field of his divine dream vision, Lin Ming could see that this red-furred monster was completely composed of rainbow-like lights, and there was something quite special about it. This dreamland energy in its body wasn't considered too great, but it was vigorous and boundless. Lin Ming wanted to obtain it from the depths of his heart. What secrets does this monster have on its body? Lin Ming thought to himself, one hand tracing the phoenix blood spear. Chapter 12:16, Red-Furred Monsters Evolution. Chapter 12:16, Red-Furred Monsters Evolution. Lin Ming's eyes locked onto the red-furred monster. This red-furred monster was around 10 feet tall, and the hairs all over its body were as sharp and shiny as steel needles. Its chest, neck, and back were completely covered with thick black scales. Its body was grandiose, its claws sharp and fierce, and there was a thin and long tail that extended from its back. This tail seemed to have joints in it just like an iron whip, and on the end of this tail, there was a long spike. This spike shined with a cold light. Just a moment ago, this spike had pierced through the hearts of 3 martial artists. At this time, Lin Ming saw the red-furred monster stretch out its claw and take a purple crystal from Dong Bishu's tattered corpse. This crystal had something like a small red snake sealed within it. The tiny red snake fluttered about, twisting within the purple crystal just like a living creature. As Lin Ming saw this purple crystal, his eyes grew even brighter. Lin Ming's eyes shot open. Although this was the first time he had seen this crystal, he felt a very special connection to it, as if this crystal was a part of his soul. Lin Ming released his senses and locked onto that crystal. In the sensor map of his mind, he could see all the surrounding dreamland energy turn into countless masses of colored light. The dreamland laws were able to divide into 7 colored lines, and as for that purple crystal, its energy signature looked just like a little purple baby. It had clear facial features, smooth and soft skin, and looked extremely cute and lovable. This purple crystal seems to have a life of its own. Lin Ming immediately thought, with his current understanding into the dreamland laws, he was able to see that there was something beyond extraordinary within this purple crystal. He had a faint feeling that if he could obtain this purple crystal, it would be an immeasurable advantage to his cultivation of the divine dream law. And as Lin Ming was thinking this, that red-furred monster actually swallowed up the purple crystal at a speed that no one could respond to. After the purple crystal entered the red-furred monster's body, it completely melted down, fusing into its soul. The red-furred monster growled a comfortable roar, and its body began to emit crackling sounds. The armored bone scales on its body grew thicker and stronger, its tail elongated, and its muscles bulged outwards. Afterwards, 2 meat sacks began to pop up from its back. The red-furred monster cried out, writhing as if it were withstanding a tremendous amount of pain. It gathered all of its strength and emitted a guttural roar. Then, those 2 meat sacks on its back burst apart in a shower of green goo, and from this green goo, a pair of meat-covered bones shot out. The bones then spread apart, revealing a wide set of blood-red wings, just like the wings of a vampire bat. This red-furred monster had actually formed wings. It was clear that the reason was that it had eaten that purple crystal. Thus the red-furred monster had evolved. As Lin Ming saw this, he gripped the phoenix blood spear and began to circulate the true essence within him. That purple crystal definitely had an inestimable advantage to his cultivation of the divine dream law, and that red-furred monster had eaten it. The red-furred monster had some slight differences from ordinary nightmare beasts, but in the end it was merely a monster formed within the divine dream space. If he were to kill it, he could obtain its dreamland energy, and that purple crystal's energy would also be contained within this dreamland energy. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. With his own sense and ability to feel the divine dream law, he analyzed the dreamland energy and dreamland laws within that red-furred monster. He could feel that this red-furred monster had swallowed more than 1 purple crystal. As the participants were slaughtering each other for merit points, this red-furred monster had silently and unknowingly collected purple crystals, swallowing each and every one it could find. As Lin Ming thought of this, he felt it a bit incredible. What was this red-furred monster? Was it some creature made by Empyrean divine dream? How come he could feel that this red-furred monster seemed to have its own thoughts and will? He was nearly about to attack when, at this moment, there was a loud, ringing explosion from the distance. A blazing gold light shot through the skies, and a white-robed youth shot through the horizon like a fiery meteor. This youth was not some nobody, but the number 1 disciple of the true martial Holy Lands, Wu Final Cloud. Whoosh, whoosh. Following close behind Wu Final Cloud were 2 core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands. They were both top 10 ranked characters of the true martial Holy Lands, and their strength was in no way weaker than high dragons. As Wu Final Cloud saw this red-furred beast, a thick, killing intent glinted in his eyes. "I've finally caught you, you damned monster. You killed my true martial Holy Lands core disciple Wu Zhanfeng, and now you've even killed my junior apprentice brother Dong Bishu. You've run wild and out of control for all this time, and now today I will have you pay the price for all that you've done. Killing you is also considered as cleansing evil from this true martial great world." Wu Final Cloud took out the great blood sword from his spatial ring. He certainly knew just how terrifying this red-furred monster was. Facing this beast, Wu Final Cloud had no intentions of starting off slow. He immediately took out his greatest weapon from the start. And at this moment, the red-furred monster let out a diabolical roar as it launched its thin and transparent blood-soaked wings and hurtled straight towards Wu Final Cloud. This red-furred monster originally had a terrifying strength and horrifying degree of defensive power, and now, after having swallowed that purple crystal, its speed had risen to the limit. Too fast, so fast that no one was able to react. Wu Final Cloud's pupils shrank. He instantly began revolving his transcendent divine might, the heavenly demon metamorphic art. With his strength crazily rising by several times, Wu Final Cloud shouted out loud and smashed his great blood sword at that red-furred monster. Dang! With a ringing explosion, Wu Final Cloud's great blood sword was caught single-handedly within the claw of that red-furred monster. The thick sword edge was caught in its claw, unmovable, just like it was stuck in divine iron. Wu Final Cloud's complexion changed. How could this thing be so strong? In that strike just now, he felt a strong jolt of pain shoot up his arm, and his hand nearly went numb with paralysis. This monster's strength was even higher than that of Lin Ming. And as for speed, it was no worse than Dragon Fang. What in the world was this red-furred monster? Was it a nightmare beast? How could Empyrean Divine think of creating such a powerful nightmare beast? If even he couldn't defeat it, how many people were able to kill it? Nightmare beasts were originally formed for participants to kill, so they could gather merit points. If there was a nightmare beast that no one could kill, and that would instead kill everyone on sight, then wouldn't these preliminaries simply lose all significance? All of these thoughts flashed through Wu Final Cloud's mind. At this time, he felt himself being pushed backwards, constantly being forced to retreat, as he nearly lost control of the great blood sword. And at this time, from behind Wu Final Cloud, the two core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands jointly attacked the red-furred monster from both sides. Of the two martial artists, one used a long sword, and the other used a thick saber. As they saw Wu Final Cloud being pushed back, both of them responded with a counterattack. "Be careful!" Wu Final Cloud shouted out. But it was too late. The red-furred monster roared, and its tail slashed forth like a sentient whip. Show! A sharp sound filled the air, as if space was being torn apart. Attack together. Cut apart its tail. These two people were not idiots. They could also feel how terrifying the red-furred monster was. With sword and saber, they cut down on this iron tail. Ding! The two weapons intersected with the hard tail. The two martial artists felt their hands go numb as they nearly lost control of the weapons in their hands. The Freilier sword let out a keening cry, as if it would snap apart if the force was any greater. As for that iron tail, not only was it not injured at all by the sword and saber, but because of its absurdly fast speed, the end of the tail flew past the two weapons and shot directly towards one of the disciples' hearts. That disciple's pupils contracted. He stormed backwards, wanting to avoid this strike. However, the speed of that tail was far too fast. That disciple barely managed to avoid, having his heart pierced through. That sharp thorn pierced through the disciple's protective true essence like it was paper, and then penetrated through his body, passing right through his shoulder. The disciple stuffily coughed. Before he even had time to respond, there was another light sound as the tail retracted. That disciple's entire left shoulder, included his collarbone and muscles, was all twisted off by that tail. With half his body covered in blood, the disciple cried out in pain, his face turning bone white. Fourth junior apprentice brother. A raging anger blew up in Wu Final Cloud's heart. He shouted out loud as all the joints in his body emitted great exploding sounds. His body grew, and his muscles popped outwards as he activated the heavenly demon metamorphic art to the limit. Pung, Wu Final Cloud used all of his strength and forcefully pulled out his sword from the grip of the red-furred monster. Then he cut down on its head, sword shattering the universe. This was Wu Final Cloud's strongest attack. However, this red-furred monster didn't seem to care at all. It thrust out its claws, one claw towards Wu Final Cloud's heavy sword, and the other claw reaching towards his throat. As Wu Final Cloud saw the brutal and savage counterattack of the red-furred monster, his complexion became beastly. He put forth his full force and continued cutting down with his sword as before. Clang! The great sword smashed into the claw of the red-furred monster, and a loud ringing sound filled the air as if that great sword had struck a metal rock. The red-furred monster's scales were chopped to pieces by the force, but at this time, that red-furred monster's other claw approached Wu Final Cloud. This claw came swinging out. It was no longer possible for Wu Final Cloud to retreat. At this time, a thick golden barrier suddenly appeared around him. This was the metal laws that Wu Final Cloud had comprehended, the true martial body barrier art. When he fought with Lin Ming, he had used the brief instant when the shield shattered to barely defend against Lin Ming's 100-layered waves. And now, this attack coming at him was clearly stronger. Kacha! The red-furred monster's claw bluntly crashed into the golden barrier. The incomparably solid golden barrier shook for an instant before it was immediately ripped apart by the red-furred monster. Puff! After this claw tore through the barrier, it ruthlessly slashed Wu Final Cloud's left shoulder. Wu Final Cloud's body shook as he was sent flying backwards. His left shoulder had nearly been torn off. How could this thing be so strong? Wu Final Cloud's lips trembled. His arm was hanging uselessly at his side. It was simply impossible to use any strength with it. As for the martial artists around the White Crag Mountain range, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Wu Final Cloud had lost to Lin Ming, and it was rumored that his strength was inferior to Dragon Fang's, he was still an undoubtedly strong top master. Even so, he had been defeated in just a few moves. Just what was that red-furred monster? Chapter 12:17, Soul Life. Chapter 12:17, Soul Life. After the red-furred monster heavily injured Wu Final Cloud, it roared and continued rushing towards him. It raised its sharp claws. As long as these claws struck him, Wu Final Cloud would likely be split in half. In this crucial moment, Wu Final Cloud completely tore off his right arm. He forcefully pinched it, and the entire arm exploded into a shower of blood. Demon body mutilation. Wu Final Cloud's face was fierce and grim. His body absorbed all of this blood rain, and the blood-colored scales began to appear over his body. In this instant, Wu Final Cloud's aura suddenly shot upwards. His strength also doubled from before. He was even more powerful than the time when he had fought Lin Ming. What ability is this? He can actually absorb his own flesh and blood to enhance his strength to the limit. It's definitely a demonic path cultivation method. The heavenly demon metamorphic art is also from the demonic path. The true martial world king should have obtained the inheritance of some ancient demonic supreme elder. This move will consume a considerable amount of blood vitality. When Wu Final Cloud battled Lin Ming, he didn't use this move from the start, and after he used up too much energy in the protracted battle, it was already too late to do so. If Wu Final Cloud had used this technique from the beginning of when he fought Lin Ming, then perhaps that battle might have turned out differently. All of the surrounding martial artists rapidly discussed with true essence sound transmissions. This was Wu Final Cloud's ultimate move, to explode a part of his body and overdraw the absolute limits of his combat potential. This was not something that he would use in a normal martial arts battle. Otherwise, even if he won, he would suffer lasting effects, and it would be shameful to do so. As Wu Final Cloud saw this red-furred monster approach him with his own eyes, he shouted out loud, grasped the great blood sword, and then violently chopped down. Kacha! The great blood sword violently collided with the red-furred monster's two claws. The red-furred monster finally cried out in pain as its body was smashed backwards by the great blood sword. As for Wu Final Cloud, he was also sent hurtling backwards like a meteor. The brutal collision had caused all the bones in his sole remaining arm to completely shatter, and even the great blood sword was sent spinning away. Wu Final Cloud coughed up gobs and gobs of blood. He had completely exhausted all of his strength. Every single technique in his arsenal had been used. As for that red-furred monster, although it had been forced back, its claws bloodied, and its skin split open for a creature with such a powerful life force, these were only small wounds. Its defensive power was terrifying to the point of leaving one gasping in despair. It was able to use its bare hands to block a medium-grade spirit artifact. Moreover, this medium-grade spirit artifact was the one used by the number one genius of a great world, King Holy Land. Even though Wu Final Cloud had used the entirety of his strength, even burning his blood essence to fight, he still wasn't able to harm the red-furred monster in any significant manner. As the martial artists saw this, all of them had determined that Wu Final Cloud would lose. They didn't want to be affected by his calamity, and were all preparing to escape. The landscape around the White Crag Mountain Range was extremely complex, with hidden roads everywhere, with tens of thousands of martial artists all fleeing in separate directions. The red-furred monster wouldn't be able to kill them, all no matter how powerful it was. The red-furred monster quickly stabilized itself as it came to a screeching halt. It turned towards Wu Final Cloud, wanting to thoroughly kill off this human martial artist that had dared to challenge its dignity, when at this time its mind began to ring with overwhelmingly loud warning signals. It turned its head to see that just several miles away, a blue-clothed youth was hurtling towards it, a red spear in his hands. This blue-clothed youth had a red mark shining from between his eyebrows. His entire body was covered in layers of flames and arcs of thunder, his speed faster than a falling meteor. In all the hidden valleys and caves and fields around the White Crag Mountain Range, every martial artist saw this blue-clothed youth. "It's Lin Ming!" Someone cried out in alarm. This red-furred monster's strength was already clear to all present. Taking a look at the entirety of the true martial great world, only Lin Ming would dare to attack at this time. He's mad. The strong are bold. Even if it was Lin Ming, the martial artist present still didn't favor him winning. No one knew just where the true limits of the red-furred monster's strength lay, but even disregarding that, just the strength that the red-furred monster had revealed so far was enough to leave them all despondent. In everyone's opinion, when Lin Ming and Wu Final Cloud fought, the difference between them wasn't too great. If he wanted to defeat the red-furred monster, the chances weren't too high. Lin Ming flew forth at an increasingly fast speed. He opened all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates, released the heretical god force, and even burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. With spear and man as one, he split through the skies like a divine messenger, all of his terrifying strength completely erupting together. Celestial Tyrant Manual, 100-layered waves. The red-furred monster roared out again. It didn't change its tactics. It stretched out its claws and slashed at Lin Ming. Even though this attack seemed extremely simple, no one thought it was simple at all. Even a top 10 ranked master of a great world would be instantly killed by such a strike. The same attack had been used against Wu Final Cloud before, but now it had changed to Lin Ming. Everyone's eyes widened until they were as round as full moons. Kacha! The phoenix blood spear crashed into the red-furred monster's claws. In that moment, Lin Ming felt his hands shake as a fierce shaking strength transmitted up the phoenix blood spear and spread into his organs, his limbs, and his bones, causing his blood vitality to tumble and all the energy to chaotically rage around within him. Lin Ming knew that although this seemed like a simple claw attack, the truth was that it contained the power of laws within it. The reason that those masters were all killed or sent flying back by this claw attack was not just because of the impact force, but because of the laws contained within it. However, Lin Ming's 100-layered waves wasn't simple either. 100 million genes of strength were completely poured into the Phoenix blood spear. The striking power of his attack had reached unimaginable levels. Moreover, such an attack was like the endless tides of the sea, coming in wave after wave, stretching to infinity. Bang! Energy detonated. In this brief collision, Lin Ming and the red-furred monster were both forced backwards. Lin Ming felt blood tumble within his body, and his hand went slightly numb. As for that red-furred monster, its skin had broken, and it was oozing thick red blood. As Lin Ming saw this red-furred monster's bleeding wounds, his eyes sharpened. What a freakishly high defensive power. Out of all the opponents Lin Ming had faced so far, this red-furred monster had the highest and most terrifying defensive power he had seen. Its defensive power was even far greater than Lin Ming's. It was like a child god beast. This monster is quite troublesome. Lin Ming's eyes shined with a solemn light. In a situation where he had used the 100-layered waves in his peak state, he still hadn't been able to seriously injure it. Lin Ming's attack didn't have any effect at all. That attack just now was the one that Lin Ming used to defeat Wu Final Cloud, but now he couldn't even seriously injure the red-furred monster. Moreover, that monster only hastily counterattacked just now and didn't truly collide with Lin Ming. If the two engage in a brutal melee, he most likely won't be able to bear it. I'm afraid that even Lin Ming is hopeless here. Dragon Fong? Where is Dragon Fong? If Lin Ming joined together with Dragon Fong, then perhaps the two of them might be able to do it. In this situation, the numerous martial artists scattered throughout the White Crag mountain range naturally thought of Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong was an extremely mysterious individual. His background was an enigma, and so was his strength. But recently, Lin Ming was able to slowly deduce that the number 1 merit point ranked master of the true martial great world was Dragon Fong. Thus, most people imagined that Dragon Fong and Lin Ming were close in strength. In the skies, Lin Ming looked at the red-furred monster, and the red-furred monster also looked at Lin Ming. Its ghostly green eyes glimmered with light, its pupils as tiny as needle tips, and its vision sharp enough to pierce through someone. And several miles away, Wu Final Cloud was lying in a heap of rubble, his entire body drenched with blood. With his left arm shattered and his right arm torn off, he had lost all combat strength. As Wu Final Cloud looked at Lin Ming hovering high in the sky, his look was extremely complex. The truth was that the reason Wu Final Cloud attacked the red-furred beast was because the red-furred beast had killed his junior apprentice brother in front of everyone, with so many other true martial Holy Land disciples present, and also as their elder senior apprentice brother. It was impossible for him not to make an appearance. Thus, he recklessly rushed forwards, even though he knew that the red-furred monster was extremely difficult to deal with. But Lin Ming was different. He could have fled this area, but he didn't. Instead, he showed up like a bolt of lightning out of the blue, all for the thrill of the battle. He actually dares to rush towards such a ridiculously powerful monster? What a lunatic! If he used the limit of his strength when he fought with me, then he'll lose. Wu Final Cloud thought to himself. He took out a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. At this time, besides the true martial great world, on every other great world in the divine realm, monsters that were just as powerful as the red-furred monster had appeared. In front of them, even the top-ranked master of that great world would find themselves hard-pressed to survive. As for other ordinary martial artists, they were even less worthy of mentioning. They would be killed in an instant. Such a monster already far surpassed the level of a descendant from a great world king, Holy Land. Their existences were not meant for the preliminaries, but aimed at the peak talents of the entire divine realm. High Master Divine Dream's methods are truly wonderful. First are the beast tides to attack the cities, and then the appearance of these monsters, all in order to simulate a brutal and cruel world. For those weaker participants, even living a single day is a luxury. In Divine Dream Palace, a white-clothed youth with a sword over his shoulder casually commented. From his side, Frost Dream calmly said, "Only such a brutal environment can temper a person." That's right, this is how we grow. Many common people or martial artists of ordinary Holy Lands think that us Empyrean descendants enjoy incomparably wonderful and superior conditions when we are born. They think our lives are easy because we can study the best inheritances and also easily become world kings in the future. But the truth they don't know is that on our road, as we grow up, we have to face incomparably ruthless and dangerous experiences. In the adventures that we undertake, dying is a common matter. And in those adventures, even core disciples of World King Holy Lands would easily perish. A lingering fear remained in the white-clothed youth's voice as he recalled all of the trials and tribulations he had experienced to get where he was. Oh, that's right. Junior Apprentice Sister Frost Dream. What are these special monsters that have appeared in the great worlds? I feel that they aren't ordinary nightmare beasts. Frost Dream slowly nodded. She said, "They are soul lives that Honorable Master captured long ago. They are living beings and not energy forms created from the laws." Soul lives? The white-clothed youth was faintly startled. If they were called soul lives, then they naturally had to be different from the souls of humans. Could there really be existences that aren't born with a body but just their soul? Where did High Master Divine Dream capture so many soul lives? Is there really such a land in the divine realm? The white-clothed youth asked, curious. But Frost Dream remained quiet, clearly having no intention of speaking any further. The white-clothed youth understood Frost Dream's character. If she didn't want to talk about something, asking her any further was useless. He could only give up on his thoughts. Looking through any of the 3,000 great worlds, there were some great worlds where even the number 1 ranked master had been killed. As for those that hadn't been killed, that was only because they hadn't encountered these horrendous monsters yet. As the white-clothed youth saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head and say, although High Master Divine Dream kept elementary spirit source in the divine dream world as a reward, I think that besides Junior Apprentice Sister Shalmoshian, there is no one that will be able to obtain them. The difficulty is simply too great. Chapter 1218, Fighting the Red-Furred Monster. Chapter 1218, Fighting the Red-Furred Monster. In the skies, robed in blue clothes and grasping a red spear, Lin Ming stood straight and tall, like a heroic challenger. And in front of him, the red-furred monster was curled up like a crouching tiger, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Facing this red-furred creature, no matter who it was, they would feel a tremendous pressure. The several core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands had already retreated a good distance away. Even the other martial artists scattered all around the White Crag mountain range drew back dozens of miles more from the battlefield. There were very few people that believed Lin Ming had any hopes of winning. And once Lin Ming was defeated, regardless of whether he escaped afterwards or died in the conflict, everyone else remaining would be stuck in dire straits. It was possible that the remaining participants would be drawn into a deadly bloodbath. At that time, when they all scattered to escape, having a bit more distance between them and that red-furred monster would increase their chances. And at this time, the red-furred monster moved. It launched its red and blood-covered bony wings and rushed towards Lin Ming. Its speed reached an incredible level, without any special move at all. It merely stretched out its claws and grasped towards Lin Ming's throat. This was the first time that the red-furred monster had officially attacked Lin Ming. The time before had merely been a hastily summoned counterattack. When the red-furred monster had fought Wu Final Cloud, it had also used this simple-looking strike to attack Wu Final Cloud in a state where he had released the heavenly demon metamorphic art, and also the demon body mutilation technique. In the end, after using every skill available to him, Wu Final Cloud had been the one to be severely wounded. This was a terrifying strike. If Lin Ming could defend against this strike, then he would just about meet the qualifications to struggle with this red-furred monster. If he didn't, then he would be instantly killed. Everyone watched this with their eyes wide open. As Lin Ming saw this red-furred monster hurtling towards him, his pupils shrank. Explosive popping noises sounded out from all the joints in his body as the power of the supreme dragon bone and phoenix blood began to surge forth. From behind Lin Ming, the phantoms of an azure dragon and golden phoenix appeared. A deafening dragon roar accompanied with a melodious phoenix cry split through the skies, echoing to the ends of the world. Lin Ming's arms tightened, and he rapidly thrust out the phoenix blood spear in his hands. In that instant, he had shot out his spear 100 times. These 100 spears gathered together, merging into a 10-foot thick azure spear light that shot towards the red-furred monster. In this strike, Lin Ming had used the limit of his bodily strength. It could be called the strongest attack of his body transformation technique. Bang! Stormy shockwaves shook the world. Lin Ming's spear crashed into the red-furred monster's claws, causing energy to erupt and space to tremble. The scales on the red-furred monster's claws broke apart, but at the same time, that powerful vibrating force also passed into Lin Ming's body through the phoenix blood spear. This vibrating force was like a titanic earthquake, vast and seemingly endless. Lin Ming's protective true essence was swept over by these waves of power, instantly bursting apart. The power of vibration subsequently broke into his body, passing into all the meridians, organs, and bones within him. In that moment, his blood tumbled, and the energy within him became chaotic. There were even some meridians, muscles, and tendons that were damaged, nearly snapping apart. If it weren't for the fact that there was the supreme dragon bone fused into Lin Ming's body, and also that he had opened the gate of view, this strike alone would have burst apart his organs and shattered all the bones in his body. His fate wouldn't have been much better than Wu Final Cloud's. What a formidable vibrating power! Is this the Earth laws? No wonder this red-furred monster defeated Wu Final Cloud, even in his strongest state. Lin Ming's eyes began to shine with a quiet and earnest light. The reason that this red-furred monster was so powerful was that every single one of its strikes was supported by the power of laws. That crazy and brutal power of vibration would spread into the bodies of its opponents. Lin Ming's protective true essence was considered deep and formidable. Even so, in the face of this red-furred monster, his protective true essence had still instantly shattered without any chance of resisting it. Fortunately, Lin Ming's bodily defense was extremely formidable. Even so, he had still been damaged in this attack. He withstood it. Lin Ming actually withstood the attack of the red-furred monster. Heavens! His protective true essence shattered, and yet he was still able to withstand it. Was it by relying on his bodily defensive power? He's a monster himself. It's impossible to completely block it. If his protective true essence shattered, then the shockwaves of that attack would definitely have rushed into Lin Ming's body. Even if he cultivates the body transformation technique, and his mortal body's defensive power is formidable because of that, that attack must have injured him and left behind hidden wounds. If those hidden wounds accumulate, then it will put his life in danger. Look at his arm. It's bleeding. Lin Ming's arm was indeed bleeding. When he withstood that tremendous impact force just now, his web of his palm had split apart, and even some small blood vessels in his arm had ruptured, causing blood to flow down Lin Ming's hand. As this blood dripped onto the phoenix blood spear, it was incomparably bright red. It's not as simple as you think. Look at that red-furred monster. Both of its arms have also burst open with blood. Someone said with a true essence sound transmission, "Don't compare people with that monster." How could a human's body possibly compare with the physique of that monster? Even if Lin Ming is a monstrous genius, I have a feeling that the monster's regenerative ability and tenacity far surpass anyone's imaginations. As for Lin Ming, if he continues to fight, then those hidden wounds will continue to gather until he is finally defeated. As the martial artist just finished speaking, that red-furred monster seemed to deliberately confirm his words. The muscles of the red-furred monster twisted around, wriggling about until the flowing blood stopped, and even its scales seemed to slowly regrow and repair themselves. After colliding with Wu Final Cloud and Lin Ming several times and being wounded, that red-furred monster's arms regenerated in several breaths of time. As the participants all around the White Crag mountain range saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It had taken a great deal of effort to slightly injure it. This was particularly true for Wu Final Cloud. He had even desperately staked his life in order to injure that red-furred monster, but just now it had nearly completely regenerated. This sort of phenomenon would definitely instantly rout the confidence of any martial artist that hoped to defeat it. With such an abnormal regenerative ability, just how could a human hope to fight against such a monster? No matter who it was, in front of a being with such terrifying speed and strength, nearly invincible defensive power, ridiculous endurance, and incredible recovery abilities, this sort of opponent left one wallowing in abject despair. It's over. No one can hope to win against that. I fear that even if Lin Ming and Dragon Fong joined together, they still wouldn't be able to do it. Its recovery ability is too monstrous. It is like a child god beast. As people were speaking, Lin Ming's arms slowly began to stop bleeding. His flesh and blood moved, stitching themselves together as his wounds healed. His shattered skin and muscles also seemed to be reborn anew. A moment later, Lin Ming's arm was completely healed to its original state. Even his broken meridians and blood vessels were slowly regenerating. All of his hidden wounds had been eliminated. As everyone saw Lin Ming regenerate, all of their eyes popped open, their gazes filled with incredible disbelief. No way! Can Lin Ming also regenerate? I'm certain that he hasn't taken a pill, and even if he did, there are far too few pills that have such a powerful regenerative effect that can be taken in the heat of battle. How can a human's body have the same restorative ability that a vicious beast has? Is this the life laws? Some people suddenly thought, if one practiced the life laws to a high boundary, they could truly control the replication of their cells to a certain degree. They could even completely repair some non-vital organs. That is, everything besides the heart, brain, and spinal cord. Moreover, regenerating all of this came at the cost of a massive amount of true essence. It couldn't be used too often. If this is the life laws, then it is still useless. Lin Ming will soon exhaust all of his energy. A person simply cannot compare to a vicious beast in endurance, especially since Lin Ming encountered such a freakish beast. The red-furred monster's great strength had struck a chord of fear within all the martial artists present. Just by looking at it, they could feel their aura diminish. At this time, the red-furred monster's ghostly green eyes were blazing as it stared at Lin Ming. It hadn't imagined that its own full-powered attack would be withstood by Lin Ming, and then Lin Ming would also be able to follow it in regenerating its body. It issued a deep growl and slowly twisted its claws and neck, creaking its bones. Lin Ming also cracked his knuckles and hands together. Facing the red-furred monster, his eyes were sharp and fierce. Rah! With a loud roar, the red-furred monster launched itself forwards once more. This was a battle of savage head-on collisions. The red spear and red claws smashed into each other. Each time they struck, there was a loud, thunderous pulse that split the air. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks all had a force behind them that surpassed 100 million genes of strength. Mountain shelves cracked, causing clouds of crushed stone to billow into the air. Just the shock waves of this battle between man and beast were able to level this mountain range. The red-furred monster's formidable strength had exceeded Lin Ming's expectations. In every attack, a powerful, vibrating strength would spread into his body, his protective true essence shattered every time. These powerful attacks were several times stronger than Wu Final Cloud's final attack. If it were anyone else, they would have instantly died in the face of such a barrage. Luckily, Lin Ming had dragon marrow and phoenix blood fused into his body. Thus, his regenerative ability and defensive strength had reached an unbelievable degree. Even so, in the face of such a brutally ruthless melee, he felt all the blood tumble within his body and energy wildly rush through his meridians, nearly causing them to break. However, as Lin Ming withstood these extreme attacks each and every time, the red-furred monster wasn't much better off. The red-furred monster's strength and explosive force were several times greater than Wu Final Cloud's, but it had a serious weakness in its inferior combat skills. Every time it collided with Lin Ming, it had to resist at least 2 of Lin Ming's attacks. The Phoenix Blood Spear was an extremely high-ranked spirit artifact, and its sharpness was without doubt after Lin Ming poured his gold battle spirit into it. Even if the red-furred monster had a body as hard as divine iron, the Phoenix Blood Spear would still leave trails of blood etched into its body. As these trails of blood accumulated again and again, they gathered into a heavy wound. The red-furred monster's muscles wriggled, repairing all of these wounds. The phoenix blood and dragon marrow within Lin Ming raced through him, also repairing all of his wounds. This was a battle of attrition, a match between their endurance and their restorative abilities. This violent fight continued for several dozen breaths of time. Man and beast had collided over 100 times already. Every collision was like 2 planets bumping into each other. Each strike caused the mountains to shake, the rivers to vibrate, and the earth itself to tremble. Every explosive sound echoed in the hearts of the numerous martial artists scattered throughout the White Crag mountain range, like a steel ball smashing into their chests, causing their blood to restlessly move and even their heartbeats to be affected. In such an intense fight, Lin Ming didn't slowly exhaust his true essence and weaken as everyone had imagined he would. Rather, from beginning until now, he didn't reveal any signs of burning out at all. He still remained incomparably aggressive and ruthless as before, like a vicious beast in human form. All of the participants around the White Crag mountain range were stunned. Heavens, this was an absurdly terrifying endurance. In his battle against Wu Final Cloud, although Lin Ming had also revealed his great strength, that battle contrasted to this one could only be considered a slap fight between babies. Only this homicidal collision between Lin Ming and the red-furred monster could truly be called a blood-on-blood melee. Every single time they crashed into each other, they would both undoubtedly be injured. Not only did they have to withstand a huge consumption of energy, they also had to stimulate the energy within their bodies to restore themselves. To continue this fight to this point, the amount of energy they used was unimaginable. Chapter 12:19, Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 12:19, Thunder Tribulation. Yeah, that's crazy. Lin Ming's body actually isn't any worse than the red-furred monsters. They must have struck each other at least 120 times by now. Lin Ming's body has to withstand the tremendous impact of the energy shockwaves every time, which will inevitably injure him, yet he's able to recover after every strike. Is he even human? The participants scattered around the White Crag mountain range were all left speechless as they stared at this fierce battle taking place in the skies. As for the true martial Holy Lands, Wu Final Cloud had taken some medicine and had restored some of his origin energy. He also looked at Lin Ming battling in the sky, a strange color on his face. It was clear that when he had used the heavenly demon metamorphic art to battle Lin Ming, it was simply a useless and suicidal action on his part. When he fought with Lin Ming, even if the peak of his strength had lasted 10 times longer, he would still have lost. The difference between them was that great. As everyone was discussing this, Lin Ming had already exchanged 200 attacks with the red-furred monster. The red-furred monster's 2 claws were covered with blood. The flesh on its chest had cracked, its scales had been torn off, and blood was leaking from its mouth. Even so, its body was constantly regenerating, but the rate at which it was regenerating was slowing down at a visible rate. As it looked at Lin Ming, its ghostly green eyes were shining with an inexplicable light. In contrast, Lin Ming had consumed a great deal of energy too, but this was a form of combat that he favored, this strong, vibrating power. This feeling of true pain seeping through his body, this truly made his blood seethe with excitement. Lin Ming wiped away the bloodstains from the corners of his lips, a cheery smile on his face. You seem to have an intelligence of your own. You're different from those other ordinary nightmare beasts. Can you understand my words? Lin Ming said with a true essence sound transmission. As he did, a strange look passed over the red-furred monster's face. It seems that you understand me. Then tell me, what is that purple crystal? Lin Ming had extremely little understanding into the mysteries of the divine dream space. He wanted to obtain more information about this world. At this time, the red-furred monster released a deep roar and launched its bony wings once more. Its blood vitality suddenly rocketed up into the skies, billowing upwards like a volcano. With the support of this powerful blood vitality, its body began rapidly regenerating once again. As everyone thought that the red-furred monster was about to attack again, an unexpected change occurred. The red-furred monster swiveled around and flew off in the other direction. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it swiftly flew dozens of miles away, nearly seeming as if it were teleporting. The speed of its flight caused a sharp, grating sound to fill the air. What? The martial artists around the White Crag mountain range were all shocked. Lin Ming forced away that monster. This is too fierce. That monster was actually forced back. This Lin Ming is even more monstrous than that monster. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't know what expression to make. This was the first time they had seen that nightmare beast running away. As everyone thought that the battle had ended like this, Lin Ming's figure flashed. He turned into a beam of light and chased right after the nightmare beast. With the 8 inner hidden gates and the mystic lightning shade rapidly revolving, and also with the speed from the Gate of Wonder, Lin Ming's speed had reached an unbelievable level. He was even a bit faster than that red-furred monster. Lin Ming's figure turned into a series of afterimages as he vanished into the horizon. He's chasing it. He's really chasing it. Everyone was bewildered to see both man and monster rush away with incredible speed. Lin Ming had forced back that nightmare beast and had even decided to pursue it. This was far too fierce. A desperate enemy shouldn't be pushed too far. Moreover, that nightmare beast didn't seem much weaker than Lin Ming to begin with. If he rashly chases it, I fear that he will encounter danger instead. The beast tide is everywhere now. As long as that red-furred monster hides itself in the swelling beast tide, then Lin Ming can only be forced to give up. On the other hand, if Lin Ming isn't careful and he's sucked into the beast tide instead and forced to face off against hundreds and thousands of mutated nightmare beasts, he will certainly perish. That's right. Defeating and killing are 2 completely different concepts. That red-furred monster is just too fast. If it decides to escape, then it's impossible to cut it down. The only method is if someone's strength far surpasses it. Otherwise, chasing it is far too audacious an action. In everyone's view, Lin Ming's endurance and formidable strength were without question. And just now, when Lin Ming and that red-furred monster had flown away, that red-furred monster hadn't fallen into a great disadvantage and didn't seem much weaker than Lin Ming. Perhaps it only escaped because it feared that it would consume too much of its energy and then be open to sneak attacks from the surrounding masters. In this sort of situation, no one thought that there was any meaning to Lin Ming chasing after it. Instead, chasing that monster might cause Lin Ming to wind up dead in the midst of the beast's tide. And at this time, Lin Ming had already chased that red-furred beast for several hundreds of miles. Lin Ming frowned. If those participants could think of such scenarios, then he could too. He knew that chasing this red-furred monster was extremely dangerous. But there were far too many secrets on that red-furred monster, even ones that were related to his cultivation of the divine dream law. He had no choice but to chase after it. What Lin Ming feared the most was that the red-furred monster would submerge itself into the all-encompassing tide of nightmare beasts. If that were to happen, then he would have no choice but to give up his chase. However, what happened surprised Lin Ming. The central beast tide was located at true Martial City still, and this red-furred monster was flying in a direction that clearly wasn't towards true Martial City. How strange! This monster has an intelligence of its own. So why isn't it luring me to true Martial City instead? If that happened then, it would be in an invincible situation. Could it be that there is an even more dangerous area that it wants to bring me to? Lin Ming grit his teeth as this thought flashed through his mind. He revolved his energy and accelerated his speed. With his speed, traveling 100 miles only took several breaths of time. And this speed was actually only a bit faster than the red-furred monster. If he wanted to overtake the red-furred monster, he would have to chase after it for some time. During this time, they could have flown back and forth to true Martial City several times. How troublesome! Lin Ming didn't worry that the red-furred monster was leading him to some special danger zone because he had his own methods of saving his life. Taking a step back, even if he died, it wouldn't really matter. In this divine dream space, true and final death did not exist. And as for his ranking dropping, Lin Ming didn't care about trivial things like that. The special energy within this red-furred monster was what Lin Ming valued the most. The chase continued for some time. Before long, both man and monster had flown 8,000 to 9,000 miles. Their speed was so fast that the ordinary nightmare beasts they encountered along the way were unable to react at all. They even had to pass through a small group of nightmare beasts. And at this time, a change occurred. As the red-furred monster passed through this small group of nightmare beasts, a purple iron-winged dragon suddenly hurtled towards the red-furred monster. It was impossible for an ordinary nightmare beast to follow the red-furred monster's speed. But this iron-winged dragon was a mutated nightmare beast, and also one that excelled in speed. It wasn't a problem at all for it to chase after the red-furred monster. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. The nightmare beast would actually attack the red-furred monster. No wonder. This red-furred monster wasn't a nightmare beast to begin with. So it wasn't strange that it was being attacked. This was also why it didn't choose to escape towards true Martial City. Then, just what was this red-furred monster? These thoughts instantly raced through Lin Ming's mind. At that moment, the red-furred monster roared like a rolling cloud of thunder. It reached out its claws and tore off the head of that iron-winged dragon. This mutated iron-winged dragon was equal to a top 40 to 50 ranked master of a great world, but in front of this red-furred monster, it was slaughtered like a chicken. However, killing the iron-winged dragon caused the red-furred monster a moment of delay. During this brief moment, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a severe light. This is my opportunity. Lin Ming revolved his energy to the limit. As he rapidly consumed his energy, he instantly erupted with his strongest level of strength. In a single breath of time, he rushed to just a mile behind that red-furred monster. To him, a mile away wasn't anything at all. I only have one move left. Although it's not fully complete yet, there's nothing else stronger. At this time, Lin Ming had no more intentions of holding back. In the previous battle, because he wanted to fight with his body transformation technique in order to feel the thrill of a melee battle in his bones, and also because he didn't want to reveal his cards too early, he didn't use this move in front of everyone. But now is different. If he missed this chance, he might not get another one. If so, he naturally had to use all of his techniques to their fullest. Heavenly Demon Martial Intent, Grand Miss Space, the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower slowly bloomed from behind Lin Ming. The Grand Miss Space instantly covered the red-furred monster. Underneath the Grand Miss Space that suppressed all laws, the red-furred monster's speed suddenly dropped. And taking advantage of this chance, Lin Ming rushed right towards the back of that red-furred monster. In this instant, the power within Lin Ming's body rapidly ascended. The blood of the ancient phoenix, the heretical god force, all of this power came surging outwards without end. All of this power, after converging with Lin Ming's inner world, fused into the phoenix blood spear, and then erupted outwards. Chi, chi, chi. Endless bolts of thunder suddenly appeared in the skies, rushing to gather onto Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear. His spear light cut through space, emitting a terrifying sharp whistling sound. All of the thunder was swept up in Lin Ming's spear strike, forming a massive purple vortex that spanned between the heavens and the earth. It was like the world itself was about to break apart. Heavenly Tao Judgment. Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Lin Ming roared out loud. From within Lin Ming's inner world, the power of thunder tribulation that had been absorbed by the heretical god seedling from his 9x9 fall suddenly exploded outwards. The power of thunder tribulation that stood above the heavenly Tao laws cut straight towards the red-furred monster. This was also Lin Ming's self-created elementary, transcendent divine might. Chila. The phoenix blood spear cut across the sky with endless arcs of thunder spinning around it. Space trembled, and the entirety of the surrounding skies for hundreds or even 1,000 miles turned into a roiling purple thunder dominion. From that small group of nightmare beasts, half of the nightmare beasts were caught up in this strike, instantly turning to ash. The red-furred monster cried out in pain and agony. Placed within the Grand Miss Space, its speed had dropped a lot from before. Lin Ming's spear was now equal to heavenly tribulation, underneath the absolute suppression of laws. No one was able to avoid heavenly tribulation. They could only resist it. Roar. The red-furred monster roared in suffering. It stretched out its claws and grasped down at that thunder spear light. Bang. A blazing divine might lit up the heavens, and a blinding light filled the world, seeming to swallow up everything in existence. For the surrounding hundreds of miles, all of the mountains and rivers and valleys completely collapsed due to the terrifying strength of this strike. Everything was razed to the ground. Lakes instantly evaporated, and countless towering great trees were burnt to cinders. The red-furred monster's 2 arms were also charred black by this terrifying strength before instantly blowing into pieces. Lin Ming's long spear continued unabated, stabbing into the red-furred monster's chest. Puff! The phoenix blood spear penetrated right through the red-furred monster and emerged from its back. Blood shot out before being instantly evaporated by the turbulent energy shock waves. Its fur, its scales, everything was completely scorched black by the power of thunder tribulation. A thick and terrifying purple pillar of light shot into the skies. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.